Hey everyone. Hope you're all doing well. We're all about bringing high-quality web novel audiobooks to life, and most of our content is completely free to enjoy. Just a quick note, web novels and web novel audiobooks aren't the same thing. Simply reading a novel out loud doesn't always make for a great listening experience. That's why I go through multiple rounds of rewriting and careful editing for every chapter to make sure the narration flows naturally and immerses you in the story, just like reading it yourself. These audiobooks are not just direct copies of the original novels. I've adapted them for a smoother, more engaging experience. And to be fully transparent, these adaptations are made for commercial purposes, so some chapters are paid content. But don't worry, this process is fully copyright compliant. I do all of this because I truly love web novels and audiobooks. I'm a huge fan, and this story is one of my personal favorites. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: I Am a Legendary Boss audiobook, Versatile Mage starting with the White Tiger Pendant, Naruto the Wind Calamity, the Necromancer is amassing troops like crazy in the apocalypse, the mighty dragons are dead, Naruto, leader of Hidden Grass Village, Naruto Uchiha's Unserious Saga, your lord has a screw loose, Apocalypse I can see the health point bar, killing monsters drops loot, Starsea Fleet Age of the Lord, my monster fuses everything, Naruto, I traveled with a max level account, Fate in Bleach Unlimited Blade Works, killed for 100 years in Hueco Mundo, Aizen invited me to Soul Society, the world conquest giving birth to become a god, my master only breaks through on the edge of death, Bleach the Invincible Slacker from Rukongai, Naruto's Special Shop, One Piece the strongest female pirate cruise, Reborn as Danzō's grandson, must I offend the entire ninja world, Naruto starting with snatching the Mangekyo Sharingan, Naruto Card King, in Hueco Mundo with Shindu template, Naruto the Hidden Danzō, my journey as fourth Kusagakure, Naruto Troublesome Ninja Haruto, Naruto the Hyuga Mastermind, Bleach the strongest Shinigami, Bleach the 5th Division Captain, Fate Ultimate Antagonist, Fate of DXD, Fate I Heard After Death, you can ascend to the throne of heroes, Fate DXD Archer Reborn, Fate beginning with Type Moon, a Berserk Heart, Fate Grand Order Insert, One Piece take the Uchiha clan to the Grand Line, One Piece don't worry, I'm a doctor, building harem and dungeon with monster girls, DXD, Multiverse the day-to-day life of the Sephiroth hero, I'm the bad guy but heroines are obsessed with me, in Naruto, I have an affair with Mikoto and Kushina, many children bring happiness, a shameless start, Naruto Reborn with a Tenseigan, Naruto sleeping invincible, One Piece, life choice ask me to kiss marine goddess Hina, reborn as the genius son of the richest family, start by eating jacket fruit model, jacket human devil fruit, the days of being the richest man in the ninja world, the Witcher and Madara Uchiha, villain I possess the dragon Yang Dao physique, all saintesses turns into villainesses, all beautiful girls want to stick with me, interdimensional farming in another world, Naruto from Hidden Leaf Village to One Piece, and more. Most of our content there is free, and it's the best place to follow and support our work. The default audio speed is set to 3x, but if that's too fast for you, just let me know, I'm happy to adjust it. Got a favorite web novel you'd love to hear as an audiobook? Drop a suggestion. I'm always open to new ideas. And don't forget to follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X for the latest updates, new releases, and behind-the-scenes content. Thanks so much for your continued support and happy listening. Chapter 1 My revival consciousness was submerged in a chaotic darkness, sightless and deaf, feeling only a muddy confusion, with almost no retrievable fragments in the blurry shards of memory. Who am I? Carl. A soul in a shattered state. Gradually, Carl began to recall that he used to be not Carl, but Shenling, from a completely different world. Am I a transmigrator? In the endless darkness, Carl, as a fragmented soul, gradually remembered his past life. He had just graduated from a key university not long ago, held a job in business sales, and ran around every day for a living, talking big, until one night after work he was forcibly escorted on his way by a client who had finished drinking. Memory about his past life halted there, it seemed he truly had been sent on his way by the client. Carl realized his current predicament was extremely bleak, the only memories he could recall were just a small part, and in the deepest part of his soul, there were 10 distinctly different and exceedingly heavy things suppressing his memories. A deep subconscious recognition was that they should be seals from different beings, as if unlocking the seals would restore more memories. Initially, he wandered in the dark for a long time, not knowing how to change the situation, until he accidentally absorbed a trace of faint spiritual power into his body, which showed signs of restoring his soul. The least heavy of the 10 seals finally showed signs of loosening. Carl greedily and frantically absorbed the source of this spiritual power, continuously restoring and strengthening his soul. As the power was drawn, his senses gradually returned, and he noticed the source of the spiritual power was a completely transparent glass bottle. Subconscious cognition told him it was a mysterious rare artifact of extraordinary nature, and the spiritual power contained within was just what Carl needed to replenish his soul. Suddenly, it was as if he had walked out of the dark, lightless world and could finally see the things around him. An old, dilapidated wooden hut, damp, with only 2 wooden plank beds on either side, covered with straw mats, the room narrow, all sorts of items still arranged neatly and orderly. The transparent bottle containing Carl's soul was on one of the plank beds, the transparent glass bottle only slightly larger than a palm, unremarkable, placed next to some old clothes with a faint smell, washed bowls, spoons, and other miscellaneous items. Looking out from the open door of the wooden hut, the night sky was visible, with sparse constellations, the air very fresh, and 2 moons hanging high in the star-studded night sky were distinctly visible. One crimson, the other pure and bright. Indeed, this place was not the world he once knew, Carl sighed to himself. He missed his homeland, being confused like in a dream was one thing, but feeling uncomfortable all over now that he was conscious and could not go online was another. Bad news, he was so weak that a mere breeze could extinguish him, no doubt a difficult mode, a hellish beginning. Carl began to explore what he could do and soon discovered his vision was not limited to the surroundings, but he could rise and extend his view from the bottle as a center, up to a range of 5 kilometers at the highest and farthest. Outside the wooden hut to the north was a rather large subtropical forest, covering an astonishingly vast area with no visible boundaries. To the south lay light brown land that had been tilled. At the end of the cracked stone paths was a seaside town on the east coast, full of weathered white ash buildings, with sea breezes carrying a hint of saltiness. Through interactions among the townspeople, Carl quickly learned he was in the port town of Naze on the east coast of the Art Kingdom, where people mainly lived off fishing and sea transport, leading self-sufficient lives with many never having left this place in their lifetimes. As for the inhabitants of the wooden hut, they were 2 young children. The older sister, Irene Fisher, was about 13 or 14, resilient, with long black hair, bright eyes, and a glowing, healthy complexion. Her baby brother was still in swaddling clothes, needing goat's milk brought from the town by his sister to survive, able to eat and sleep. Their parents had left over 10 days ago and had not returned, and life for the siblings on the edge of town grew increasingly difficult. Irene was a very strong and principled girl, never pleading with the townspeople for help, but rather picking wild fruits from the forest or helping the townsfolk with chores, trying to exchange for supplies as fairly as possible. Even when starving, she would not let her brother suffer from hunger. At night, she sometimes hid in the corner crying silently before feigning a smile to lull her brother to sleep. The swaddled baby was well behaved, with faint silver hair and eyes, plump cheeks, never crying or fussing, but often watching his sister's face intently. Carl gradually realized something: the Fisher siblings' parents were probably not coming back, most likely dead already. The outside world was definitely not safe, perhaps even utterly harsh and dangerous. The young siblings managed to scrape by for now, but if they didn't receive help from others, they wouldn't survive the coming winter. As time went by, he was about to finish absorbing the spiritual power from the transparent bottle, which slowly transformed into a rune deep in his soul. It was a rune shaped like green grass with a strong vitality, emerald-colored, emanating a sense of soft, warm spring. But the heavy seal on his soul showed no further signs of loosening. Carl realized that the spiritual power in the bottle was far from enough to completely break through the first seal. Chapter 1: My Revival 2: I Need More Power. But he was trapped inside the small bottle, unable to move or say a word. He had absolutely no way to search for the mysterious rare artifact with spiritual power. Carl silently watched the siblings for over 10 days, constantly trying but never succeeding in establishing communication with them. What's the logic in this? I can hear without ears and see without eyes, so why can't I speak without a mouth? He fell into deep contemplation. If only he could speak, he could figure out a way to use the power of others to obtain the mysterious rare artifact. At night, the smell of moist earth drifted through the air, and in the pitch-black sky, there was a faint flash of lightning. A downpour was imminent. The overcast sky was dark and gloomy. The lightning and thunder performed a terrifying symphony between heaven and earth, like a horror painting, as if even the spirits of nature were roaring in anger at this moment. Boom! The outside suddenly erupted into a torrential downpour. Irene knelt inside the house, her head lowered as she murmured incessantly to herself. "Oh, see God and the gods above, I beseech you, please bring back my parents." Her prayers failed to elicit any response. Irene shed tears. There wasn't much left to trade at home, and she simply couldn't manage to raise her brother by herself smoothly. Why? Why can't the great gods of this world save us? Could it be that the gods just don't care for mortals? All this time, Irene had many aspirations for the future. She wanted to watch her brother grow up, to leave the town and see the world outside, to experience all she had never experienced. Even after their parents disappeared, she remained strong and took care of her brother by herself, enduring life's hardships and obstacles to this day, all because of this small hope for the future. Why don't the gods ever protect us? At that moment, the girl startled and sensed danger approaching the cabin. In the dark jungle outside, there were figures moving that didn't seem to mean well. The peril in the pouring rain nearly suffocated the girl. Irene was utterly astonished and instinctively muttered to herself, "Who's there?" In the wind and rain, 5 men dressed in beastly attire and wielding sharp blades, with black patterns on their faces, slowly emerged from the woods. Their faces expressed an unmasked hunger as they pressed towards the wooden house where Irene and her brother lived. Don't resist in vain. The men with black patterns on their beastly attire burst in, brandishing their weapons with malevolence, ordering the astonished Irene not to think about escaping. "Who are you?" Irene was horrified, and one of the men in beastly attire with a black facial pattern suddenly grabbed her arm and dragged her outside violently. She was quickly pulled out of the house by the 5 men and thrown down onto the damp soil. Her brother, not even a year old, was also taken out into the stormy weather, his captors looking at the infant as if he were livestock. The baby in swaddling clothes began to cry loudly. Irene, trembling in the mud, could only wail, pleading for them to spare her brother. "Please, let my brother go. Do whatever you want with me, just spare him." The pleas of the weak are ignored by all. Despair was all that was left for Irene. The eldest of the 5 men was clad in high-grade animal hide, his head adorned with a bizarre black moose head dress, as if he was a priest of a primitive tribe. He calmly drew a large circle around the siblings with the blade, chanting, "We worship you, O great demon of blood, we offer you pure sacrifices, please, grant us your protection." The other 4 men, their faces awash with reverence, knelt one after another around them. Irene, lying on the ground, incapable of struggling, was filled with fear and despair. Beyond that, there was a strong sense of unwillingness and rage. Why? All along, she had been desperately striving, valiantly relying on her own hands to secure a future for herself and her brother, but unable to garner any hope or response. Even though she had not yet given up hope, she struggled arduously and even looked forward to a future that may or may not come. Yet at this moment, her anticipation of a better future was being effortlessly trampled upon by this sudden malice. All her perseverance during this time seemed utterly ridiculous. Carl had already noticed the strangers who appeared suddenly and observed them in secret. They clearly were not Nazra citizens from the town. He narrowed his focus, wondering if these men could be bandits from nearby. No, they didn't resemble bandits, but more like evil cultists. He had heard various tales of mystery from Irene and the townspeople and knew that extraordinary power was not uncommon in this world. Having observed silently for over a dozen days, Carl felt a bit of closeness to the siblings he had first encountered in this world and didn't want to see them die by his side. But as of now, apart from observing, he was utterly powerless to help. Irene, laying on the ground covered in mud, murmured to herself. Why has it come to this? Who will save us? Anyone, please, save us. Her eyes were bloodshot, her pupils filled with despair and fury as she glared. Take anything from me, just save my family. The next moment, an incredibly supernatural event occurred. As soon as she said, "Take anything from me," from the depths of her heart, Carl suddenly noticed a faint blue glow at the girl's chest, revealing a cyan blue orb. It seemed to be her soul. It was loosening. He felt as though he could, like a demon from myth, seize the opportunity to snatch away the girl's soul. Surrounding the soul, other colors of light emerged, pure white, pink, cyan blue, deep red, and orange, representing life, emotions, memories, senses, intelligence. For some reason, Carl instinctively knew he could extract the various lights within Irene to use as weapons. But what would happen to the girl if he did this? Would she die on the spot if she lost her life force? They were already destined to die anyway. And to initiate a change in his own prison-like circumstances, Carl desired to try anything possible, so he concentrated and attempted to extract a portion of the white light. The white light was pulled out by an invisible hand of thought, hovering high in the air. It was like a white torch cleaving through all darkness in the night. The evil cultists paid no attention to the flashing white light in the darkness, they were oblivious and could not see it. Only Irene looked up blankly at this scene. Incredulous, she gazed at the white light in the sky, radiant with the beauty of mighty power, reminiscent of the blade that judges the world, inspiring awe and making it impossible to look away. What in the world is that? Chapter 2 Judgment. The evil cultists outside the cabin remained blissfully unaware of everything, completely blind to the white light in the sky. All the cultists, except for the elder priest, burst into hideous laughter, sneering disdainfully at Irene's recent prayer. The leading elder priest shook his head calmly, not joining in the mockery of the girl. Instead, there was a trace of faint, barely perceptible pity. The expressionless old man in the black rainy night was exceedingly terrifying. His tone was cold and cruel, as if he was narrating the laws of the world's workings. You descendants of swineherds who live by fishing, you are, without a doubt, the lowest fodder of a cruel world. Your souls are born worthless, and because of that, no deity will ever protect you. Since you have no refuge, you might as well become a sacrifice to satisfy my lord's appetite. Karl's invisible will projected the white light from the sky onto the lead priest, who immediately became exceedingly dazzling in the pitch-black rainy night. It's decided, it's you. Boom. Out of nowhere, a thunderbolt fell in the stormy night, like the white blade in the hands of a thunder god, tearing through the sky like a dancing silver serpent, shattering the darkness, and striking the priest squarely. A dazzling flash of white light passed, and the elderly priest was completely reduced to hot, pitch-black char, without a single uncharred part left. The other cultists were all stunned. Irene was slack-jawed, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Karl was somewhat surprised, having never expected the white light to also be capable of summoning thunder from the heavens. The girl's lifespan could indeed serve as a weapon, it just worked differently from what he had imagined. Irene, having lost a portion of the white light, did not die or age, only faint silver strands began to appear in her once pitch-black, silky hair. Irene stared blankly at this scene, tears on her cheeks continuously mixing with the rain, her eyes filled with disbelief. What just happened? The cultists were terrified upon seeing that the great priest had not been blessed by the mighty bloody demon but rather suddenly killed by lightning, and they all felt a strong sense of ill omen. Mighty bloody demon, please protect us. The four cultists who were kneeling on the ground began to plead loudly. Already full of blind devotion in their minds, they completely believed that the forces of nature represented the retribution of some mysterious existence. Believing that completely eradicating the threat was the only way to avoid greater danger, and having ascertained that the girl could bear the loss of some of her lifespan, Karl didn't hesitate to draw more white light to form new weapons. The invisible blades of judgment marked each cultist one by one, emanating a white light that only he and Irene could see. Ah! The second cultist wasn't struck by lightning but suddenly burst into raging flames, screaming and writhing, frantically spinning and jumping, yet the fire could not be extinguished even in pouring rain, and he gradually died in extreme agony. The remaining cultists were practically insane, knowing this could not be some baseless, accidental mishap but the intervention of some powerful, mysterious force. Great mighty bloody demon, someone is killing your followers, please save us. The third cultist screamed frantically, suddenly bulging his eyes, wailing and clutching at his face, trembling on his knees, unable to struggle for breath, as if drowning. Under the terrified gazes of the others, he drowned in the water that emerged from nowhere in his lungs, even as the downpour battered him. So that was it, the weapon was actually a curse that caused unexpected death, Karl finally understood. The extracted white light was also the lifespan of the prayer, which could enmark individuals and curse them with a mysterious force to die of sudden accidents. The fourth cultist, the fifth cultist, they begged in vain for forgiveness from the mysterious entity lurking in the shadows, but still couldn't escape the fate of death. One died suddenly from an acute illness, asphyxiating, and the last also drowned. Irene, frozen like a statue, couldn't speak for a long time, her dark, damp hair was now studded with a striking 20% white. After a few maneuvers, Karl too felt a wave of spiritual fatigue, with a significant amount of spiritual power drained from his soul. Intuition told him it would take at least 30 years to recover naturally, an exasperatingly long time. It seems my abilities cannot be expended endlessly, but are limited by mana. Alas, alas, such a minor cheat doesn't really count as cheating. If he were to forcefully use his power again, his depleted spirituality would plunge him back into the murky darkness where clarity was lost. And to permanently increase the upper limit of his spiritual power's mana, it was clear he had to devour more mysterious rare artifacts. Karl pondered deeply. In the future, he definitely needed to find a way to acquire more mysterious artifacts and consume them voraciously. In the midst of the downpour, Irene, covered in mud, slowly got up, staring blankly at the corpses strewn across the ground, her eyes completely vacant. What on earth happened? The girl had witnessed everything that had just occurred, and she knew these people had not died naturally. The ghastly array of corpses did not instill fear in her. Instead, Irene felt a profound reverence and gratitude towards the mysterious entity that had saved her and her brother. She was just an ordinary girl living in the town, always having lived with her parents, poor but not feeling any pain. But just over a month ago, her parents went out to sea to fish for a rare species of fish with a magic beast lineage, and they never returned. The acquaintances in town were all reluctant to mention anything about her parents' situation. However, Irene was no longer a child, and she gradually understood that her parents would never be coming back. Therefore, as the elder sister, she must protect her brother, and she vowed to take good care of Chris. It was tough for Irene to raise her brother on her own, and she found it difficult to survive on her own, let alone take care of an infant in swaddling clothes. Even with hard daily labor, the stingy adults in town were only willing to give a little bit of food, and Irene had to thank them profusely. She went hungry day and night but always managed to smile, as everything would be worth it as long as her brother grew up safely. But the events of this night were so ruthless and cruel, Irene suddenly realized how powerless she was in this dark and brutal world. Wah! The crying of her brother brought Irene back to her senses. She quickly returned to the wooden hut with Chris, who was crying and soaking wet, hurriedly ignited a fire with the little dry wood they had in an attempt to warm up her drenched brother. Don't cry, don't cry, the soaked girl consoled her brother in her arms. Outside the wooden hut, the storm raged as Irene knelt on the ground, her body small and huddled like a little animal's, sincerely asking, "Who are you?" In the depths of her heart, she knew that what had just happened was no coincidence. There must be some powerful and mysterious entity that had protected her and her brother from the shadows. "Who are you, the one who saved us?" As the girl murmured to herself, Carl suddenly felt a gap form deep inside her heart, vague yet genuinely existing. He realized this might be an opportunity to communicate with someone and needed to seize the moment, picturing a part of his soul being injected into it. The soul shard entered the girl's body through the gap in her heart and instantly flowed into her bloodstream. Boom. The whole fusion process was excruciating for Carl, with his consciousness nearly shattering and his soul itself wilting. He was acutely aware that his current condition was terrible, at most only enough for one act of splitting his soul. Ah! Irene couldn't help but scream out in sudden agony. In pain, she clutched the back of her left hand, where a distinct red mark had emerged on her pale skin, with a round base and a complex pattern of lines that was difficult to define. Favored member. The term surfaced suddenly from her memory, and Carl realized that his connection to the girl had become exceedingly close. It seemed not just her but also the crying baby's chubby little hand bore a red imprint. It wasn't just the two of them either, the entire Fisher family's bloodline descendants, whether 10 generations or 100, were doomed to forever be favored members. Carl knew from memory one significant fact: the souls of favored members would return to him after death, and the ultimate fate of a lifetime of work was to return after death. The spirituality they carried would also turn into nourishment to strengthen his own soul, just like those mysterious rare artifacts, except that digesting spirituality wouldn't harm the essence of the favored members' souls. "What is this thing on the back of my hand, this red pattern?" After not receiving an answer for a long time and sweating from the pain, Irene carefully continued to inquire. "Could you be some great deity?" He suddenly found that he could speak in the depths of Irene's heart. No, it was still different, closer to conveying thoughts and ideas than actually producing a human voice. Carl considered the deity concept, it was far too remote. In fact, he was merely a fragmented soul, even trapped inside a small bottle, unable to move. But if he merely claimed to be a passing remnant soul or some terrifying entity like a devil, it's likely no human would be willing to sincerely communicate. Carl pondered in silence and decisively fabricated an identity that seemed mighty and awe-inspiring. "I am the Lord of the Lost, also the God who is destined to revive. You will contribute to the great cause, offering a portion of your strength." Chapter 3 Grace raindrops hit the wooden hut with a dull sound, seemingly telling the world of nature's infinite might on display. Without sorrow or joy, filled with ancient power and dreadful majesty, the message conveyed to the kneeling girl's mind. It was not a language or script belonging to humans, devoid of any common emotions. The inexplicable stream of information rearranged itself into a meaning her barren mind could comprehend. A deity. Irene was astonished, never having imagined that the source of the voice was truly a god from the myths and legends. Surrounding the East Coast, there were many legends about the sea god, and the priests from the Tempest Church considered it to be a manifestation of the Tempest Overlord, worshipped by countless sailors and fishermen. She was aware that the gods from the myths often had unpredictable moods, sometimes saving people and other times capable of destroying everything. She must repay this deity well, partly out of gratitude and also to not bring disaster upon this town. "Great deity, thank you for saving us. I have no way to repay you, but I will do my best. Whatever you ask I will try to fulfill," Irene responded cautiously, fearful of upsetting this mysterious deity. Carl suddenly realized that conveying thoughts also consumed a tiny amount of spiritual power, and it seemed that each communication should be treasured. He decided not to use real language for communication, only to send commands containing the most basic meanings, as his already limited spiritual power was best conserved when possible. Commands devoid of human emotion, incomprehensible yet understandable, emerged abruptly in the depths of the girl's heart. She understood immediately. Great presence, do you need the power contained in that amulet? Do you wish for me to retrieve that transparent bottle first? Irene nodded repeatedly and rose to her feet, running outside the hut, braving nausea to retrieve a purple, finger-shaped amulet from the charred corpse of the priest, its blackened flesh sticky and revolting to the eyes. Carl had long sensed the spiritual power contained within it, his inner depths stirring with longing, as if faced with a delicious dessert. Kneeling in front of the transparent bottle, Irene's hands trembled as she held up the finger-shaped purple amulet, her voice unclear from fear as she presented it. Great Lord of the Lost, I offer it to you. The next moment, the spiritual power contained within the finger amulet raced towards Carl's soul inside the bottle. He suddenly found that after awakening from the darkness, his efficiency in devouring spirituality had significantly improved. Yet the amulet's spiritual content was far too insignificant compared to the bottle, so Carl quickly consumed it completely. If Carl's fragmented soul originally had a spiritual capacity limit of 10, after devouring the spirituality within the bottle, this became 30, and after completely absorbing the amulet, the limit merely rose to 32. His spirituality, nearly exhausted due to casting the curse, consequently recovered close to 1/10. Huh? Irene observed, astonished, as the purple finger withered visibly before turning into black ashes and dissipating. Yet another miraculous scene. It was as though the great deity had devoured it. Are you satisfied? Irene asked, looking downward, while simultaneously checking her brother's condition. Suddenly, she noticed that her brother's breathing was off, growing increasingly rapid. Chris. Quickly, Irene realized her brother had a fever. However, in such torrential rain, it was difficult to find medicine, and for a child so young, the mortality rate was alarmingly high once they fell ill. Irene, watching her brother's labored breathing, struggled within herself, in agonizing pain, and felt the urge to rush into the night train toward town. But now, the heavy rain made the road slick and treacherous, and even if she could reach the town by night, she had no money to buy the expensive fever medicine. In the town, patients unable to pay were common, and the doctors who had seen much of this were numb, so begging was also unlikely to procure the medicine. Moreover, if she were to encounter an accident along the way, her brother would probably not survive. How could this happen? Wave after wave of crisis left Irene nearly on the verge of collapse, with tears of despair constantly streaming from her eyes. That's right, there was one more thing she could try. Only by continuing to plead with this deity might she be able to save her brother. Tearfully, she knelt on the ground and prayed again to the mysterious being that saved her and her brother. Please save us, great Lord of the Lost, I will offer anything to you. Great deity, please save my brother, I can't be without him. He shall be saved. The unemotional voice, like that of a deity from beyond this world, suddenly entered her mind, and Irene lifted her head in utter amazement. A strong sense of fear surged within her, as the mysterious being appearing out of nowhere met her continuous wishes so easily, leaving her to wonder whether it was a benevolent deity or an extremely evil devil. But whether deity or devil, as long as it could save her brother, she would offer anything to it. Still with aching legs, Irene knelt down again, without any room to stand firm, and appealed to the mysterious voice. Please save my brother. As long as you don't harm my family, you can take anything from me. If life and soul could exchange for her family's survival, it was a worthy sacrifice. As long as her family could live healthily, it was already a blessing from fate. As a former salesman, Carl had long since lost touch with awkwardness in communication, almost becoming a social phobia sufferer. He knew best how to communicate, contact, and develop a series of skills and methods to generate trust with customers. Customers would never truly believe in any person, they only believed in what they desired in their expectations, utterly engrossed and even unable to extricate themselves. The two people before him needed not power or dignity but merely the right to survive. Thus, cooperation could be achieved between himself and them. Carl's will, alien to humanity, once again emanated, filled with an awe-inspiring majesty that made one involuntarily want to worship. A solemn will conveyed, and soon reformed into an understandable meaning. Irene was slightly startled, and then she understood that from the very beginning, she had to accept the fate that the mysterious existence was about to give. Fate had revealed an undeniable corner, no matter whether the source of the voice was an evil devil or a great deity. Carl could clearly feel that the grass runes in his soul possessed the healing characteristic, which might cure the disease afflicting the infant. But how to wield this power was indeed a problem. Impacting the outside world again would consume a large amount of his spiritual power, the meager remains of which were better reserved as a trump card. Perhaps there was another way to proceed. He could fully feel a strong connection with the girl, able to share the authority to activate that grass rune. The next moment, Carl once again conveyed his will, commanding Irene to gaze at the transparent bottle not far away. What does that mean? At this point, Irene knew she could only fully trust the mysterious existence of the voice's source. As she looked at the bottle on the wooden bed, she suddenly discovered a cross-shaped black light flickering dazzlingly in the middle of the old, transparent bottle. The terrifying, twisting aura it emitted froze her completely. When she stared at the black light, all the colors in the world seemed to vanish in an instant, leaving only the most basic black and white. The surrounding sounds were utterly extinguished, and all spirituality and life seemed to be stripped to an unstrippable extent. All things must come to an end, everything will be completely destroyed by him. A thought of extreme terror emerged in Irene's mind simultaneously. This is the might of a god. How magnificent. Irreverently awesome. That is the great power of the Lord of the Lost. Irene involuntarily trembled subconsciously, the light shadow of grass runes faintly emerging in her pupils. Carl felt that Irene's soul already held the imprint of the soul, sufficient to activate the magical power contained in the grass rune. The act just now was akin to sharing some kind of administrative authority, yet for her pitifully small soul mass, bearing a single soul imprint was probably already the limit. Irene's heart was extremely confused, and her body trembled slightly. She suddenly discovered a warm power hidden deep within her heart, gentle enough to soothe any wound in the mundane world. Without a doubt, that was the power bestowed by the great Lord of the Lost. The wind howled past with the roar of thunder, rushing over from outside the wooden house, bringing rain that struck her fiercely, tearing at her clothes like blades, cold enough to make one shiver violently. The light of the firewood was extinguished, and the drenched girl in the darkness couldn't help but feel lost. She had no idea if that power could really save her brother's life, subconsciously praying to the gods and the vast heavens. Gods and fate above. Please, no matter what, do not take him away. In the storm, the girl roared defiantly at the sky, her face awash with tears. But would the true gods preached by the church really pity the mortals? If they were truly useful, wouldn't her mother and father have already returned? The gods are useless. A determination flashed in her eyes, and she changed her plea, shouting loudly, "Great Lord of the Lost, please save him." Irene took a deep breath, turned to sit beside her brother, and slowly sat down, struggling to lift the infant's burning head. There, get well. Inside, Irene felt a mix of desperate confusion and hope, the grass runes faintly visible in her pupils, her hands gradually emitting a vibrant green glow full of the breath of life. The feverish infant, already unconscious, had a life so fragile and fleeting, but a gentle warm current began to flow gently into the child's body. At this moment, Irene's heart was all on him, earnestly hoping her brother's little life would not fade away here. Great Lord of the Lost, please descend a miracle. A miracle occurred. As the gentle warm current flowed in, the infant's breathing stabilized, the intense heat of his body gradually subsided, and the pained expression on his face disappeared. The infant still slept but was no longer feverish, and the disease that could have brought death instantly receded, the whole event being a miracle that occurred in the blink of an eye. A look of great surprise appeared on Irene's face. Success. That power just now was the divine power granted by the Lord of the Lost. How on earth should I repay him? Chapter 4, The First Seal. This is wonderful. Chris, he's not burning up anymore, he really can survive. Irene couldn't help but reveal a joyous smile, feeling an extreme sense of reverence and gratitude toward the Lord of the Lost deep in her heart. It was a great miracle. The Lord of the Lost truly was an extremely powerful and benevolent deity. So, what did he want to take away from me? Irene had never seen a unilateral act of giving without expecting something in return, kneeling before the transparent bottle, trembling like a harmless little animal. Great Lord of the Lost, I praise you. It was your power that saved my brother, and I have nothing with which to repay you. She said to the flickering black light inside the bottle, her voice trembling, if you wish to ask for any kind of repayment, my life, my soul, or anything else, I am willing to offer it all to you. I only hope that you will show mercy, and wait until my brother has grown up before you come to collect what I owe you. According to myths and legends, all kinds of temptations often came with a price, and for the sake of her only family member, she had prepared herself for the worst. To the girl's fearful attitude, Carl was somewhat baffled, feeling that she was too wary and cautious. He decided to be straightforward and openly state the client's requirements. His will transmitted very clearly that all the girl needed to do was to bring forth a mysterious rare artifact as a tribute, and that would satisfy his request. A mysterious rare artifact? Irene's hands trembled slightly, as she remembered the town chief once mentioning what a mysterious rare artifact was. It was a treasure that could only be possessed by extraordinary exponents with great power. For the common people of the town, mysterious rare artifacts were legendary objects that they had never seen. How could an ordinary girl from a coastal harbor town possibly find such an item? But if the Lord of the Lost was not satisfied, what would happen then? She dared not think of the terrible consequences that would surely bring destruction. The Lord of the Lost was definitely a powerful and fearsome deity, whose great power could potentially level the entire town. What should I do? Yes, I understand. I will do my best to find the mysterious rare artifact for you. Irene suddenly saw the flickering crucifix black light inside the bottle again. It was as if she had entered a black and white world once more, where all sounds ceased, as if she was trapped inside a suffocating painting, witnessing the approach of destruction, feeling as if she could not look away, almost fainting. It took her a great effort to fearfully lower her head. Carl also felt something was amiss. Why did the girl before him seem so scared? Did he appear frightening? Carl fell into contemplation. Could it be that the bottle with a soul attached was terrifying? He broadened his view to take a glance at the transparent bottle, and found nothing unusual. Perhaps it was just that the girl was overly timid. There was nothing he could do. Carl continued to observe the baby's state, finding that he had completely recovered, peacefully asleep without a trace of illness. The extraordinary power to heal disease and pain originally didn't belong to him. It came from that mysterious rare artifact in the bottle whose spirituality he had completely devoured. It seems that the mysterious rare artifacts whose spirituality has been devoured truly become part of one's own soul power. Carl clearly felt that the power attributes of the purple fingertip amulet were very slight, a protective type of effect, now transformed into a crucifix rune with a purple glow. Beyond that, there was another piece of good news that was even more important. After absorbing 2 mysterious rare artifacts, he felt the first seal deep within his soul loosen even more, ready to be completely shattered at any moment. After a while, Irene noticed that the Lord of the Lost was no longer conveying thoughts. "Have you left?" She gradually relaxed, sealed the door blown open with a wooden board from her home, and sat back down on the wooden bed, feeling that everything that night was incredibly astonishing. Humming a small tune from the children's lullabies, Irene accompanied her sleeping brother for a few hours until the rain at night gradually subsided. The girl, exhausted, lay down beside him and curled up to sleep. Carl silently sensed the peculiar bond between them. Now, he could vaguely sense Irene's location and emotions. As long as she was within a 5-kilometer range, even if the girl encountered danger, Carl's consciousness could arrive at the scene at a moment's notice. An extremely peculiar beginning. Carl, attached to the bottle, quietly listened to the rain outside, contemplating the power he currently possessed. The black light gradually escaped from the bottle, causing everything nearby to lose its original color, turning into a silent, emotionless world of black and white. He realized that this black light seemed to be the source of his own power. Carl discovered that the true power he possessed within the depths of his soul was formidable. Firstly, it could devour the spirituality from mysterious rare artifacts and the souls of favored members, transforming it into a permanent power within his own soul, strengthening the lower limit while raising the upper limit of his soul power. Secondly, it showed the manifestation of temporary powers. He naturally could convert the life sacrificed into a death-inducing curse, afflicting any individual within his field of vision. I wonder if different sacrifices besides life would have the same effect. He had already realized the importance of that girl. She was his favored member, that is, a chess piece, just like the first character one gets in a mobile game. Being attached inside a bottle, he couldn't move freely, and acting personally would consume an immense amount of spirituality, so utilizing convenient chess pieces to influence the world became very important. As Carl pondered, it was best to train Irene and even the entire Fisher bloodline to become powerful extraordinary exponents. He vaguely sensed that there were 2 other members of the Fisher family with their bloodline in the vicinity. However, with a distance of over 5 kilometers, Carl still couldn't communicate directly with their consciousness. But those 2 family members, drawn by the fate of their bloodline, would sooner or later come here to see him. What needed to be done next was very clear. On one hand, he needed loyal chess pieces to collect mysterious rare artifacts, providing him with more spirituality and runes. On the other hand, the spirituality of favored members who have died returns to him. Therefore, as long as he created favored members with strong spirituality, once their souls returned to him after their death, they could provide him with enough spirituality to nourish himself. It seems that I and the favored clan are fundamentally in prosperity and in adversity together. Suddenly, as the purple amulet was completely absorbed, the first heavy seal within the depths of his soul was finally entirely shattered. Carl was overjoyed, feeling a surge of fragmented memories emerging, and he quickly learned a great deal about the clawed world in which he resided. It turned out that this place was Nazra City on the east coast of the Auden continent. On the Auden continent, there were numerous countries, with the ruling class being powerful nobles who controlled extraordinary powers, and Nazra City was under the rule of the Hovern baronial family. Without doubt, extraordinary power was an absolute symbol of status and identity. Approximately 90% of the resources and channels for cultivating extraordinary powers were entirely in the hands of the nobility and the true gods Curia. Extraordinaries in the world mainly fell into 2 categories, those who studied to wield more magical power with mental power, and those who strengthen the power of the bloodline in their corporeal form. Yet regardless of the type of extraordinary, the essence of their soul had not sublimated, meaning that even in death, the extraordinaries were still purely mortal, and their soul's spirituality would not differ much from that of ordinary people. Ah. Wait, something's wrong. Carl quickly realized that something was terribly amiss. In his mind, there was a complete system of powers for the God Pantheon consecution, whereby mortals could ascend the God Pantheon stairway through magic potions and rituals, gradually sublimating the essence of their soul, increasing their spirituality. However, in the present world, there was no God Pantheon consecution at all. People, even if they took the corresponding magic potions and performed rituals, could not possibly grasp the power of the consecution. Because the extraordinary laws related to spirituality consecution simply do not exist, a far more advanced system of power is of no help. Carl felt profoundly helpless within. Furthermore, whether it was bloodline or spellcasting talent, they were gifts given at birth by the gods, and mortals without bloodline or talent could never become extraordinary exponents. At least that was the theory. Even if, theoretically speaking, he really could train members of the Fisher family to harness magic power or the power of bloodline, becoming powerful spellcasters or knights, they would not be able to contribute much spirituality to him after their death. Enlightenment on the power of the soul was completely a blind spot in the knowledge of the current clogged world. After a long silence, Carl finally thought of the only solution that wasn't really a solution. With the recovery of memories after removing the first seal, it contained many fragmented pieces of information about the God Pantheon consecution. Although the related information in the memories was incomplete and even scattered, as long as he continued to shatter the seals, he would be able to deduce a complete God Pantheon consecution. Moreover, in his memories, he possessed the method to visit the spirit realm through dreams, theoretically able to reconstruct all the spiritual laws of the God Pantheon consecution, eventually enabling the people of the world to have the opportunity to grasp the power of consecution. Build the stairway to deification, creating an entirely different new generation of extraordinaries. Chapter 5 Nazrit Town. No sooner had the sky cleared than Irene awoke from her sleep, first checking on her baby brother Chris, who was breathing steadily in his swaddling clothes and appeared very healthy. Phew. Having let out a sigh of relief, Irene then got up apprehensively and quickly knelt before the transparent bottle placed on the table. Great Lord of the Lost, thank you for the power you have bestowed upon me. Green light began to emerge in her eyes, filled with genuine gratitude and excitement. Extraordinary power, that which only existed in legends. For some reason, Irene felt as though she had gained a dignity and confidence deep within her that never existed before. Carl did not respond, as telepathic communication also consumed a faint amount of spirituality, and it was better to speak as little as possible unless necessary. Moreover, he fundamentally understood human thoughts. No matter how great an entity, getting closer to the mundane would result in a loss of mystique and a significant decrease in reverence. Since he had decided to be the Fisher family's hidden mastermind, rather than a friendly grandfatherly companion, it was best to maintain sufficient mystery and coldness. His role was that of a chess player, and in the story, the so-called grandfatherly companion, no matter how important, was in actuality just a treasure belonging to the protagonist, lacking any independence of its own. Irene received no response and was momentarily perplexed, but the brand on the back of her hand reminded her that the Lord of the Lost definitely existed. Suddenly, the girl understood. He might just be silently observing her, and she hadn't fulfilled his requirements or found the mysterious rare artifact, which is why the great Lord of the Lost didn't deign to reply to her. Phew. Irene stepped outside, took a deep breath, and felt as though she had experienced an unimaginably tumultuous night. In the sky, two suns, one golden and one white, complemented each other, blazing sun and radiant sun, continuously radiating gentle light. The third sun would only appear on very rare occasions. The bodies with their ghastly deaths still remained. The girl shivered subconsciously, with the experiences of the previous night resurfacing in her mind, making every memory seem extremely real. She had seen dead people, she had seen animals killed, but she had never seen living people slaughtered, dying like animals being butchered. The bodies could not be left outside for anyone to find, and, struggling against fear and disgust, Irene managed to drag the many corpses into the wooden hut. The sleeping infant, surrounded by corpses, still slumbered sweetly, his complexion healthy and rosy. We're out of sheep's milk at home. I need to go to town to exchange for some sheep's milk and food. Irene thought she would need to borrow another shovel as well, to take advantage of the rain-softened soil to bury those bodies. That's right. Irene almost forgot something. Frowning with hesitation, she still squatted down and started to search the bodies. To her surprise, she found 35 copper nails on the intact body of the evil cultist, enough for her and her brother to live on for half a month. The most regrettable thing was that on the charred corpse, There were only a few silver coins left that had melted and resolidified, and were temporarily unusable. Irene's mentality gradually changed unconsciously. She rose silently from the wooden hut and with heavy steps, headed toward Nazra City. Her hands, washed by the river water, still carried the scent of the corpse. She could never be carefree again. In the bottle, Carl gathered his consciousness and slowly attempted to transfer it into the crimson brand on the back of Irene's hand. He quickly found out that just as he had thought, he could observe the outside world from Irene's perspective through the connection of the favored clan's crimson brand. It was a quite magical sensation, like watching some bizarre VR performance. Carl could not control where he would look next at all, his view just followed Irene's perspective, moving constantly. Moreover, after leaving the bottle, he could not enter a godlike perspective, his view could only be limited to the host. A thin mist spread between the streets, layering the entire town in a hazed veil. The sky cleared, and the townsfolk emerged from their homes. In the market, the vendors had set up their stalls early to sell food, tools, handicrafts, and livestock. The people bustled back and forth as vendors loudly hawked their goods, drawing the attention of the passers-by to their merchandise. Irene calmly approached a stall in the market and first bought a bucket of sheep's milk for 3 copper nowls. Copper nowls? The sheep's milk seller was quite surprised. That girl usually traded with fruits and things from her home, yet this time she actually paid with real copper nowls. Thank you for your help in the past. I will come back to return the bucket tomorrow morning. It seemed as though Irene's inner self had grown up a lot overnight. Last night's upheaval, the demands of the gods, the extraordinary power within her body, there were too many things waiting to be slowly digested over time. She carried the bucket of sheep's milk through the crowd and quickly found a smithy in Nazra City. Sparks flew, the clang of hammers and the smell of metal instantly engulfed the girl. The workers were busily collaborating in a tacit understanding. Red flames burst from the furnace at the center, with various sizes of iron blocks and metal materials stacked beside it. The shopkeeper was an incredibly burly old blacksmith, with a full head of white hair, a face full of wrinkles, and sharp eyes. Putting down the bucket of sheep's milk at the entrance of the shop, Irene showed a maturity and composure uncommon for her age and spoke calmly, "Shopkeeper, I need to borrow a shovel." The old blacksmith stared at her in silence for a long while before saying deeply, "You're Irene, aren't you? I know your parents, they once brought me fish they couldn't sell. I can lend you the shovel, just return it to me when you're done with it." The old blacksmith paused and then added, "You can call me Ramon, if you have any trouble in the future, you can come to me." Irene's eyes lit up slightly, and she immediately expressed her sincere gratitude. "Thank you so much, Mr. Ramon. I will remember your kindness." Although she had just come into some money from an unclear source, poverty and hunger had already deeply marked her childhood. If possible, she still preferred not to spend money. But she hesitated for a moment and then said, "I will still bring you some fruits tomorrow. I can't let you be taken advantage of for nothing." The old blacksmith did not object further. By the time the frail Irene dragged the iron shovel and bucket of goat's milk away, Ramon, in the smithy, muttered to himself, "She really does look a lot like her. My granddaughter was nearly indistinguishable from this girl. Ah, to be 13 or 14 and have to care for her younger brother on her own, I fear they'll have a hard time getting through this winter." The presence inhabiting Irene, Carl, sensed a flavor similar to metal, although faint, a sliver of metallic-type bloodline power existed within the old man's body. Perhaps it would be worth attempting to unearth his potential. Currently only the young siblings are incapable of doing anything substantial. Having pieces that can guarantee a loyalty is definitely beneficial. However, Carl also felt that the old man's days were numbered and his investment might not be worthwhile. But he also noticed that besides the old man, there seemed to be others in the smithy who possessed the same type of bloodline power. Perhaps these were his descendants or relatives? Irene, carrying her items, passed by a food stand and suddenly stood staring at the rough, hard black bread, hesitating for a long while before shaking her head and continuing on her way. That was something that, in the past, she could only have on her birthday. The girl also found it strange. What on earth was going on with her, feeling an urge to lash out? She walked past a mansion in the center of Nazra City, the White House surrounded by neatly trimmed gardens and paths shaded by green trees. Overnight accumulated rainwater dripped from the eaves, creating a trickle that tinkled melodiously. The owner of the White Mansion was the town chief of Nazra Town, responsible for assisting the Hovern family's baron in managing the affairs of Nazra Town. Maritime trade was the most lucrative business along the east coast, and Nazra's town chief was an exceedingly wealthy tycoon there, a good friend of the great sea merchants controlling the maritime routes, holding sway over many useful connections. The middle-aged and corpulent town chief, his body hefty, had just finished breakfast and stepped out of his mansion when he immediately saw the girl passing his doorway on the street and his eyes bulged in shock. It was as if he had witnessed something utterly unbelievable. "Good morning, town chief." Irene greeted with a calm and respectful bow. For the daughter of an ordinary fisherman, the town chief of Nazra undeniably was a personage high above. Yet after a night of madness, something within her deepest core would never be filled with awe for mere mortals again. You. The town chief seemed to want to say something, but after a long pause, he couldn't articulate it and just shook his head. Irene paused for a moment, then left, feeling bewildered, her intuition telling her that something was amiss. In the town chief's eyes as he watched the girl's retreating figure, there shone deep weariness and fear. What on earth was going on? Those people had clearly made a deal with him that as long as this year's sacrifice was the orphaned siblings who nobody cared about, the terrifying cult wouldn't target the town. At least not this year. For the entire year. Nazra was supposed to be safe. The sacrifices he had made each year to appease that cult, all for the sake of Nazra, but nevertheless, the siblings had shamelessly survived without permission. If the followers of that evil cult came looking, or if the matter escalated, leading even the imposing Lord Baron or the more formidable Tempest Curia to take notice. A profound dread nearly swallowed the town chief whole in an instant. Baron Hovern was the outright owner of the whole Nazra town and also the only individual in the town to have reached level 2 as an extraordinary exponent. The strongest on the east coast, however, was the region's Tempest Bishop, who was likely nearing level 3. From the perspective of a mortal, these powerful beings were almost indistinguishable from true deities. He trembled all over, plunged into deep contemplation, unable to comprehend a matter of vital importance. Strange, why on earth did those helpless siblings survive? It's completely inconceivable. Could it be that something had gone wrong with the great priest of the blood cult, but he, too, was a real extraordinary exponent? Handling 2 children would be easy for him. The town chief's expression turned grave. He must try to reach out to that cult's evil cultist, and grasp the full situation at the earliest opportunity. After returning home, Irene immediately checked to make sure her brother was all right, then scrutinized her surroundings to ensure no one else was around before finally taking a deep breath. She hoped no one had passed by during the time she was away. For some reason, all those who died had turned into ghastly pale ashes, as if their bodies had been dead for a long time. The ground outside the wooden house was unusually soft. She gripped the cold, rough handle of the iron shovel tightly, digging forcefully into the moist earth, tremulously burying the ashes completely in the soil. By the time everything was done, the night had deepened and darkness descended. The girl's tired, numb eyes were devoid of any light, as if her fear of death and the last of her innocence, like those ashes, were buried deep underground. A few hours earlier in the dead of night. Dozens of kilometers away in another East Coast town. Members of the Fisher family, Lucius and Byrne, awoke from their dreams one after the other. Looking at each other, they were speechless for a long while. In their dreams, they both heard whispers too alien to comprehend, yet impossible to ignore, as if the eerie murmurings were of demonic gods. Sweat poured down their backs as they sat with wide-eyed terror. The sudden red brands on their hands ached faintly, like nightmarish omens, or perhaps a predestined fate hidden within their bloodline. The east, the sun swallowed his saliva. That's where the call is coming from. Chapter 6, Father and Son in the Wilderness. Mosquitoes fluttered through the jungle where an old, weary black horse slowly pulled a wooden cart forward. Its hooves constantly stepped into the moist earth, leaving behind a series of sunken pits. A slender black-haired boy sat atop the cart, his expression dull. He wore a light brown long coat and leaned against a bundle made of leather and cloth. His blue eyes looked a bit vacant. Leading the old black horse was a middle-aged man with a pair of whiskers, his demeanor lazy. He wore tough black leather armor and his blue eyes were always filled with vigilance for his surroundings. The father and son shared one prominent commonality, a very clear and complex red insignia branded on the back of their left hands. The lazy middle-aged man yawned and squinted as he asked, "Byrne, how much money do we have left? How far is it to Nazra town?" The black-haired boy lowered his head, counted with his fingers for a moment, then looked up and reported in sequence, "We have 3 silver coins left, 355 copper nals, enough food and water for 2 days, and it's only a 13-hour journey left to Nazra town." Byrne's father, Lucius, smiled bitterly, shaking his head and sighing. A silver coin was equivalent to 20 copper coins, which meant that was all they had left. "Do we have to go to Nazra?" The black-haired boy Byrne's eyes were filled with hesitation. After hesitating for a moment, he still continued, "I always feel we should be more cautious, father. What if what awaits us is some sort of trap?" Lucius fell silent for a while before speaking. "Byrne, you're smart, educated, and wiser than I, but you're just too timid. Moreover, you still don't understand that some fates can't be avoided. For the past few nights, both your dreams and mine have been filled with that indescribable whispering, showing no signs of stopping. In Nazir Town, there is something immensely significant calling us, clearly a destiny infused in our bloodline, making it impossible to escape forever. Byrne lowered his head and remained silent, no longer arguing against his father's opinion. The veteran mercenary had seen more and knew better than he did, and Byrne wasn't skilled at debating with others. The old horse moved the cart slowly, and darkness fell as the two neared the edge of the jungle by Nazir Town. Ancient trees and verdant vines intertwined, forming a complex maze. As the night deepened, they stopped the cart on a piece of muddy but relatively open ground. Byrne lit a campfire in the silent night, illuminating the surroundings. The firelight danced, warm and soft, bringing a trace of vitality to the cold valley of autumn. The trees became more visible in the firelight, and Lucius, while nibbling on bread, suddenly set it aside and swiftly grabbed the long sword nearby, rising quickly to gaze at a figure in the distance. The silhouette in the dark stood still, shouting out, "Don't move. Just hand over all the money you've got, and we promise not to hurt you." Lucius narrowed his eyes, making out 3 armed robbers in the dark, led by a tall burly man wearing a leather cuirass. The robbers approached from 3 directions, entering the area lit by the firelight. 2 of them wielded axes, the third held a sickle, and all showed wariness at the sight of Lucius's gleaming sword. The tall burly man, wielding an axe, said wearily, "Drop your sword. Think carefully before you decide to fight. There are 3 of us, and as long as you cooperate, there won't be any trouble." Byrne trembled with fear, his face almost drained of color as he huddled on the spot, daring not to move. Lucius's expression immediately shifted to one of fear as he said, "Don't do anything rash, please don't kill us. I am willing to hand over all my belongings." While he said this, he didn't put down his sword. The 3 robbers were equally vigilant, and neither side dared to advance or retreat after a standoff. Under the glow of the fire, the tall burly man was drenched in sweat and suddenly let out an angry roar, "Then hurry up, lay down your sword." "Fine." No sooner had Lucius said fine than he suddenly lunged forward, thrusting his sword toward the tall burly man who appeared to be the leader of the robbers. The tall burly man, prepared for this, roared and kicked out fiercely. Lucius's charging figure surprisingly dodged the vicious kick and came slicing down with his sword. He aimed to kill the leader first, hoping to scare off the other 2. It was undoubtedly the most effective tactic, though it was also a gamble. The sword slashed across the shoulder, splattering blood in an instant, but it failed to hit the neck and deliver a lethal blow. The tall burly man howled in pain and instinctively retreated quickly. "Help me, you guys." The other 2 robbers, taken aback for a moment, also rushed forward with shouts, while Byrne took the chance to scurry toward the jungle without hesitation. Damn it. Having failed to achieve a successful ambush, Lucius turned and swung his sword again, his face fierce as he glared at the 2 men. The blade swished threateningly, causing one robber wielding a sickle to instinctively retreat a step, while the other, holding an axe, roared and chopped down, missing the mark by inches. The difference in grasping distance is the distinction between life and death. Lucius surged forward and sent Byrne crashing to the ground, then swiftly ran his sword through the bandit's heart. Ah! The other bandit, wielding a sickle, froze in terror, trembling as the large and burly man suddenly shouted fiercely, "You and me, together, front and back attack." 2 at once seemed to give the sickle-bearing bandit a backbone, and together they charged at Lucius with a roar. "Die!" Lucius roared, trying to scare off the sickle-wielding bandit again, but found him closing his eyes and swinging the sickle as he screamed, forcing Lucius to deftly dodge to the side. The burly man's axe came crashing down, and Lucius, in a rush to block with his sword, was forced to one knee by a bear-like strength, his palms throbbing in pain, his teeth clenched. So heavy, such astonishing strength. Did this man have subhuman or foreign race blood in him? Lucius managed to roll away and lessen the force before scrambling back up, only to find the 2 bandits attacking from front and back once more, planning a repeat of their tactic, leaving him no choice but to immediately turn and run towards the pitch-black jungle. "Chase him!" The 2 bandits, fired up with aggression, were not about to let him go. Byrne hid trembling behind a nearby tree, his face deathly pale as he walked over and bent down to pick up a torch from the campfire. Another pitiful scream rose, and, biting his teeth, he hurriedly followed after it, soon seeing the bandit with the sickle eviscerated and lying on the ground. Not far off, the hulking bandit was viciously pinning his father down, pressing the axe blade against the sword with great difficulty due to the overwhelming difference in strength. Byrne ran over and fiercely burned the burly man's face with the torch. Ah! The bushy beard on the man's face instantly caught fire, his skin split open, and the burly man screamed crazily yet refused to get up as if determined to crush Lucius underneath him no matter what. Ha! The excruciating pain from the burns eventually caused the burly man's strength to wane, and Lucius, with a powerful yell, heaved him off. Ah! The burly man screamed as he rose, holding his axe high, but his entire face was split in two by a sword, and then a sword thrust through his heart for good measure, blood spurting out as the tall body slowed to a kneel before becoming completely still. Huff, 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 huff. Lucius sat on the ground, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. He looked at his son, who was holding his mouth, nearly vomiting, and couldn't help but reveal a smile of having narrowly escaped death. You're afraid of blood, aren't you? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the frail Burn toppled over like a plank of wood. Lucius was accustomed to the weaknesses his son had had from birth. After sufficient rest, he stripped all the valuables from the three bodies and put them all on the carriage. It amounted to 25 copper nals, 3 pieces of inferior weaponry, and a bag of cooked beans. TSK, turns out they were all disgusting paupers. He frowned as he buried the 3 bodies overnight, cleaning up all traces of the encounter, carrying Burn on his back, and driving the carriage to leave during the night. Lucius knew within that many farmers and fishermen would moonlight as bandits. He absolutely couldn't let it be known in Nazar town that he had killed the 3 men. The place where the bandits roamed was very close to Nazar town, which could likely hold their relatives and friends. It's 5 kilometers to Nazar, he thought suddenly, feeling a real and unmistaken heat on the back of his hand where the red brand was. The youth, Burn, on Lucius's back, furrowed his brow and dripped with cold sweat as if he were dreaming of something extremely terrifying. He heard some horrible whispering that was almost devoid of human emotion, conveying a language not of this world, shaping into a will that was too significant to ignore. Nazar town. There, by the sea, lay something exceedingly great, continuously calling out to Burn and his father. Chapter 7. The first family meeting. Under the first rays of morning sunlight, the whole world seemed enshrouded in a gentle haze. Carl became distinctly aware of the arrival of 2 other members of the Fisher family, for he could sense their bloodline through the favored imprint with utmost clarity, even predicting their exact time of arrival at the cabin. 3 days had passed since the attack by the evil cultists and the night the girl received her imprint, yet Irene still hadn't figured out how to obtain the mysterious rare artifact. For a girl not widely experienced, it was indeed too difficult. She sat in the cabin caring for her younger brother, slowly lifting her hand that bore the red imprint, feeling she ought to do something with his power. But the plans in her head remained vague and indistinct, unable to take shape. Just as Irene was at her wit's end, she suddenly felt the crimson imprint on the back of her hand grow warm as if a connection was forming from somewhere nearby. Instinctively, she looked up towards the outside of the cabin. A wood cart drawn by a black horse made its way slowly, leaving deep ruts in the muddy ground. Irene unconsciously swallowed, knowing all too clearly that the ashes of the evil cultists were buried under that stretch of mud. Lucius and Burn, standing beside the wooden cart, were also taken aback as they felt a subtle sensation in their bloodline connection, pinpointing this place as the source that called to them in the night. Lucius, out of habit, squinted his eyes, cautiously gripping the hilt of the sword at his waist, ready to draw it at any moment. Irene emerged from the cabin cradling her swaddled younger brother, looking perplexed at the unfamiliar faces from Nazar town, and asked, "Who are you?" Burn instinctively shrank back behind his father, not daring to face the strangers. Lucius replied with a smile, "I'm a retired old mercenary, my name is Lucius Fisher." "And what's your name, little girl?" Irene was taken aback for a moment. The man before her also bore the Fisher name. What exactly was going on? She vaguely remembered her father mentioning he had an uncle, but it seemed too coincidental that this man could be him. Burn, standing behind Lucius, suddenly looked up and said, "Father, she could very likely be my cousin." Many questions in Lucius's mind suddenly cleared as he asked with a continued smile, "How did you figure that out?" Burn, still very nervous, went on to explain, "Well, father, you once mentioned having a brother in Nazar, and she has that crimson imprint on her hand. I surmise, that could likely be an artifact arising from our bloodline connection." Hearing this, Irene took a deep breath, understanding that both men were Hyrcan and had probably come here in response to the call of the Lord of the Lost. So that was it. The girl suddenly realized the true significance of the crimson imprint. Trying to keep calm, she said, "It is a gift from the great Lord of the Lost. From now on, members of the Fisher family will all be his followers, and I too am a child of the Fisher family." Lucius nodded silently, his eyes sparkling with intelligence as he brushed aside his languid demeanor and continued, "It seems you are indeed my brother's daughter. Why haven't I seen him or your mother? And about everything concerning the Lord of the Lost. Please tell us in detail." Mid-sentence, Lucius had already seen the undisguised sorrow in Irene's expression and immediately surmised that his brother's current situation could not be a good one. His expression also became somber. "Brother, perhaps I should have come back sooner." The socially anxious Burn hesitantly asked a question. "This mysterious being you speak of, is he truly a god? Even if he is a deity, he could also be an evil god, right?" Does the Fisher family really have to worship him? Hearing the questioning voice, Irene's face turned cold, and the displeasure in her gaze made Byrne shiver. You have no right to question him. She shook her head, turned, and went back inside the cabin, leaving the father and son outside exchanging confused looks. Carl observed the two newcomers quietly. The older man was a weathered, experienced mercenary, clearly the most useful piece in the Fisher family's current situation. Noon. The blazing sun and radiant sun both hung high above, casting their nearly endless warmth. Please, look and see that everything I have said is true, and this is the extraordinary power bestowed upon me by the Lord of the Lost. Irene had already put down her brother, her expression serene as she raised a hand and summoned a subtle, soothing emerald glow, exuding an air as if spring had arrived. Lucius and Byrne stood inside the cabin, dumbstruck by the scene, their gaze upon the transparent bottle turning uneasy, not knowing what to make of it. Carl could clearly sense the specific content of their emotions. Byrne, the nervous and timid boy, felt an oppressive curiosity amid his unease. He was fascinated by his own existence, yet too fearful to attempt exploring it. He understood the mysterious being symbolized power and held great danger. The 30-something Lucius looked calm, but in reality, he was deliberately hiding astonishment, joy, worry, greed, and finally, some kind of resoluteness. It was as if he had made an important decision, hoping to capitalize on the current opportunity to accomplish something. Even the deep-rooted laziness and decadence within him were instantly swept away. Carl knew very well that Lucius and his son were shocked by the extraordinary power displayed by Irene. Whether spellcasters or bloodline knights, the extraordinary exponents of the Outer continent were born with spellcasting talent or the corresponding bloodline, giving them the chance to advance further and become an extraordinary exponent. Talent and bloodline determine the majority of people's ultimate potential in life. As for mysterious rare artifacts or the blessings of mysterious beings, those are ultimately just temporary or snatchable sources of extraordinary power. Ordinary humans without the spellcasting talent or bloodline could never truly possess extraordinary power. Yet the power he possessed broke such ironclad rules. Lucius revealed a smile that was hard to conceal, suppressing the excitement deep in his heart, and said respectfully, "Great Lord of the Lost, I am Lucius, the eldest male of the Fisher family. The Fisher family will absolutely serve you, with loyalty and utmost effort. Everything we do is for your great revival." Though he said this, in the depths of his eyes there was actually no reverence. The man just wanted to use this suddenly appeared mysterious power for his own gain. A man blinded by greed, but he could still make a suitable pawn, Carl silently assessed Lucius. Relying solely on the young siblings was not enough to accomplish much, so he did not mind having a pawn with his own thoughts. So, in the next moment, Carl once again conveyed his will. He granted Lucius the protect power contained in the purple finger amulet. Although it was much weaker than the healing rune power in the transparent bottle, the protect rune could still play a significant role in low-level conflicts. Suddenly, Lucius became aware of the great presence of the Lord of the Lost, an immense power beyond description. The black cross radiance flickered continuously inside the transparent bottle, and compared to it, his own existence seemed as insignificant as the most humble dust in the world. How magnificent! All the plots in his mind dissipated in an instant, leaving only fear and even the urge to prostrate himself on the ground. How foolish he had been to think of using such a magnificent being. In the next moment, a purple glow slowly emerged in the awe-filled eyes of Lucius. He felt a strong power granted to the depths of his soul, which he could activate through the connection with the Lord of the Lost. Upon tentatively activating this extraordinary power, Lucius sensed something within him depleting slightly, followed by an invisible repulsive force surrounding him, capable of effectively defending against external attacks. Ordinary people might never encounter extraordinary power in their lifetimes, but now Lucius effortlessly possessed it, and he couldn't help being extremely excited. So this is the legendary extraordinary power. Great Lord of the Lost, thank you for your blessing. I, of the Fisher family, will devote everything to assist in your revival. Lucius was ecstatic, and Byrne, not far off, was also deeply moved, acutely aware that his destiny had changed completely from that moment onward. The future was uncertain. Despite his excitement, the young man also felt a great deal of tension and fear surge in his heart. The Lord of the Lost, who controlled the fate of the Fisher family, what kind of deity was he? And what would our future be? After pondering for a moment, Lucius respectfully lowered his head and asked, "Great Lord of the Lost, something inside me seemed to have been consumed just now. What was that vanishing thing? Could it possibly be the magic power mentioned by spellcasters?" Carl thought for a moment deep inside, clearly recognizing the importance of teaching the family basic mystical knowledge, which could spare members of the Fisher family from many detours. Even though conveying information would consume spirituality, and the larger the amount of information, The greater the consumption, Carl still decided to transfer basic mystical knowledge at the cost of sacrificing some spirituality. He planned to pass on only one set of mystical knowledge, the rest of the family members only needed to consult the beneficiary of that knowledge. As for whom to impart this knowledge to, Carl had already made his choice. Great Lord of the Lost, I feel your will. Are you planning to generously bestow upon me mystical knowledge? Irene looked up reverently, realizing that the great god was about to give her the precious mystical knowledge. She was ready. Carl no longer hesitated and transferred the mystical knowledge to her. In an instant, the girl felt dizzy and a sudden, sharp pain flooded into her brain, making her feel as though she was about to split apart and collapse to the ground. Chapter 8 Granting knowledge. An immense volume of knowledge surged up in an instant, and Irene felt an extremely intense dizziness come over her, as if everything around her was spinning. Her vision blurred, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't focus on any object. She attempted to steady her staggering body, only to feel as if the ground beneath her feet had lost its gravity. It was as though invisible hands were squeezing Irene's brain, making it impossible for her to think or concentrate. For a long, lingering moment, Irene felt as if her deep soul was isolated from the real world, trapped within a boundless void, until the multitude of knowledge gradually digested. Ugh! Irene gradually regained consciousness as she retched, her eyes still somewhat empty and unfocused. Lucius and Byrne stood dumbfounded, exchanging worried and concerned glances, with no idea what had suddenly happened to Irene. Although they had only met her today, the girl was undeniably their blood relative, naturally evoking a sense of closeness between them. It seemed that an excessive amount of knowledge indeed harmed both body and mind. Whoever said that learning is always beneficial clearly hadn't considered this. Carl immediately realized that he must not impart so much knowledge next time. The fragile mortals might easily break as a result. The bodies and minds of mortals appeared to be much more fragile than he had imagined. Yet I digested that knowledge so easily. Deep inside, Carl suddenly realized that there was a great difference between himself and ordinary mortals. The confusion in Irene's eyes gradually receded, replaced by deep shock, unhidden admiration, and reverence. Just now, the gate to a new world had opened to her. It was the gate to the power of consecution, a type of extraordinary power she had never heard of before. According to the knowledge given by the Great Lord of the Lost, no other extraordinary exponents on the continent mastered the power of consecution. She slowly turned to the other two and said, I have received precious knowledge contained in the Oracle of the Lord of the Lost. We must gather extraordinary materials imbued with spirituality. The Lord of the Lost will then knock on the spirit realm's gate, and in the spirit realm, imprint the spiritual laws of the power of consecution. After that, we can craft magic potions to obtain the power of consecution, a power that comes from the deepest part of the soul, far superior to any other extraordinary power on the continent. Lucius and Byrne listened quietly, their eyes brimming with unmasked curiosity, delight, and excitement. As long as they collected enough extraordinary materials to make magic potions, they could gain powerful extraordinary powers. Lucius, with his decade-long career as a mercenary, had also seen what it meant to be an extraordinary exponent, and he roughly knew the differences between spellcasters and warriors, but he was not so clear about specific knowledge of magic power, power of bloodline, and other extraordinary domains. He was very aware of one thing, however, that extraordinary materials were extremely precious. If we want to get extraordinary materials, the simplest and most conventional means is to trade with money, but currently, the Fisher family is almost penniless. After contemplating, Lucius looked seriously at his niece. The power she had just displayed was extremely important. Healing talent was always one of the most precious kinds. However, with Irene's power, it's not impossible for us to make enough money in a short term. By using the power to heal others, right? Irene didn't object at all. In fact, she was grateful to have the ability to repay the Lord of the Lost and help her family members. Lucius's expression suddenly turned very serious, and he solemnly said to Irene and Byrne, right, there is something I must make clear to you, and perhaps it's the most important thing. Over the years, he had traveled to many places and had even witnessed the arbiters from the True God's Church slaughtering the villages of heretics with his own eyes. On the continent, all religious groups not recognized by the True God's Church were outlawed heretic existences. Evil cultists could be killed in any nation without trial. All members of the Fisher family must keep the great secret of the Lord of the Lost, never divulging even a single word about his existence. The True God's Church harbors great hostility towards all mystical beings apart from the true gods themselves, especially those deities not recognized by the mainstream. True God's Church? Listening silently, Carl delved deep into thought. He could sense the varying strengths of the 10 seals deep within his soul, but the entities that had placed those seals undoubtedly possessed substantial and undeniable power. He couldn't help but follow that train of thought. Could it be that the entities that sealed his soul's memories were actually the so-called gods worshipped by the True God's Church? Yes, you must learn to keep secrets. Burn nodded slightly, also feeling that the existence of the Lord of the Lost inherently contained immense danger. If exposed, the entire Fisher family would be doomed beyond recovery. They absolutely had to act cautiously. He agreed with his father's view, saying timidly and nervously, "Father is right. According to what I've read in books, our identities are considered extremely evil in the eyes of the church. Keeping secrets is the most important principle." Lucius added, "What needs to be kept secret is the very existence of the Lord of the Lost. Irene, on the other hand, doesn't need to hide her power deliberately, because among spellcasters, there are those who wield healing magic. In fact, in order to accumulate money, displaying that healing ability is necessary." Irene pondered, realizing that money was indeed a resource she must possess to obtain extraordinary materials and mysterious rare artifacts. However, with her limited perspective, she still didn't quite understand how to exchange her powers for money. Would she have to go to the market and heal diseases for the merchants? Perhaps that was indeed a possibility. Uncle Lucius's face showed a lazy expression once again as he smiled and said, "Don't be anxious, I'm going to Nazar City to scout around for information and look for opportunities we can take advantage of." At night, in the taverns of Nazar town, the spacious hall was filled with rough but sturdy wooden tables and chairs, and the dim, faint light from the lanterns hung on the walls. The sailors and fishermen of the port city of Nazar were the mainstay of the tavern, their loud chatter and laughter unending. Lucius, looking languid, pushed open the door and strolled in, tossing a silver coin up and down in his hand. He extended his hand and deftly flicked the silver coin, which leaped out and landed perfectly on the table in front of the bartender. "Barkeep, I'll need a few pints of malt beer, and it would be nice to have someone to chat with. I'll buy them a drink, too." Lucius sat down with a smile, quickly attracting the attention of those around him. The tavern was undoubtedly the most convenient place to gather local information, and he soon began to learn about the various powers within this port city, important figures, and even some get-rich channels. Come the early hours of the morning, Lucius left the tavern, drunk, with a few armed sailors stealthily trailing behind. Before he left town, he suddenly drew his sword and loudly warned, "I advise you not to think that a foreign mercenary who has killed many is a so-called easy target. Be careful, lest you pay with your lives." After his rebuke, the sailors didn't follow any further. Once outside the town, Lucius suddenly felt it was a pity, with the extraordinary power granted by that great entity, he had no need to fear those fellows and could have instead gained an unexpected windfall. Before entering Nazar town, Lucius had already had his son test the actual effect of the protective runes that came with extraordinary power. Attacks from common folk wielding swords could basically be stopped. As a veteran battle-hardened mercenary, he knew well that with his power he stood head and shoulders above the common folk. It truly is power beyond the mundane. But then he thought, if he killed them, he might offend the local dockside merchant powers, and Lucius felt it was better not to engage in a fight. After all, suitable targets have already been identified. What remains to be seen is just how strong Irene's healing power is. He had already set his sights on the real easy targets of Nazar town. Chapter 9. The first bucket of gold. John was the head of the wealthy merchant family William on Nazar, owning 2 sailboats and more than 200 sailors, often setting sail from the port to do business along the east coast. He maintained exceptionally good relations with several night clans, subhuman tribal elders, and bands of thieves around Nazar town, and even had the opportunity to attend banquets held by Lord Baron Hovern. A few weeks ago, John had contracted a rare and strange illness after returning from overseas. His once normal skin began to shed uncontrollably, becoming scarred and often oozing black blood from the wounds, his mental state aging at an unimaginable pace. John, panicked and desperate, quickly became almost mad, spending a fortune to call numerous physicians to treat him, but to no avail. As for the extremely rare healing-type spellcasters, there were none to be found in the vicinity of Nazar town. He could only send his eldest son to seek help from Tempest Bishop Matthew at the Tempest Church, but unfortunately, the high-ranking bishop disdained to come to a small place like Nazar to save an insignificant merchant. The days awaiting death were unbearable. John would wake up crying every night, praying for mercy and salvation from the Lord of Salvation. Yet, as days passed, prayers did nothing at all. John's body grew weaker and weaker. He was not willing to give in. After decades of hard work earning a fortune that would last ordinary people several lifetimes, and elevating the originally fishing-oriented William family to success, why should he die so easily? Oh gods! You are far too harsh, cruel, and despicable. John, lying on his deathbed, unable to speak, his eyes filled with malice, cursed the unfair gods in his heart. Anyone would do, even a devil from hell, an evil god from the abyss. As long as they could save him, John would pay any price within his means. Master John, a person claiming to be a healing-type spellcaster requests an audience with you. The docile servant knelt outside, his words like a divine melody, instantly rekindling vitality in John's eyes. Spellcasters with the rare gift of healing. Trembling with excitement, he hurriedly said, "Let that spellcaster in immediately." The status of extraordinary exponents was supremely elevated, not just an identity but a genuine social class. Even those who had only reached the first beginning tier of extraordinary power were still an existence beyond the provocation of mortal tycoons. All heads of noble families on the Odin continent were extraordinary exponents, and a noble family lacking a sustaining extraordinary exponent would collapse. The situation of wars, the rise and fall of nations, and the development of the world throughout history had all been determined by the formidable power of extraordinary exponents. There is, after all, an impassable chasm between extraordinary exponents and mortals. Irene nervously entered the mansion of the rich, having never been in such close proximity to the lifestyles of the wealthy and powerful. The courtyard's flower beds, fountains, and sculptures created a thick artistic atmosphere and cozy vibe, with servants casting respectful glances her way. Irene could hardly breathe. Just days ago, she was an ordinary girl from outside the town, but now she was pretending to be an aloof and superior extraordinary exponent. Irene wore a black veil and donned an expensive black gown. Renting this dress for just one day nearly drained all the money the half-handed members of the Fisher family had, with the outfit featuring a tightly cinched waist and a neck lined with soft, finely pleated ruffles in many layers. The girl cautiously felt the clothes on her body, realizing noble attire was actually far less comfortable than her usual clothing. Uncle Lucius, seeing the unstoppable nervousness in his niece Irene, knew it was quite normal, the ordeal probably being too much for a minor. He immediately said, "Don't be nervous, it's nothing serious, Irene. We're just facing a thoroughly frightened, scared to death fat sheep, that's all." Irene felt odd referring to someone as a fat sheep. She nodded, forced a response, "What do I need to do?" Truthfully, after several days of interaction, Irene deeply felt that her Uncle Lucius was indeed a formidable person. He seemed to care nothing for social class, showing no reverence, and his execution was remarkable. Lucius lazily squinted his eyes, half serious and half mocking as he said, "Actually, what you need to do is quite simple, and that is to keep quiet." Extraordinary exponents, especially those who wielded healing powers, held esteemed status, and ordinary rich merchants often could not obtain the aid of such high-tier individuals. Karl's will, residing within the crimson brand on the back of Irene's hand, was also observing everything around them. The dwelling place of the wealthy in Nazar town, it seemed, held the first bucket of gold the Fisher family needed. He could easily judge that the man had been stung by some poisonous magic beast overseas and thus infected with a magical toxin. Karl weakly expended his spirituality, his will encouraging Irene to keep going. The girl hesitated for a split second, but the indecision in the depths of her heart dissipated, turning into stronger determination. "The great Lord of the Lost shelters me, all difficulties will ultimately be resolved," she murmured to herself. Merchant John finally saw the healing-type spellcaster, lying immobile on the bed but still glancing over. The girl in the black dress and veil appeared extremely mysterious, and her partly obscured face under the veil was exquisitely beautiful, like a noble treasure, making John feel ashamed by his own unworthiness, unable to look directly at her. "Spellcaster, please. Save me." John pleaded weakly. "I am a member of the Fisher family, the young lady's uncle and spokesperson, and I hope you can offer us the compensation we need. Money is not an issue." John immediately screamed, his voice hoarse like that of a specter. "Apart from money, we also need trade channels for extraordinary materials." Most of the extraordinary materials were controlled by the nobility and the church. After a moment of silence with dilated pupils, John still nodded and said, "As long as I can survive, I will agree to any conditions within my power." Lucius was not surprised at the success of the negotiation, for the man was, in essence, at his wit's end and had to accept their terms. The crucial moment was next, and he did not know whether Irene could actually heal the man. The Lord of the Lost was undoubtedly a great being, but how strong was the power he granted? Lucius didn't know, and even Irene herself was not clear on that. Without saying a word, she slowly walked over, and John's eyes were filled with longing, hope, and even a faint trace of awe. He is actually awestruck by me? For the first time in her life, Irene felt such an odd emotion. Could even I be an object of awe? She understood that the root of the man's awe wasn't really her, it was the strong power, the destiny manipulated by the great Lord of the Lost. You will get better. Since I have come following his will, you shall be saved. Irene slowly extended her hand, her pupils flickering with the green light of life, and a gentle, spring-like aura instantly enveloped the nearly rotten man. In merely a few minutes, the healing came to an end. The man's illness was greatly alleviated, and Irene felt that she could have healed him effortlessly, But Lucius had previously told her that even if it was possible to cure the disease completely, it would only be necessary to heal halfway. The young Irene did not understand why, but she still stopped as her uncle had advised. Ha ha ha. I have survived. John, who managed to sit up, was still weak but beamed with a look of elation in his eyes. Lucius smiled faintly, politely saying, "We will not linger today, your illness will require a few more treatments. As long as you pay the reward first, we will come again next time to cure it completely." By the time Irene and Lucius were seen out of the rich man's yard by the servants, they both looked somewhat bewildered. On the way home, leaving the town behind, Irene asked her uncle in disbelief. "Did that man go mad just now, willingly giving us 5 gold coins without hesitation?" "Those are gold coins we're talking about, equivalent to 100 silver coins, 2,000 copper nowls." Lucius was silent for a moment, then said, "I can roughly understand that fellow's thinking. It's probably the same as mine. He wants to pursue a long-term cooperation." Actually, the money was still secondary. The languid mercenary squinted his eyes, looking at the box in his hand. Opening it, inside was a piece resembling coral, fiery red, and faintly exuding a constant warmth. Blazing coral. Class 1 extraordinary material. Lucius's eyes were filled with greed, as if he could see more extraordinary power within reach in the near future. When Irene saw it again, she too took a deep breath and smiled in relief. "That's great. We have successfully obtained the sacrifice that can be offered to the great Lord of the Lost." Chapter 10 Constructing the God Pantheon Stairway. 2 weeks later, autumn had deepened, and golden leaves danced in the wind, raining down upon the earth like a shower. The 3 half-human members of the Fisher family finally no longer lived in the wooden hut outside of town but officially moved into South City within the town, from then on to lead a completely different life. South City, a place in Nazra town where the middle-income residents lived, wasn't as wealthy as the affluent North City, but it was certainly wealthier than the poor East City. Lucius had long since found out about important figures and powers in South City district that one shouldn't trifle with: an elder in his 90s from the Silver Descendant clan, and the Taylor family, a Knight clan. Silver Descendants, Flame Descendants, Dragon Descendants, and Stone Descendants are all branches of the regular human species and are commonly referred to by the general public as subhumans, often living collectively in familial clans. Elves, dwarves, and beastmen, on the other hand, are considered different from the broader human category and are generally seen as a foreign race by human society. The Silver Descendant clan residing in Nazra town is said to possess a spellcaster lineage, and their elder is a well-experienced spellcaster. The Taylor family is a Knight clan with a legacy of over 200 years, with several members in the family who have dug into their Knight-type extraordinary powers. With the growing middle class in the Psi Art Kingdom, Knights today generally lack manors and lands, but those who hold an extraordinary lineage still have an extremely high status, unaffected by firearms. How could bullets fired from a mere flintlock compare with bodies hardened by extensive training? Is this really our new home? Irene, wearing the formally purchased black dress, with her arms wrapped around her swaddled brother, tilted her head up, looking incredulously at the white mansion before her. The white mansion had a large area with 3 levels, many rooms, enough for a dozen people to live together, and in the lush green courtyard, expensive and lifelike stone sculptures were placed around. Although the renovated mansion was bought through sea merchant John's channels at a price 30% cheaper, its luxury still couldn't match that of the town chief or the merchants' homes, but compared to the average wealthy households in Nazra town, there was no difference. She always had hopes and dreams for the future, but she had never indulged in fantasies of living in such a place. When she was small, her parents could only provide her with poverty and a life where one meal was uncertain from the next. Hunger, poverty, and humility. The shadow of her original family was deeply etched into her very marrow. The young girl looked down at the brother in her swaddle, murmuring, "You won't be like me, Chris. I swear you will grow up in a wealthy childhood." The silver-haired Chris slept soundly in her arms, seemingly having grown a bit more over the past half-month, looking plump all over. He knew nothing of all that had befallen the Fisher family. Tonight was the Fisher family's first formal sacrifice to the Lord of the Lost. About the standard and procedure for the sacrifice to the Lord of the Lost, Irene and the others discussed for a long time, but in the end, based on the knowledge Byrne remembered, they made minor alterations before carrying out the sacrificial ceremony. Carl's consciousness silently observed the whole process, too lazy to expend spiritual power on such trivial matters, so from beginning to end, he maintained silence and calm. Of course, he still found it rather interesting. Mortals took care to discuss gravely those things the great entities simply didn't care about at all, not daring to slacken in the slightest. Could it be that he'd truly crossed into the body of a fallen deity, or is he just a powerful mystical entity? Honestly, even now, Carl was still unclear on the specifics. All he knew was that if he were playing an economy game, Then the few people in the Fisher family were currently his only chess pieces. Because the first magnificent appearance of the Lord of the Lost came one night, the Fisher family's sacrificial ceremony was ultimately chosen to be performed deep into the night. Burn, different from his father Lucius, who had licked blood off his blade and was illiterate, had once learned from a home tutor skilled in the arts for a few years. His mother had originally hoped Burn would become a painter. That was until his mother died of an illness. His father took away all the wealth he and his mother had, and Burn kept the few books in the house with him ever since. He also knew quite a bit about religious knowledge and continued to provide suggestions. Well, generally, the one who officiates the sacrifice, or the so-called priest, is the highest-ranking person in a religious organization. So we must choose someone to lead the sacrificial ceremony. The lethargic Lucius narrowed his eyes indifferently and said, "I think you should do it, Irene. Because it was your prayers that began to change the destiny of the Fisher family, and you were the one chosen by the great Lord of the Lost to impart the arcane knowledge." "Me?" Irene lowered her head, sinking into deep thoughts. The recent healing experience had touched her greatly. The once untouchable bigwigs of Nazar Town, who never even glanced at her, were now full of pleading and reverence. The extraordinary power bestowed by him had indeed changed many things. No, it had changed everything about destiny. In the dead of night, with all preparations complete in the Great Hall, including the infant in swaddling clothes, all four members of the Fisher family were gathered. Irene, Lucius, and Burn knelt in succession before the long table where a transparent bottle was quietly placed. In their eyes, apart from admiration and awe, there was a mix of different emotions: gratitude, yearning, and curiosity. Irene took a deep breath and lifted the black iron box containing the blazing coral in her hands. She recalled the words she had prepared in her mind, which had been crafted by Burn, extremely formal and meticulous to a fault. For some reason, Irene eventually followed her own thoughts and spoke out. "Calm down, and prepare to express our hearts to the great Lord of the Lost. Great Lord of the Lost, you are the deity who punishes evil, bestows miracles, and saves mankind. Please accept our humble offering. May your spirit fill us and guide every step of the Fisher family's future, granting the Fisher family wisdom and strength." Carl quickly felt the spirituality of the extraordinary materials rushing towards him like flight, containing the unique fire element of the blazing coral. The extraordinary materials in Irene's hands turned to a small pile of ashes in the blink of an eye. Carl felt the spirituality being devoured by himself, ready for the corresponding preparations. Endless abode without walls. He silently recited the cryptic spell to journey into dreams from his memory, preparing to initiate the conjunction of the celestial spheres and connect the spirit realm with this world through the dreamscapes in the crevices of many worlds. According to the knowledge restored in Carl's memory, to step onto the initial God Pantheon stairway, one must first bridge this world with a spirit realm, incorporating the corresponding spiritual laws. There were 13 steps in total on the God Pantheon stairway known from the extensive arcane knowledge he held. Expanding each rank required the consumption of a certain degree of spirituality. To unlock the power of consecution at the first rank was the easiest. It only required one primary class 1 extraordinary material and some auxiliary materials. The degree of spirituality contained in extraordinary materials varied, generally classified from class 0 to class 9. Carl estimated that it would take 3 pieces of class 0 extraordinary materials or 1 piece of class 1 extraordinary material to imprint the first rank on the spirit realm. And the specific material didn't matter as long as enough spirituality could be amassed. Which specific extraordinary materials he chose would determine the formula for the God Pantheon stairway's first-rank potion, once embedded in the spiritual laws of this world. For instance, the blazing coral currently obtained by the Fisher family was an extraordinary material, originating from the transformation of a magical coral from the depths of the sea after its death. If Carl used the spirituality of blazing coral to expand any first rank of the God Pantheon stairway, from then on, everyone in the world could have a chance to ascend this stairway through a potion formula made from blazing coral. The entire world's extraordinary law would undergo an unprecedented major change due to his actions to come. Chapter 11, The Descent of the Spirit Realm. Spirit Realm. That was a strange world within the endless universe, gathering an immense amount of spirituality. The boundary between the material world and the spirit realm was the offspring of reason and passion dreams. Intelligent life could use dreams as a bridge to enter the scope of the spirit realm with their consciousness. The entire structure of the spirit realm essentially consisted of 2 parts, the spirit realm ocean that occupied a vast area and the numerous islands formed from the subconscious of intelligent beings throughout history. Carl's consciousness had already sneaked into the spirit realm, still taking the form of a black cross of light, floating in the high skies of the spirit realm. There was no absolute concept of up or down in the spirit realm. Below Carl was the boundless, nearly transparent spirit realm ocean, and above was the raging waves of the same ocean. The numerous islands looked like a spread of chess pieces across the board when viewed from above. According to the knowledge obtained from memory, the mere act of my entering here is enough to keep the gates of the spirit realm open to the cloud world. The material world inhabited by intelligent life had an intrinsic attraction to the spirit realm, which could only eternally exist as their spirituality was transmitted there through dreams. Carl took a deep breath, and deep within his heart, there was an inextinguishable sense of excitement. The world that was purely about swords and magic was about to be gradually tainted with other hues by his acting as an unruly evil god. Next, he was to imprint spiritual laws and construct the god pantheon stairway. Numerous constellations suddenly appeared in Carl's vision. The group of stars gleamed brilliantly, each shining in different magnitudes, adorning the infinitely wide firmament. They were the various extraordinary laws contained within the spirit realm. Each extraordinary law, once formed, could scarcely change, as the entire foundation of the corresponding world would collapse. Extraordinary laws would become ever more robust, and Carl could not change the existing ones, yet he had the ability to act new spiritual laws. He detached the spirituality of blazing coral from the depths of his soul and found the constellation that symbolized Cloud World's extraordinary laws. The Invisible will brought the spiritual trait of blazing coral down to one of the empty stars. The insides lit up with a shadow of flames. In the gold-red fire, there was a man holding a blade, with a body full of scars, and from his cold eyes, black and red blood kept streaming. He created the first stairway on the Cloud World's God Pantheon stairway, Path of Conquest. He also received a portion of the spiritual radiance of the first rank of Path of Conquest. All he had to do was bestow the spiritual radiance, and he could instantly promote an ordinary person to the first rank of consecution of the Path of Conquest. The power of consecution was Gladiator. The Gladiator had 3 extraordinary traits, the first being body fortification, a balanced enhancement of physical attributes so that even an ordinary person could become as strong as the mightiest human once they received the power of a gladiator. The second was weapon proficiency, allowing the gladiator to instantly grasp the usage of weapons. Even those they had never touched or seen before could be mastered, gaining the skill and experience to wield them. The third was fight to the death, in which the gladiator's reaction speed increased the more severe the injury, with body functions barely declining due to the wounds. Carl gazed at the shadow of fire within the star. The blood tear figure with the weapon in hand remained for a long time. From now on, in Cloud World, anyone needs only to use blazing coral as the primary material, along with suitable auxiliary substances to create the gladiator's upgrade magic potion. Consciousness returned to the material world, and only a brief moment had passed. After contemplating for a moment, Carl eventually gave the spiritual radiance to Lucius. He was the only adult in the Fisher family, battle-hardened, with extremely rich combat experience, capable of maximizing the power of the gladiator. Lucius suddenly felt a unique power surging within him. Great Lord of the Lost. I praise everything about you. Thank you for your blessing. He instantly received information about the gladiator in his mind, and his body and limbs felt significantly stronger, his senses much sharper. Overall, his physical fitness had completely surpassed the level of ordinary humans. If he were to fight that burly bandit again, his strength would certainly not be inferior to his opponent's. Lucius rose respectfully, bowed, and walked over to pick up a vase from a nearby table, memories of practicing with a vase as a weapon for years unexpectedly surfacing in his mind. What a miraculous ability! Is this the true extraordinary power? Beyond that, the spiritual power contained within his soul also received a modest guaranteed boost. Lucius was tremendously excited, and Irene also took a deep breath. She knelt devoutly before the black cross glowing inside the transparent bottle, immense admiration surging within her once again. The Fisher family will forever be grateful to the great Lord of the Lost. My lord. How magnificent. Many people in the Cloud World had collective dreams of a very unusual world. It was a snowy woodland with towering forests that blocked out the sky completely. Looking around, the ground was covered with leaves turned to white ash. The burnt-out ashes formed tall trees reaching dozens of meters high, blocking the vast expanse of pure white sky above. There were no constellations or sun in the sky, nothing at all. Those who intruded into this place took a long time to find their way out. Upon waking, many felt an inexplicable intense fear. The world behind that woodland seemed to be an unprecedented new realm, with that strange place holding immense dangers and opportunities alike. The extraordinary exponents who dreamed of it felt an even stronger sensation, and countless individuals even perceived a black cross glowing in the deepest part of the sky, instinctively bowing their heads, not daring to look directly at it. What exactly were those dreams and the things shown within them? The people of the present world do not yet know. In the very center of the Lorne Empire on the Ouden continent, within the great cathedral of the Salvation Church, an old man in a white robe knelt before the magnificent statue of the Light of Salvation, dozens of meters tall, with his eyes tightly shut and hands clasped together. He had received an oracle from the Light of Salvation, seeing a prophecy about the future of the world. The Pope saw a future where time, space, and physics were in chaos, tracts of land sinking one after another, everything collapsing and crumbling in the destructive spirituality, heralding a complete end. Endless lava and solid ice fell from the sky simultaneously, the brilliance of civilizations extinguished one by one, until the entire world was left with nothing but tranquility and silence. In the end, he slowly opened his eyes. The end, the most crucial element for the end of the world, has arrived. It has taken on the form of the Lord of the Lost, and has already bred an exceedingly evil faith in the east of the Auden continent. The purple-robed bishop behind him looked towards His Holiness the Pope, waiting for his subsequent directive. Go, deliver a message to all the kings. The Pope's voice was old yet firm, leaving no room for doubt. Any person on the continent, humans, subhumans, or even foreign race, as long as they find heretics in the East who worship that Lord of the Lost and strangle the emerging evil in its cradle, can become a saint of the Salvation Church. A saint? The bishop showed an incredulous look, hardly believing what he was hearing. The number of saints throughout the thousands of years of long history of the Salvation Church was incredibly few. The Pope continued, yes, that person will receive a thread of divine power from the light of salvation. In that moment, the bishop thought the Pope had gone mad, deciding on such a measure. The divine power bestowed by the light of salvation could change the world's structure, so precious it was. Yet, the Pope took a deep breath as if he aged a dozen years in a moment and said, any hesitation you show is an act of irreverence, and you should repent. Carry out my command immediately. His next words left the bishop stunned, his mind blank. You must understand that it is not a command from my heart, but an oracle directly issued by the light of salvation itself. Chapter 12, Ascending to the Extraordinary. Half a year later, winter gave way to spring. Flowers began to bloom, trees sprouted tender green leaves, and the clear sound of bird calls wafted through the mountains and forests. The name of the Fisher family had spread throughout Nazar City, especially that of the female spellcaster with a healing ability, who was known by everyone. Carl had been silently observing and chronicling all the experiences of the Fisher family. Following Lucius's advice, Irene acted as a healing-type spellcaster. Sea Merchant John indeed had plans for a long-term cooperation. He facilitated Irene in treating diseases for more than a dozen wealthy and influential people in Nazar. The Fisher family gradually accumulated a substantial wealth, yet now they had more than 10 servants, and the expense of employing each was not insignificant. Lucius found the old blacksmith Ramon, who crafted a set of tough full-body armor, a reinforced breastplate, and a more sharp and finely made longsword. He not only replaced his own equipment with high-quality gear but also trained 5 robust men among the servants as temporary guards for the Fisher family. Byrne purchased an entire bookshelf's worth of books and spent every day immersed in reading, continuously absorbing knowledge. However, the largest expense for the family was related to extraordinary power. To become extraordinary exponents, they had bought new extraordinary materials twice from the sea merchant, acquiring eye demon skin and spectral bluefish fin. At present, the Fisher family had about 15 gold coins left in ready money. Byrne suggested investing a portion of it. Over the past half-year, he had carefully observed and predicted that the business of medical drugs would become popular in Nazar soon because purple redfish were spotted in the surrounding seas, and whenever they appeared, an infectious disease would spread across the east coast, according to the records in the books. In the end, Irene and Lucius decided to try investing 5 gold coins. Chris, who was originally just turning over in his swaddling clothes, could now crawl slowly on the ground. The little white-furred fellow had become the family's mascot, and nearly everyone was fond of him. 3 months ago, the Fisher family obtained the spectral bluefish fin through transactions from the sea merchant, and subsequently, Irene became the second member to ascend as an extraordinary exponent. The god pantheon stairway she ascended was the path of divine sacrifice. The path of divine sacrifice and the path of conquest were entirely different. Carl had imprinted a completely different extraordinary law in the constellations of the spirit realm. In the constellations, there was a priestess kneeling on the ground, incessantly praying with tears in her eyes, her expression appearing as though she was yearning for deities to descend and show compassion. From now on, people in the world of Claude could step onto this new god pantheon stairway as long as they mastered the formula of magic potions. The first rank of the path of divine sacrifice was acolyte, with the acquired extraordinary traits being god-worshipping and malice perception. Those with the god-worshipping extraordinary trait could choose a deity they sincerely revered and contact the will of the deity by reciting its name daily, thereby obtaining exclusive blessings from the deity. Malice perception allowed one to sense any person or thing with malice within a 5-meter radius. The range of perception could expand as spiritual power increased. Without any doubt, Irene chose the Lord of the Lost as the object of her deity worship. In addition, Irene's physical condition improved slightly, which is the baseline granted by all god pantheon stairways. For Lucius, who had stepped onto the path of conquest, His spiritual power had increased by about 30%, and his physical condition by a full 100%. Conversely for Irene, her physical condition had improved by 30%, while the spiritual power contained within her soul had increased by a full 100%. The path of divine sacrifice could almost be considered the weakest god pantheon stairway in the early stages, but its future potential and the powerful strength it could bestow in the late stages were undoubted. A month ago, the Fisher family purchased high demon skin from foreign traders, and Byrne became the third person in the Fisher family to step onto the extraordinary path. Path of Knowledge. Carl had similarly selected the most suitable path for Byrne from the 13 god pantheon stairways in his mind. Assimilating power of consecution was about compatibility. The closer an extraordinary exponent's character matched it, the shorter the time allowed for ascending to the next rank. If Byrne were to take the path of conquest, it might take him more than a decade to qualify for ascending to the second rank. The extraordinary law expanded by the path of knowledge was that of a wise and elderly figure in the constellations, a visage that would even curiously peer greedily beyond the constellations. The first rank on the path of knowledge is chronicler, with the extraordinary traits profound memory and speed sketching. Profound memory, as the name suggests, allows the chronicler to possess an unforgettable memory capacity. Even after several years, they can clearly recall every detail of anything they have seen. Speed sketching means the chronicler acquires an extremely precise depicting ability. Any scene, creature, or object they hear or see can be represented via drawing. And any scene, creature, or object that is depicted by a chronicler becomes more easily destructible unless someone destroys the speed sketch. Lucius and his son, Byrne, collaborated to test this. A stone drawn with speed sketching could have its hardness in the physical world become as feeble as black bread, easily broken apart by hand by an ordinary person. Without a doubt, speed sketching can become a strong and powerful support-type extraordinary ability in combat. The spiritual power a chronicler advances in is quite substantial, even nearing that of a servant in the divine sacrifice, with a slightly higher physical prowess than a servant. The power obtained at the first rank of the god pantheon stairway still has a gap when compared to traditional extraordinary exponents of the first level. Carl judged that they would likely have to reach the second rank before they could match the extraordinary power of traditional exponents at level 1. In his mind, he knew there were a total of 12 ranks on the god pantheon stairway, while the traditional extraordinary levels on the Odin continent only counted 5. And even exponents who reach the 5th level can't even begin to compare to the gods. Clearly, the potential upper limit of consecution power is much higher in the later stages. Although all 3 members of the Fisher family had become extraordinary, aside from Irene, the other 2 hadn't revealed their identities yet. Lucius, wearing a breastplate, arrived in a small alley in the East City district of Nazar City. The young man in a black robe in front of him was a wine peddler, smiling as he scanned the surroundings for any strangers. "I've bought wine from you several times in the last half a year, and indeed, it's quite delightful and memorable. Is it true that you have channels for smuggling wine?" Lucius narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the young wine peddler, and continued, "If there's more smuggled wine, I would like to purchase a few crates. The Fisher family is willing to cooperate. Do you really have a reliable source?" The wine peddler smiled and nodded, saying, "Rest assured, I haven't tricked you. After all, I have a brother to support and would not forego any opportunity to make money." He spoke as if chatting with a good friend, relaxed. "Mr. Lucius, please come with me." "Sure." Lucius followed the young wine peddler excitedly. Together, they headed to a port outside of Nazar town, slowly approaching a warehouse. "It's right here," said the young wine peddler. Suddenly, Lucius stopped in his tracks, swiftly drawing his blade and dodging to the side. An axe thrown with great force whizzed past him, striking the warehouse door. Lucius quickly saw who his assailants were: 3 jungle natives wearing animal skins and with black patterns on their faces. "I've brought the man." The young wine peddler turned and ran, his panic causing him to flee immediately from the location, clearly in collusion with the jungle natives. "So it's you guys, I see. You dirt-eating fellows from the jungle finally noticed, huh?" Lucius said, smiling with narrowed eyes. He naturally knew about the bodies buried near the wooden hut and what had transpired that night. The mysterious being worshipped by these jungle natives was none other than the mighty bloody demon, and they prided themselves as members of the blood cult. He had been aware that there was a possibility of retaliation. After half a year, the natives of the jungle finally sought to exact revenge on the Fisher family. Chapter 13 Extraordinary Power. 3 jungle natives were very combat-conscious, axes in hand, as they coordinated their approach towards Lucius, fixating upon the superbly crafted sword in this man's grasp. Lucius tilted his head dismissively, utterly indifferent, and said with disdain, "Dogs of the jungle, you can understand the language of Psi art people, can't you? How about you tell me some information about the blood cult? As far as I know, Your people are scattered all over the East Coast, thousands upon thousands, yet you've never been united. He attempted to communicate but no one responded. The eyes of the three jungle natives burned only with intense and urgent hatred. Hey, if you don't want to communicate, then forget it. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Lucius's body suddenly lunged forward. Despite being clad in steel breastplate, his movement was astonishingly fast. He always preferred to attack during the dialogue phase. A thrust, a simple yet very practical move. Lucius's physical abilities were extraordinary, and the jungle natives saw only a blur before one of them was skewered through the chest by the long sword. Arg! The other two jungle natives, having caught on to what happened, raised their axes in extreme anger and almost simultaneously charged at Lucius. Lucius swiftly pulled out his blood-drenched sword and leaped several meters back with a forceful push of his legs, easily dodging the pincer attack. The two jungle natives were momentarily confused, feeling like they were playing cat and mouse with an agile black cat, before fear started to swell within them. Could this man possibly be an extraordinary exponent? Pa! Lucius charged again, his immense strength combined with his sharp sword brutally smashed through a neckbone, and the jungle native's head went flying off. The last jungle native turned to run but his thigh bone was shattered by the blade, and he fell to the ground, screaming in agony as he writhed and struggled. The entire battle had taken less than 10 seconds, and Lucius couldn't help but laugh and reflect, if it had been half a year ago, it might have been a tough fight indeed. All his senses, strength, speed, reactions, agility, and even his weapon and equipment had improved in every aspect. Things were no longer as they had been. He didn't even need to use the power of the protective runes to end the fight so easily. Meanwhile, Carl's consciousness was silently observing everything. His spirit attached to Lucius's body, he wanted to know further what the only adult man of the Fisher family would do next. On the surface, Lucius seemed harmless, even likable to many, but in truth, he was a man with a ruthless heart and a heavy hand. Hey, don't try to run away. I have a lot of things I want to ask you, said Lucius, squatting beside the agony-writhing jungle native with a smile in his voice that teemed with primal, thick malice. The surrounding atmosphere seemed to freeze, the jungle native shuddered all over, suddenly realizing that the man before him bore the blood of evil. His smile was exactly that of a demon. In the impoverished East City district of Nazar Town, a young liquor vendor squatted in a shanty wooden hut, waiting for news, his brows knitted tightly, pacing back and forth incessantly. Last week, those jungle natives suddenly found him, hoping they could acquire information about the Fisher family. Without any hesitation, the liquor vendor rejected the jungle natives right away, even angrily threatening to seek out the patrol teams in Nazar City. Lucius had been very generous to him over the past 6 months, taking good care of him, and had even helped him deal with 2 harassments from a bandit gang. He could not betray him like that. Alas, the jungle natives made more promises and drew their weapons with ferocity. The liquor vendor finally realized he could not refuse. Initially, he intended only to give partial information about the Fisher family, not getting too involved in both sides' affairs. Yet, he was shocked to find out that just for luring Lucius to a designated place at a port, he would be rewarded with a gold coin. The deposit. I've only received 5 silver coins for the deposit, my gold coin, he muttered, pacing back and forth. Your gold coin, you say? The young liquor vendor suddenly heard a familiar voice, his whole body turning cold as ice in an instant. He wanted to flee, but his limbs had gone weak. What's wrong? Don't be afraid, we are friends after all, aren't we? Lucius suddenly appeared with a smile, grabbing the young wine merchant as if snatching a small animal and dragged him out of the house. Just as the young wine merchant was about to scream for help, he suddenly heard vicious threats. Don't shout, or both you and your brother are dead. The surrounding neighbors, seeing an old mercenary in armor with a sword in hand, all avoided the scene, with no one coming to help. With no way to escape, the young wine merchant was weakly taken away by Lucius. Talk, what exactly happened? If what you say doesn't match his story, then you'll also have to die. In a hidden alley, the young wine merchant saw the body of the jungle native who had been tortured and killed, and his veins nearly froze on the spot. He screamed in extreme fear, I'll tell you everything. After I've told you, can you let me go? Please, let me go. I still have a brother at home. Lucius nodded calmly, took a deep breath, and said without hesitation and with solemnity, of course, I will let you go because deep down, I still consider you a friend. I never break my promises, rest assured. The young wine merchant stunned, tears of remorse flowing as he confessed everything, truly regretting his actions. The more Lucius listened, the more he frowned. The jungle native had almost certainly pinpointed the responsible party for the past incident, and they seemed to know a lot about the current situation of the Fisher family. According to the interrogated jungle native, it seemed that a few of the quarreling priests within the blood cult had reached an agreement. Whoever could take revenge on the Fisher family would gain the territory and resources of the old priest. There was no doubt that the Fisher family was thoroughly targeted, an extremely dire fact. The young wine merchant's mood relaxed a bit, and he forced a smile. "I've told you everything, Lucius, please let me go. I have a brother at home, and I'll make it up to you in a few days." "All right." The moment the young wine merchant showed a smile, Lucius, emotionless, nodded his head and swiftly swung his sword at the man's head, splattering bright red blood and white brain matter across the walls. Traitors were even more detestable than enemies. Betrayers had to be killed. If the wine merchant were left alive and the word got out, others might dare to betray members of the Fisher family. After scouring and dealing with the body, Lucius's expression fluctuated as he immediately went to the young wine merchant's house and silently sat on a chair. By dusk, the wine merchant's younger brother returned home, arms full of wild fruit, looking utterly ordinary, only a few years older than Lucius's son. "Who are you?" The youth, just back from foraging, was stunned. The man silently waiting in the house wasn't his brother but a stranger he had never met. Lucius sat calmly in the chair from the shadows, his chiseled face devoid of any expression. People had seen him take the wine merchant from here, and Lucius was well aware that the seeds of hatred had been planted, that even those who seemed harmless must be watched. Even an extraordinary exponent could perish in the schemes of mortals. He knew how to nip the so-called chain of hatred in the bud and thus revealed a trustworthy smile. "Your brother is looking for you. He's got too much merchandise to move and asked me to take you over to help out." The boy was hesitant but still nodded. Okay." Lucius took the boy from the house, and afterwards, neither of them ever returned. Night was falling, and the taverns of Nazra City were alive with the raucous voices of sailors. Nazra City's patrol team was led by the local sheriff, a member of Baron Hovern's family, responsible for maintaining the most basic law and order in the town. After dealing with the body, Lucius immediately went to Nazra City's town hall, found the patrol team's office, and smilingly took out a silver coin and handed it to a member of the patrol team. "Hey, you guys have worked hard. I'm Lucius of the Fisher family. I got some fine wine from a merchant and would like to share it with the honorable sheriff." He wasn't afraid of word getting out. Killing someone in collusion with a demonic cult was in line with the laws of Psi Art Kingdom and the rules of the True God's Church, but Lucius knew that even when lawful and reasonable, the right incentives were still necessary. The members of the patrol team looked at each other, seeing the blood-stained face of the man smiling at them. "Let's not all be so serious." The leader of the patrol team still nodded, swallowed hard, reached out to grasp Lucius's hand holding the silver coin, and smiled as well, saying, "Mr. Lucius, the honorable sheriff will definitely be interested in the fine wine you mentioned." Chapter 14 Transactions. The Fisher family soon recruited 5 more guards, all of whom, unlike the novice guards selected and trained from the servants, were experienced old soldiers, retired mercenaries, and skilled sailors brought by Lucius. Their combat abilities were clearly stronger, but the expenses for food, clothing, housing, and wages were also greater, such that the current finances of the Fisher family could only support the many guards and servants for a few months. The Fisher family desperately needed more money, whether it was to buy extraordinary materials, maintain the family's fixed expenses, or to figure out a way to purchase mysterious rare artifacts. Irene naturally did not forget the important oracle. The mission of the Fisher family was to find mysterious rare artifacts for the Great Lord of the Lost. However, mysterious rare artifacts were exceptionally valuable, costing even more than extraordinary materials. According to information obtained from Sea Merchant John, even the lowest level collectible class artifacts were priced the same as Class 2 extraordinary materials. The price of Class 0 extraordinary materials was around 1 gold coin, while Class 1 extraordinary materials fluctuated between 5 to 10 gold coins, and Class 2 extraordinary materials and collectible class mysterious rare artifacts required at least 30 gold coins to have a chance of acquisition. 30 gold coins were equivalent to a whopping 12,000 copper nals, a sum that many ordinary people in Nazra Town could likely never earn in a lifetime. The wealthy sick in Nazra Town had already been thoroughly exploited, and the chance for Irene to heal others and earn money from the wealthy had become more difficult. As for the money from the poor also get sick but truly have no money. Irene often treated the town's poor for free. At first, Lucius had some objections, but later he understood that accumulating goodwill from the common people was also a resource, only insisting that she must accept the most basic treatment fees to avoid resentment from the wealthy. Simply put, the Fisher family urgently needed a way to further obtain funds. Today, a distinguished guest arrived, the heir to the Knight clan living in South City, the Taylor family. The Taylor family's heir was named Robert, who appeared very scholarly, distinctly different from his uncles and aunts who revered the knightly spirit. The Taylor family inherited the bloodline of the firework giant Lizard, with a total of 3 extraordinary exponents at the first level of power of bloodline, including Robert's father, uncle, and grandfather. While Robert was not yet an extraordinary exponent himself, his family was gathering funds in hopes of concocting another magic potion to awaken the bloodline and make him the 4th extraordinary exponent. He had left the Psi Art Kingdom several years ago to study abroad in the Lorne Empire, the central part of the Uden continent. The Lorne Empire, often referred to as the Empire by many, is one of the most powerful nations on the Uden continent, against which the Psi Art Kingdom and the other 3 countries of the Eastern Continental region could not stand to compete. The East Coast area is only a part of the Psi Art Kingdom, and the port town of Nazra in the East Coast is not even one of the most notable towns there. When Robert Taylor arrived at the Fisher family, he was received by Irene and Lucius. Irene was the only publicly known extraordinary exponent in the Fisher family, while Lucius acted as the regent of the household. Robert, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and sporting a small mustache, dressed in elegant light purple attire, sat down and smiled, saying, "I didn't expect that a few years after I left Nazra town, a new extraordinary exponent would appear here." Lucius displayed a trustworthy smile and said, "It's nothing more than the gods' blessing and good fortune for the Fisher family to have an extraordinary exponent among them." Robert instructed his servant to bring in a gift, then continued speaking, "I have recently returned from studying in the Lorne Empire, and I can feel that the developments there are starkly different from here, particularly in the last few years. Something called a steam engine has played a significant role." Irene, sitting beside him, couldn't help but ask, "The steam engine you mentioned, is that a mysterious rare artifact?" Robert was startled for a moment, then laughed and answered, "That steam engine is not a mysterious rare artifact. In fact, so far the steam engine has not shown any extraordinary traits, although many believe it to be a marvel of its own. The power of a steam engine is comparable to a horse's. It can easily and automatically drive various things without the help of human or extraordinary power. In a few years, I've seen the Lorne Empire progressively use steam engines in mining and textile production, greatly increasing the output of both, and I've come back this time to raise funds to buy a batch of machinery for the Psi Art Kingdom." He said this while pushing up his glasses and naturally remarked, "It's just that the current available funds of the Taylor family are somewhat lacking." The implication was obvious, and Lucius, with his life experience, knew all too well that those who borrow money are the real bosses. He has never taken to such schemes. Lucius chuckled, his eyes narrowing as he said, "I believe that the sea merchants, the town chief, the clan elders, and the respected Lord Baron in Nazra town all have the ability to provide more funds. They would probably be glad to invest in you. It's just that the Fisher family has been having quite a difficult time with cash flow recently, and we really can't be of help." Irene knew nothing about what a steam engine was and immediately fell into a deep silence. She also felt it was unreliable, more like some sort of scam to get people to invest. Perhaps it would be better to find a way to dismiss the matter. Suddenly, Irene felt an indescribable, grateful awareness that it originated from the Lord of the Lost, and that he was interested in that man's steam engine. In the past 6 months, Irene had had few chances to receive divine revelations, yet her faith grew increasingly devout. Whether rich or poor, after she had healed others time and time again, she constantly reaped their gratitude and amazement. That warm force always managed to display the greatness and benevolence of the Lord of the Lost. "O great Lord of the Lost, your will is the destiny of the Fisher family, and I, your faithful servant, have heard your thoughts." Disappointment that was hard to conceal spread across Robert's face, but then he suddenly heard Irene say, "We are willing to invest 10 gold coins." Robert was initially stunned, then ecstatic with disbelief, and asked, "Really? Miss Irene, I didn't mishear you, did I?" "Of course it's true," Irene said, nodding her head calmly and sincerely. Lucius, on the other hand, almost fell off his chair, barely steadying himself before he couldn't help but turn to look at Irene in shock. He saw the extreme piety in Irene's expression and instantly understood what was happening. A divine oracle from the Lord of the Lost? It seemed that the steam engine was not such a simple scam after all. Lucius fell into deep thought. He had witnessed the breath of the black light that ends all things and had been contemplating what exactly the Lord of the Lost was ever since he gained his power. As the time since his contact with the black light grew longer, it seemed like the effects of some extraordinary force were gradually fading, and the awe in the depths of Lucius's heart was slowly unable to suppress his arrogant nature anymore. In his decade-long mercenary career, he had seen mysterious beings lurking in some villages, claiming themselves as gods by relying on a sliver of extraordinary power, deluding those ignorant folk. Perhaps, the Lord of the Lost was similar to those beings revered by the jungle natives of the blood cult, a very powerful mysterious existence. Whatever it was, above all, a tremendous opportunity for the Fisher family. He took a deep breath, It didn't matter what it was, as long as he could use this powerful force to achieve his goals. Lucius narrowed his eyes and then laughed again, speaking loudly. "Mr. Robert, we actually have one small request." Robert quickly nodded and eagerly asked, "What is the request?" "I can help with anything within my power." Lucius continued, "The Fisher family would like to purchase some alchemical tools and alchemical weapons, but we currently lack the channels." He felt it was necessary to make full preparations for the possible revenge of the natives. Robert answered with a smile, promising, "No problem, I can solve at any time. In fact, I have a friend in the Sun Church who sells alchemical products." A few days later, the Fisher family obtained a batch of alchemical products from Robert. They included 10 blood potions for healing injuries, costing 10 silver coins, and 5 small alchemical explosives, costing 20 silver coins. There was also a flintlock that had been modified with alchemy to increase its accuracy, along with 10 high-powered special alchemical bullets. Ordinary bullets could also be used, totaling 1 gold coin for the alchemical flintlock and the special bullets. However, months went by and the assault by the jungle natives that the Fissers had prepared for never occurred. They later learned that the natives of the East Coast had broken out into a large-scale internal conflict, which would not end for a long time. Chapter 15 Blood for Blood. Over a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Winter came again, as frost in the early morning whitened the earth, and snowflakes fell flurriedly from the high skies. Nazra was a strange place, where although the weather was fairly mild, it snowed every year, yet there paradoxically existed a subtropical jungle, for which there was still no reasonable explanation. 2 years had passed since the Fisher family moved into the town, and they had since firmly established themselves in Nazra, with many wealthy individuals owing favors to Irene. Although many acquaintances found Irene's transformation from a fisherman's daughter to an extraordinary exponent strange, the healing extraordinary power she possessed had real, astonishing efficacy. Power fundamentally determined status, not the other way around, and the townspeople of Nazra City tacitly stopped mentioning Irene's original background, referring to her only as a skilled healing spellcaster. At 16, Irene had grown quite a bit taller and her features had matured, delicately structured and complemented by flawless, pale skin. Her long black hair that reached her waist fascinated many men. Wealthy men in the town began to pursue her one after another, but without exception, they were all decisively rejected, as Irene had already decided to dedicate her body and soul to the great Lord of the Lost. She considered herself a priest of the Lord of the Lost, and even though there was no systematic reference to the teachings or regulations for how to worship the Lord of the Lost, it was common for most clergy members of the 5 great true gods churches on the continent to remain unmarried. Irene's cousin, Byrne, at 17, had reluctantly begun wearing the same style of gold-rimmed glasses as Robert, due to his bad habit of staying up late to read. Byrne and Robert had an extremely good relationship, with Byrne often seeking out Robert to inquire about his experiences in the Empire, always expressing amazement and excitement during their exchanges, showing none of the usual nervousness he had around strangers. Beyond the affairs of the Empire, what interested him most were the 5 great true gods churches and the gods themselves, as well as the Northern Seven Stars Alliance, the only entity on the Auden continent that could confront the Empire. More than a year ago, Byrne, after studying the historical event the Crimson Tide, suggested stockpiling medicines, firmly asserting that the Crimson Tides would cause mass poisoning among the residents of the East Coast. Therefore, the Fisher family initially set aside 5 gold coins to try Byron's idea out, but ended up biting the bullet and accruing debt to stockpile a batch of medicine to alleviate the toxicity. Indeed, fishermen began to suffer poisonings in succession, and the Fisher family was on the verge of making a fortune. However, an astonishing scene unfolded when the Tempest Bishop arrived at the East Coast firsthand, lifting waves upon waves before the crowd, proclaiming the name of the storm, and unleashing a tremendous force to disperse the Crimson Fish Tide. That was an extraordinary exponent nearing Monarch of Level 3, who changed the natural phenomenon with his own power. The slapped-faced Byrne suffered from insomnia for several nights in a row, finally realizing that past knowledge might not hold true as time progressed. While the people of the East Coast were cheering and expressing gratitude to the Tempest Church, the Fisher family was on the brink of bankruptcy. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Robert's Taylor family made a fortune in the business of trading a new invention called the steam engine. Not only did the Fisher family instantly clear all their external debts, but they were also left with a surplus of about 35 gold coins in wealth. Lucius moved among the various clans, knight families, and wealthy individuals of Nazra town, making a wide range of friends, though he had never had the opportunity to meet the Lord Baron who seldom came to town. That Baron of the Hovern family was a relative of one of the most powerful people on the East Coast, the East Coast governor and nephew of Earl Hovern, and there were even rumors that he was the illegitimate son of the East Coast governor. Thus, although Nazra town was his territory, Baron Hovern usually stayed in the only city on the East Coast, Fane, only returning once or twice a year, and always with an expression of distaste. Tonight, the Fisher family was holding another family meeting. Warmth emanated from the fireplace as the core members of the family gathered in the hall, and on the table was food prepared for sacrifice. Chris, now 2 years old, was extremely adorable with his silver hair and big, bright eyes shining like 2 twinkling stars, as he was brought into the hall by a servant. "You may leave now." Irene nodded calmly, and the servant immediately bowed and left. Seeing the servant who took care of him leave, little Chris turned and looked back unwillingly for a while, then indifferently sat down to play with his fingers quietly, not saying a word. Lucius furrowed his brows, muttering as he stroked his chin, "Burn, what do you think is wrong with Chris, not speaking at the age of 2? Could there be a problem with his ears?" Over 2 years, little Chris had grown more and more but had never been heard speaking, and he rarely even babbled. It was relieving, yet it made all 3 family members somewhat uneasy. Burn adjusted his glasses and shook his head. "I'm not clear about Chris's condition either. This sort of thing needs a professional physician to examine." Irene crouched beside Chris, silently praying in her heart to the Great Lord of the Lost. "Great Lord of the Lost, I hope you can protect Chris and let him grow up well. Just like I once said, I'm willing to pay any price to let Chris grow up well." Unlike others, her heart was very calm. With the Lord's protection, even if her brother really had some congenital disease, it could be cured. There was no need to worry at all. As the darkness of night descended, a group of jungle natives, clad in beast skins and black facial markings, looked solemnly at Nazra Town amidst the snowy landscape outside. This place should have been their homeland. 100 years ago, the Syart people invaded the land of the East Coast people, killed the bravest warriors, took women and children as slaves, and drove those who had lived here for generations after generations into a jungle full of dangers, and afterward even called the East Coast people so-called savages. Probably even all the evil and wickedness of the demons in the world combined does not amount to the slightest of the sins of the Syart people. All Syart people deserve to die. In front of the numerous jungle natives stood a burly middle-aged priest with scars all over his face, whose determination and belief in his eyes inspired genuine respect from others. He was not just a spellcaster who mastered blood magic, but also a mighty warrior who inherited the Shadow Shark Tiger bloodline. Ordinary level 1, which is to say beginning level extraordinary exponents, were no match for him. Only those of the higher transmutation level could firmly suppress him. Revenge is the will of the Lord of Bloody Cult. It is also the long-standing wish of our East Coast people. The derogatory term Mighty Bloody Demon had been sternly abolished by the middle-aged priest. Now, the East Coast people call that mysterious entity the Lord of Bloody Cult, and only the power of the Lord of Bloody Cult could help them defeat the Syart people and take back their land and dignity. He continued to speak. "Our civil war was instigated by the Syart people. All the deaths were brought about by the Syart people's schemes, and now we will make all the deceitful and incapable Syart people repay everything." Whether the civil war was really sparked by the Syart people was impossible to know for sure, but the middle-aged priest knew that such a statement was the only way to end the infighting. The middle-aged priest's gaze was extremely solemn. In the more than a year of civil war, the East Coast people had suffered heavy casualties, and now the surviving East Coast people must do something to boost morale. And once he did this thing, he would greatly enhance his prestige and have a chance to subdue a few priests who did not obey orders, and finally unify all the remaining East Coast people completely. "Blood for blood!" he roared sincerely. "Blood for blood!" The jungle natives shouted angrily in unison, each person's eyes filled with fury and hatred, the oppression of a century practically suffocating every East Coast person. "Tomorrow night, we shall avenge a priest who died at the hands of Syart people." Fisher, an obscure Syart family that by chance produced a seed capable of continuing to breed sin. Among them, someone gained extraordinary power and fortuitously caused the death of a respected old priest. At this point, the voice of the middle-aged priest instantly grew heavy, and the expressions of the jungle natives also became extremely sorrowful, respecting the old priest's compassionate heart from the depths of their beings. "I believe many of us have received his beneficence, with children being healed of diseases by the hands of that priest, and the elderly being relieved of pain. Now, it is time for us to claim justice for him through revenge. Blood for blood." He spoke solemnly once again, and the numerous East Coast people clad in beast skins immediately responded with hearts filled with anger. Blood for blood. Chapter 16 Night Raid. You take this spear to the Fisher family. In the blacksmith shop, old Ramon instructed his apprentice to deliver a spear that had just been forged to the Fishers in South City. The Fisher family and the blacksmith shop had cooperated well over the past 2 years, with all forging needs being taken care of by old Ramon's establishment. Ramon's son, Q, a middle-aged man standing nearly 1 meter 90 with a body of robust muscle, paused and, after a moment of silence, said, "Father, have you forgotten? Inaur actually left us a few days ago." He said he was going to work in the factories in Thane City. Old Ramon's brows furrowed deeply. His oldest apprentice, Inaur, had been with him for over a dozen years, and he hadn't yet grown accustomed to his absence. That place they call a factory is just preposterous, bringing together people from all different places to work. Won't that just be chaos? Hugh remained noncommittal, the so-called factory indeed being a novel concept, said to have originated from the Empire. But everyone felt that the factory model wouldn't last, because for thousands of years no one had done such a thing. The traditional family-based system would surely continue eternally. Suddenly, old Ramon caught sight of the plump town chief hurrying down the street with a dozen servants in tow. What was that greedy and corrupt fellow up to, strutting through the town with so many attendants? Old Ramon viscerally loathed the thought. The town chief had exploited every powerless household in town, and they had been no exception. Ever since the blacksmith shop's relationship with the Fisher family grew closer, the town chief no longer troubled them, acting as if he had never taken money from the blacksmith shop. The town chief made his way to the jungle outside of Nazar town, his servants looking nervously at the natives emerging from the dense underbrush, especially wary and fearful of the burly middle-aged priest. The middle-aged priest waved him over, and without hesitation, the town chief followed, anger spreading across his face. In a low voice, he said, "I've already provided the children for this year, and you promised you wouldn't do anything more. So why are you calling for me now?" The annual sacrifice had been a pressing burden for years, and though the town chief knew it was to protect Nazar, he also understood that the ignorant townsfolk would never comprehend his actions. The middle-aged priest's eyes were cold, his words cutting like a blade. "Have you forgotten the promise you broke 2 years ago?" The town chief shuddered. Indeed, the 2 children of the Fisher family were still brazenly alive in Nazar, and the older girl, Irene, had even come of age. Furthermore, the blood cult's old priest who had came to perform the ceremony back then had disappeared. The lives and souls of the siblings had been the very subject of their agreement. The town chief had been anxious about this matter until recently, when he finally felt at ease, assuming the jungle natives, embroiled in their internal strife, would no longer dwell on the past. The middle-aged priest, his face marred by scars, said, "Blood can only be avenged with blood. We people of the East Coast have always been principled in our actions. I'll give you a chance to make amends. Remove the patrol from the town tomorrow night." The town chief's pupils shrank instantly, and he asked with a tremor, "What exactly are you planning to do?" The middle-aged priest assured him with an icy tone, as if speaking of slaughtering livestock, "Our revenge is aimed only at the Fisher family." The town chief still questioned, "Are you truly certain that it was the Fishers who killed the old priest?" The middle-aged priest nodded at once, answering with detached coldness, "Without a doubt, for it is the answer given by the Blood Lord himself, and you should know that not long after that night, the girl of the Fisher family became an extraordinary exponent." The town chief bowed his head, hesitating for a long time before responding. Many towns and villages around the East Coast had been pillaged by the jungle natives, but Nazar had not been targeted for over a decade, and those above thought it was due to the town chief's excellent governance. Only he knew of the filthy deal behind it all, aware that more and more of his vulnerabilities were held in the natives' hands, leaving him powerless to refuse. "All right, I agree to your terms," said the town chief, like air escaping from a deflated balloon, sighing repeatedly. The negotiation was successful. The middle-aged priest spoke with a chilling voice, deeply disgusted by the town chief who betrayed his own people, wishing he could spit on the fat fool's face and pull out every despicable bone in his body. "Thankfully, he's not my kin." Suddenly, the town chief spoke again, in a manner that was exceedingly serious. "When you plunder the town, could you share some of the spoils with me?" In the courtyard of the Fisher family, Lucius nodded at 10 well-armed guards. They had become quite adept at their basic cooperative maneuvers. He had equipped each of the family guards with a spear and breastplate, long weapons offering inherent advantages over short-handled ones and more easily mastered. Byrne adjusted his glasses and donned many layers of clothes before he dared to step from the house into the courtyard. Even after seizing the power of consecution, his physique was barely on par with an ordinary person. "Father, why are we recruiting new guards again this month?" Ever since the jungle natives' unrest was confirmed a year ago, the Fisher family had reduced their number of guards down to 5, improving their financial situation considerably. But now Lucius had once again recruited 5 veterans, and the burden of paying their salaries had increased once more. "It's because those jungle natives might appear again, so we must take precautions in advance," Lucius replied calmly, but Byrne couldn't understand, because for 2 whole years, those jungle natives had only made one appearance in Nazar town, and his father had easily dealt with them. Moreover, that was all over a year ago. "Father, do we really need to bear this extra expense?" Lucius shook his head, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "Byrne, you just don't understand. There's no chance for regret if something goes wrong." Byrne sighed, saying, Then it will be a long wait again before we can purchase Class 2 extraordinary material. Lucius looked silently at his own hands. Now, the first-rank magic potion had been fully assimilated. As long as he got enough extraordinary materials to reach the second stage of spirituality, he could ask the Lord of the Lost for even stronger power. By then, his foundational strength would be on par with that of the traditional extraordinary exponents at the high-level beginning, unquestionably a very important goal. The family's resources were never enough. The choice between short-term investment and long-term investment was always difficult. He still asserted firmly, our Fisher family is far from strong enough. Caution and secrecy are the most important principles. Burn, your problem is that you always look too far ahead, but often overlook the immediate crises. Alright, stop. I understand. Burn didn't think of arguing with his father anymore, but instead returned to his room and took out a thick black leather book from his bookcase. Written on the black leather book was information about the True Gods Church of the Ouden continent. The 5 great True Gods churches, which are the Salvation Church, Sun Church, World Order Church, Tempest Church, and Silver Moon Church, have been inherited for thousands of years and are an undeniable powerful force on the Ouden continent. Burn mumbled to himself, doctrine, scriptures, positions, if we really want to establish a religious group, there's so much we'll need to learn. Both his father and Irene had lamented the lack of trustworthy and capable people in the Fisher family. They had also thought about what to do if they had surplus blessings to deal with later on. Burn vaguely felt that maybe they could emulate the jungle natives' blood cult, establishing a secret religious group that worshipped the Lord of the Lost. But how to ensure the loyalty of the faithful and how to avoid detection by the True Gods Church? What specific rules and regulations should be? He found the complexity headache-inducing just thinking about it. Whether it was Irene or Lucius, reading would make them doze off, but the more Burn read, the more energized he became, not wanting to sleep late into the night. I still have too few books. I've read many over several times. Sigh, and that ability that greatly improves my memory is, in some ways, an annoying curse. Burn had heard that the Emperor of the Empire had collected a vast number of books to establish a place called library, exclusively for the Empire's nobles and senior citizens to read, and he was determined to visit the Empire in his lifetime to see it for himself. Suddenly, he felt an idea arising from the depths of his heart. As if his body had plunged into the depths of the ocean, an almost suffocating sense of oppression made Burn instinctively stand up, unable to stop shivering all over. It was a warning from the Lord of the Lost. Some terrible danger was approaching. Carl's consciousness, with a godlike perspective, overlooked the town, detecting dozens of people sneaking towards the Fisher family's direction. Zooming in, he immediately noticed that these people disguised as merchants all had black facial markings, evidently jungle natives who worship the mighty bloody demon. So many jungle natives sneaking into the town at night was an incredible event, and Carl quickly realized that there were no signs of any patrol teams in the town. Something was wrong. It seemed there was a traitor in Nazrit town who had meddled, and the person capable of relocating the town's patrol meant that the traitor's position must be quite high. While thinking, Carl quickly sent a warning to the people of the Fisher family. Lucius awoke from his sleep, his agile body shooting out of bed to quickly grab a white whistle from beside his pillow and blew it fiercely. Woo! The piercing whistle sliced the air, echoing through the streets. Chapter 17 Massacre. Over 30 jungle natives had arrived. Among them, the middle-aged priest was the only spellcaster, and apart from the leading middle-aged priest, there were 2 other extraordinary exponents among the natives, a pair of brothers with the power of bloodline. Their height almost reached 2 meters, having inherited the bloodline of the heavy stone demon bear, a type of magic beast commonly found in the jungle that could provide a considerable increase in strength and offensive power. Just as they arrived on the street and were still more than 200 meters away from the Fisher family's estate, they suddenly heard a sharp whistle. The middle-aged priest quickly raised his hand and shouted, "Be careful." Although unclear of the reason for being discovered, he knew the sound came from within the Fisher family's residence, and that family was definitely on high alert. What's going on? Some nearby residents began opening their doors to check the commotion, and the elder brother among the warrior siblings threw his axe, smashing the head of one curious onlooker. Immediately after, screams ensued as someone peering through the crack of a door bore witness to the scene. What happened? It's the jungle natives. Where is the patrol team? People began emerging from all directions on the street, and the original plan to raid and kill the Fisher family was now utterly exposed. The middle-aged priest's expression fluctuated, and he suddenly bellowed, "An eye for an eye. Art people dying is of no concern. Kill them." Dozens of weapon-wielding jungle natives roared as if liberated, swinging axes and spears, hacking at anyone they encountered. "Run, my son, run. Help. Damn it, I'm going all out against you bastards." In an instant, more than a dozen civilians were slain, and the men on the street grabbed their weapons in an attempt to fight back, managing to kill a few of the jungle natives but were soon cut down by the 3 extraordinary exponents among the natives. Women and children who could not escape in time cried and begged for mercy, but the towering warrior brothers each grabbed a pleading mother and daughter, slamming them to death on the ground, as the bloodthirsty natives stepped over the corpses and began setting fires house by house. Fierce flames danced, casting everything nearby into a shade of orange red. The dark sky was lit up as the fire reached toward the heavens, illuminating the surrounding buildings and trees. Revenge. The will of the Lord of Bloody Cult. People of the East Coast will eventually reclaim their land. The middle-aged priest shouted as he rallied the 20 or so surviving jungle natives, charging towards the Fisher family's residence nearby, aiming to finish the battle before the town's patrol team could return. Thick smoke hung in the night sky, making the fire scene even more terrifying and gloomy. The flames jumped, soared, and twisted as if possessed by life itself. Inside the Fisher family's mansion, 10 guards, all fully armed and led by Lucius, sported fearful expressions, their courage waning. Lucius, holding a sharp blade and clad in full armor, stood in front of the door with a bag of alchemical tools at his side, bellowing, "Don't be afraid. The patrol team will be here any moment. We have over 100 people. They'll be surrounded soon." Listening to the crackling flames and wails from outside, Lucius contemplated the unfolding battle. The walls surrounding the courtyard were over 3 meters high, too tall for an ordinary person to leap over, and the main gate, reinforced with iron, would take quite a while to breach. In fact, the most critical point to defend against was the enemy's extraordinary exponents. Once an extraordinary exponent from the enemy side climbed over the wall and opened the front gate, all enemies would flood in, and the Fisher family would suffer heavy casualties in an instant. "You must hold this position." He had already instructed the servants to stand at various observation points within the estate, and the moment an enemy was spotted climbing over the wall, they were to blow their whistles immediately. At that time, Lucius would personally lead his men to deal with the extraordinary exponents who had breached their defenses. Irene, wearing a black dress, held Chris by the window on the 2nd floor, gazing out at the fiery blaze. The sky was already alight with fire. Why hadn't the patrol team arrived yet? Byrne, wearing a breastplate, quickly arrived and said, "Father told me to take you to the basement." "No, we cannot leave." Irene drew her flintlock, specially crafted through alchemy, and spoke rapidly, "Because of God worshipping. I am blessed by the Lord of the Lost every day. Don't worry, His will shall protect me." God worshipping abilities varied in blessings depending on the chosen entity. Irene chose the Lord of the Lost, and Carl discovered that a strand of black light was bestowed deep within the girl's soul. Although the specific effects of Irene's soul being gradually tinted by the black light were unclear, it definitely wasn't without effect. Byrne's expression shifted, realizing that the most devout person in the family was only Irene. He and his son Lucius could never achieve such devotion. Irene said in an extremely indifferent tone, "You just need to follow my orders." Byrne stood dumbfounded for a while before nodding, acutely aware of his cousin's gradual transformation over the past 2 years. Initially, the girl was similar to ordinary humans. Now, she had become capable of assuming the family's responsibilities. Carl silently observed the entire strategic situation, knowing that if the Fisher family was pushed to the brink, he wouldn't hesitate to spend his spirituality to intervene directly. Soon he noticed 3 extraordinary exponents among the natives scaling a side wall, nearly 2 meters tall. The heavy stone demon bear bloodline brothers wielded long spears, while the middle-aged priest carried a blue stone axe imbued with faint magic power. SHH. The servant who spotted the 3 people climbing over the wall immediately blew a whistle, and Lucius quickly led 5 people over, ordering the rest to defend the main entrance at all costs. Bang. 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 Over 20 natives outside furiously pounded on the door, turning the guards' faces an ashen color. Had the door not been reinforced with iron, it would have broken from the outside instantly. The strongest middle-aged guard pulled a black sphere from his bosom and threw it out the door with all his might. An explosion followed, then came screams of agony while the guards subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. One part of the alchemical explosive obtained from the 5 trades was used here, while Lucius personally carried 2 parts, and Byrne also carried 2 on him. Lucius and the 5 guards quickly encountered the middle-aged priest and the warrior brothers. Kill. Blood for blood. There was no excess of words between the 2 sides. Combat commenced the very second they met. Lucius executed his usual rapid forward thrust, aiming to capture the leader first. His first target upon encounter was the middle-aged priest whom he deemed of highest status. Clang. The priest's axe blocked the thrust effortlessly, his speed and reaction not a bit slower than Lucius, even swiftly unleashing a force stronger than his to raise the axe. The primary effects of the Shadow Shark Tiger bloodline power was the dual enhancement of speed and strength. Ha! Lucius was repelled by the axe, stumbling back several steps while the 5 guards beside him thrust their 2-meter-long spears at the 3 extraordinary exponents. Bellowing like bears, the warrior brothers activated the heavy stone demon bear's bloodline power and charged forward, ignoring the spears that barely managed to pierce their flesh, failing to reach any vital organs. With their bloodline power focusing on defense, their flesh and bodily defensive power were troublesome even for mortals. The warrior brothers swung their axes, and 2 guards were killed in their bewilderment while the remaining 3 screamed and turned to flee. Suddenly, a black sphere rolled at their feet, hissing ominously. Boom! The explosion from the alchemical explosive hurled the 2 warrior brothers through the air, their bodies a gory blur before they collapsed, grievously wounded and unable to rise. This device wouldn't explode immediately, so it was vital to first draw the enemy's attention. Lucius crouched slyly nearby, ready to take out the last alchemical explosive he carried. The power of low-level extraordinary exponents was not insignificant, but the power of the explosives was clearly even more devastating. O Lord of Bloody Cult, my destiny is to enact your will, to impose curses upon my enemies with your power. The Psy-Art people must repay blood with blood. The middle-aged priest chanted solemnly, extending his hand towards Lucius's head to unleash the power of his magic heritage, blood magic. Lucius didn't hesitate to dodge swiftly but still felt an invisible force locking onto the periphery of his body. The next moment, the battle-hardened Lucius couldn't help but wail in agony as searing pain emanated from his arm. The blood within his arm boiled furiously, the entire limb under his armor trembling uncontrollably, ready to burst. Chapter 18, The New Marvels. The gladiator at the first rank of the Path of Conquest had no magic resistance. Lucius's arm suffered instant necrosis, followed by a direct rupture, and even the seasoned mercenary could not help but cry out in agony, his head drenched in sweat, unable to focus and throw the alchemical explosive. Warrior of the Psy-Art, you shall meet your death right here. The middle-aged priest roared as he swung the blue axe, his entire body suddenly accelerating and rapidly rushing in front of Lucius, so fast that he appeared to leave behind after images. That blue axe was a mysterious rare artifact that could accelerate. His eyes fierce, he raised the axe intending to sever Lucius's head. Protect! Purple light flashed in Lucius's eyes as he let out a shout, lifting his hand that held the blade and subconsciously conjuring the mystical force contained within the runes. He knew the runes could not be activated consecutively and that their duration was brief. He needed to seize the optimal moment. As the blue axe came down, what should have been a fatal blow was instead blocked by an invisible repulsive force, leaving the middle-aged priest astonished, then deciding to strike again with his axe, believing that continued hacking would eventually kill his opponent. Karl was watching the scene unfold from the sky, and just as he decided to directly order Irene to sacrifice her life, the situation suddenly changed. Great Lord of the Lost, please grant me your protection. With calm composure, she raised the alchemical flintlock in her hand and aimed from the open window above, the next moment focusing intently as she fired off a specially enhanced bullet. It went wide. Karl knew the moment the bullet left the gun that it was off course. Irene had not practiced shooting much, and even the precision-enhanced alchemical flintlock was still not accurate enough. However, a flash of black light suddenly surged from the depths of her soul. Karl could feel that was his own power, and in the next instant, the bullet that should have missed drastically shifted its course, striking the middle-aged priest's shoulder with uncanny accuracy. What's going on? This was completely unexpected for Karl. It wasn't a distortion in space, but it felt as though the very threads of the world had shifted. Damn it! The special alchemical bullet penetrated the shoulder, blood immediately spurting out, and the priest's offensive was abruptly halted. He attempted to raise his axe once more but suddenly felt the extraordinary power within him being eroded by a mysterious black light. What was happening? Impossible. He had never heard of such a thing. What exactly was that black light? The priest's face showed disbelief, realizing the Fisher family was stronger than he had anticipated, even vaguely sensing that they harbored some even more terrifying power. Karl could feel a trickle of spirituality flowing into his own body. The black light that had clung to the bullet felt like an extension of himself, like an evil disease devouring the priest's inner spirituality. So that was it. Anyone harmed or killed by Irene through some method would have their spirituality seized by him. Karl immediately realized that Irene had a closer connection to him than other members of the Fisher family, almost like she was a half of his own self. Indeed, it must be because the god pantheon stairway she had taken was the path of divine sacrifice, and her status as a god-worshipping attendant made her increasingly close to him. Irene reloaded the bullet in her alchemical flintlock as Lucius, in front of the priest, suddenly leapt out a fierce yell. Ha! Lucius swung his blade with a ruthless and cold gaze, chopping towards the middle-aged priest, who instantly raised the blue axe to try and block. In the next moment, an astonishing sight occurred. The blue axe was effortlessly sliced through by the blade, and along with it, the priest behind it was also struck, with steaming red blood pouring continuously from his chest. How is this possible? He was unable to comprehend, stumbling backward trying to cover the wound, but unable to stop the relentless flow of blood. Next to Irene, Byrne was kneeled on one knee, holding a drawing and gasping for breath, having expended a considerable amount of spiritual power to complete the speed sketching, reducing the durability of the blue axe by depicting it, rendering its toughness no different than that of an ordinary axe once its durability was reduced by the speed sketching ability. Just kill me, the middle-aged priest suddenly took in a deep breath, losing all will to fight, no longer wishing to continue the battle. The battle had reached its conclusion, and there was no doubt that he had lost. However, you can only kill me, but you can't fundamentally defeat the East Coast people. We should be the rightful masters of this land. You say our people are bandits, demons. You say we are born low and worthless, but the people of the East Coast will prove you wrong. There was a subtle change in Irene's expression. 2 years ago, that elderly priest had claimed that she and her brother were born low and their souls worthless. The middle-aged priest's face, illuminated by the firelight, suddenly brimmed with fighting spirit and excitement. Remember this, the East Coast people will never be your stepping stones forever. Lucius raised a blade in his hand high without hesitation and plunged it with all his might into the priest's chest, rupturing his heart and lungs. His voice deep, he said, no matter how many words the dead have, no matter how impassioned or stirring, they're worth less than a living man's piss. The middle-aged priest trembled, his eyes wide open in unwillingness as he collapsed for the last time. Lucius collapsed to the ground, and quickly, Irene rushed to extend her hand. Hold on, Lucius. The green light in her eyes flickered as she effortlessly healed Lucius's near-useless arm. Praise the great Lord of the Lost, this power is truly formidable. The pain diminished in an instant, and Lucius, amid his amazement, praised the Lord of the Lost sincerely for the first time. The power to save was always rarer than the power to kill. Carl gazed silently at the sky, roughly deducing the origin of the Protect runes. The purple finger amulet was probably just a collectible class mysterious rare artifact. The source of Irene's healing runes, the transparent bottle that he resided in, was at least a second-ranked treasure class mysterious rare artifact. As for the even higher forbidden and untouchable class artifacts, it would be hard for them to appear in the small area of the East Coast. A patrol of over 100 men finally appeared. Having been called away from the town, they returned to fight the fire and search and kill the jungle natives. The scattered jungle natives, about a dozen in total, were either captured or killed, none escaped. The raging fire destroyed half a street's worth of houses, and due to the fire and slaughter, more than 50 citizens of Nazir town perished. The armored sheriff, several knights from the town, and clan elders joined forces in front of the Fisher house to see Lucius emerge, holding a head and shouting out to the crowd amidst his escorts. The leader of the jungle natives, that priest, has been killed by me. The people of Nazir town witnessed this scene, and shouts and cheers soon followed, even chanting the Fisher surname. Lucius slowly approached the sheriff, who looked utterly surprised, and with a trustworthy smile and a cunning glint in his eyes, he spoke softly, "Esteemed sheriff, when you report this matter to Lord Baron, please make sure to include me." The sheriff looked as sullen as a liver. On a night when too many had died in Nazir town, he couldn't escape responsibility as the sheriff and immediately said, "The responsibility isn't mine alone. The town chief ordered us to search for the jungle natives outside the town. Don't blame me for this." "Oh, so it was the town chief, was it?" Lucius slightly bowed his head, lost in deep thought, then looked up with a chillingly cold smile. Nazir town suffered heavy losses overnight, but the rewards brought to the Fisher family were significant, not just in terms of spoils but also in terms of reputation. Lucius himself almost became a hero of the whole Nazir town, commanding everyone's respect, and the image of the Fisher family grew exceedingly positive in the eyes of the people. The total value of the spoils obtained by the Fisher family amounted to about 15 gold coins, mainly from the head bounties of 3 extraordinary exponent natives, while the blue axe, although damaged, was still a fine mysterious rare artifact after all. After finding the right spellcaster to repair the axe, Irene knelt down solemnly and offered it to the great Lord of the Lost. Carl finally received a portion of new spiritual power, although the blue axe was still a collectible class mysterious rare artifact. No sense of the seal loosening, and still a long way from breaking the next layer of the seal, he mused. He bestowed the accelerate blue rune to Byrne. The ecstatic Byrne immediately tried using the blue rune he received, discovering that every use of accelerate consumed a small amount of stamina, and it took roughly tens of seconds before he could use the blue accelerate rune again. And in the moment of acceleration, his movement speed would reach several times the original. In fact, the final effect of accelerate was a fixed value, rather than providing a better effect for faster individuals. Days later, when Baron Hovern finally received the news and came from Fane City, he decided to launch an immediate retaliation against the jungle natives. Chapter 19 Baron Hovern In the deep of night, white candles were lit in the basement of the Fisher family mansion, the flickering flames driving away the darkness. Irene, Lucius, and Byrne were all gathered here. Irene was still in a black dress, sitting on a chair, and said cautiously, "From now on, our family meetings will be held in the basement. Even in the Great Hall, we are too conspicuous, and not even the servants within the family can be completely trusted." Byrne nodded, adjusted his glasses, and said nothing. Lucius suddenly spoke with gravity, "Remember, Byrne, only those bound by blood can be truly and fully trusted." Irene nodded clearly in agreement, while Byrne remained noncommittal, voicing no thoughts of refute. Lucius crossed his arms and looked towards the two younger family members. "Let's review. Why did those jungle natives die so miserably? Remember, whether in success or failure, it's crucial to review our actions, otherwise we too will eventually taste bitter defeat." Byrne immediately said, "I think the biggest issue is intelligence. If the natives weren't almost entirely ignorant of us, they probably wouldn't have dared to rush in recklessly. And the readiness of equipment and other external preparations are also very important. Like alchemical explosives are the power of knowledge, while the natives are still using traditional and old weapons." Irene shook her head and calmly stated what she believed to be the facts. They were doomed from the start. The Lord of Bloody Cult is but a weak and mysterious entity, nothing compared to the greatness of the Lord of the Lost. Not even remotely noteworthy. After she finished, she closed her eyes devoutly. "O great Lord of the Lost, I have seen it. That bullet could only have changed its trajectory and hit its mark by your will. As long as we are under the great Lord of the Lost's protection, the Fisher family is essentially invincible." The Lord of the Lost. Lucius pondered for a moment and, in a sense, it was indeed so. If it weren't for the Lord of the Lost's prior warning, and instead, we had waited for the enemy to climb the wall and open the front gate from the courtyard before counterattacking, the outcome of the battle would have been unthinkable. The presence of the Lord of the Lost ensured that the Fisher family wouldn't succumb to stealth attacks or ambushes. This was indeed a very important point. "It's more like our strength originates from it." "Yes, him." Lucius subconsciously looked towards the direction where the transparent bottle was enshrined, his emotions complex. Finally, he added, "Ultimately, the most important reason is the leader's misjudgment. That so-called brave priest, no matter how much he thought of himself as noble and great, must bear full responsibility for the dozens of people who died. The warriors trusted the priest, and yet he rashly led them into battle, utterly unable to distinguish the strengths and weaknesses of friends and foes, a brave wreck indeed." He paused for a moment, then continued with utter disdain for the middle-aged priest. "This incident is extremely vile, and such an event has been rare on the East Coast in years. Both the governor and the baron will not miss an opportunity for revenge. The jungle natives who will die in retaliation also have that priest to blame." Lucius took a deep breath, then turned to Irene and Byrne. "Remember, always be a wise coward, not a brave wreck, because your decisions will not just affect one person. Do not incur the wrath of entities that the Fisher family cannot afford to provoke." Irene summarized calmly, "Caution and secrecy will always be the most important principles of the Fisher family." Then she couldn't help but show a smile, excitement glinting in her eyes. "The good news is we've acquired yet another fortune, and we've gained a new power for the great Lord of the Lost." Byrne couldn't help but complain, "Besides money and the Lord of the Lost, the only thing you care about is the Fisher family. There is nothing else in life that occupies your thoughts." Irene paused perplexed and asked, "Is there anything else I need to worry about besides these three things?" Byrne was at a loss for words, as he could never focus on just a few aspects of life like Irene. Not all books he read were just for their use. There were many things Byrne simply wanted to explore and understand. The world had too many things worthy of interest. After speaking, Irene suddenly looked towards Lucius. She knew the man had completely assimilated the gladiator magic potion and was eligible to advance to the next stage. "After deducting the pension money, we now have 45 gold coins at our disposal. Should we purchase the Class 2 extraordinary material? Class 2 extraordinary material is worth at least 30 gold coins, and its price could possibly float upward by 50%, potentially emptying the family's entire savings in an instant. Every day, each member of the family requires money, and Baron Hovern will soon be collecting a predicted bandit suppression donation." Lucius fell into deep thought and shook his head. "Go to sleep, Irene, you and I have to attend Baron Hovern's banquet early tomorrow morning." Baron Hovern had already rushed back from Fane City, and after expressing his outrage over the whole affair, he immediately summoned the town's influential people to a banquet. With experienced eyes half closed, Lucius said, "The purpose of this banquet called by the Baron is simple. Whether it's suppressing bandits or similar affairs, the Lord always requires every family to donate money. It's nothing new." Upon hearing the mention of donating money, Irene's face showed distress, and she couldn't suppress the pain in her voice. "Can we give an IOU?" Clearly, that's not possible. Upon Baron Hovern's return to Nazra from Fane City, the first thing he did was to invite the families with status in the town to a banquet. His mansion in Nazra City, naturally located in the affluent North City, occupied a very large area, and even though Baron Hovern himself rarely returned to Nazra, the exquisite mansion was always staffed with numerous servants on standby. Lucius and Irene, dressed in the best clothes they could find at home, rode together in a carriage to the doorstep of the Baron's residence, where they were actually meeting the true noble class for the first time. The Psi Art Knight class had generally lost their lands, and their status was in a very awkward transitional period. Thankfully, the existence of extraordinary powers meant that knights would ultimately differ from ordinary people. The nobility remained the true nobility. In the center of the banquet hall was a long banquet table, covered with exquisite fabric and carved linen cloth, adorned with gold and silver vessels, porcelain, and fine cutlery, and filled with various delicacies. The food was cooked to extreme delicacy, however, not a single person present was there simply to eat. Everyone carried a social goal. Irene, poised and calm, observed everyone in the banquet hall, and it could be said that all those with power and status in Nazra town had arrived. The leader of the Silver Descendants clan, including the heads of 4 knight families like the Taylor family, plus 7 well-known rich merchants like Sea Merchant John, the town chief, the sheriff, a priest of the Tempest Church. Irene stared intently at the obese town chief standing in a corner. No one talked to him, and his expression was very unpleasant, his body trembling. Shortly after the start of the banquet, the influential people of Nazra town began to exchange smiles and converse with the Baron, with Irene and Lucius of the Fisher family being the last ones. Baron Hovern was tall and thin, wearing elaborate blue attire with very complex craftsmanship. Even though it didn't look much different from what others were wearing, each detail of its design was significantly different. His skin was incredibly smooth and elastic. Despite being in his 30s, he had the face of a younger man. The hero who killed the jungle native priest, the great hero of the Fisher family. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Lucius, I finally meet you." Baron Hovern greeted them with a nod and a smile, his eyes sparkling with warmth and composure. "And the elegant and beautiful Madame Irene, your beauty adds luster to the entire East Coast." Irene was well aware of this man's identity, suspected to be the illegitimate son of Earl Hovern of the East Coast, officially claimed as the Earl's nephew. Regardless, his status was far higher than that of an ordinary low-level noble. "It is my honor to meet you, Baron Hovern." "And mine as well, Lord Baron." Irene and Lucius greeted the Baron with their most graceful manners. Having gradually integrated into the upper circles over 2 years, they quickly learned social etiquette. After a polite conversation, Baron Hovern directly addressed the core topic with a laugh. "There are 2 main reasons for my return this time. The first is for post-disaster reconstruction. I cannot let down the people living on my land, and the second is to seek revenge against the shameless jungle natives. By the Tempest Overlord above, the Psi Art people can no longer tolerate these barbarians." He shifted his tone, speaking very calmly. "However, with just my own resources, funds are terribly tight. Luckily, the various families in Nazra town have expressed their willingness to contribute money and effort." Irene and Lucius exchanged glances, deciding to follow the plan they had agreed upon. She said with utmost calm, "The Fisher family is willing to donate money and effort. However, before this matter, I have someone I need to accuse to you. The town chief of Nazra has colluded with the jungle natives and deliberately redirected the patrol squads away. He must be held accountable for the tragedy that occurred several nights ago." Chapter 20. "What, you're not convinced?" Baron Hovern's smile vanished abruptly, and he exuded a serious and undeniable presence from within. "I have already thoroughly investigated the entire incident with extremely adverse effects, and I will share with everyone what has happened," he said. Having said that, he gathered everyone attending the banquet and calmly explained, "The tragedy that occurred in the night is chilling to the bone. After I returned, I investigated carefully at the first opportunity, and here is what happened." Everyone was silent, simply waiting for Baron Hovern to continue, knowing that his announced investigation result would become the irrefutable fact. First was a despicable servant from the town chief's house, who conspired with the jungle natives to abduct the town chief's granddaughter. Out of desperation, the town chief mobilized all the patrol guards to search for his granddaughter in the jungle. Irene and Lucius already had a good understanding of Baron Hovern's thoughts on handling the town chief upon hearing this much. Baron Hovern continued, taking a deep breath, and said, "With the sheriff leading the patrol team away, that servant opened the gates at night, ultimately leading to the horrible tragedy. The patrol team has arrested that servant, and in a few days, I will personally judge him. Those jungle natives are truly despicable, and the town chief has also lost his granddaughter, his grief immeasurable. He is willing to give up half of his wealth to fund our campaign against the jungle natives, believing their blood will appease the souls of the Psi Art people." He paused for a moment, calmly looked into each person's eyes, and asked, "People of Nazra Town, are you satisfied with such investigation results and handling measures?" Before anyone had a chance to speak, loud clapping suddenly resounded in the banquet hall. It turned out to be Lucius from the Fisher family, who was surprisingly smiling while applauding loudly, saying, "Worthy of Lord Baron Hovern, the handling is extremely appropriate. The Fisher family is very satisfied." The crowd followed suit with their stances, feeling that everything the Baron said was perfectly reasonable, with no dissatisfaction at all. Irene silently observed the crowd, knowing there was a familial relationship between the town chief and the Baron, but she had still harbored a sliver of faint hope. After all, more than 50 people perished overnight in Nazra Town. Many were neighbors she knew, including a mother and daughter who sold eggs for a living. Both had died. She had once treated the mother for an illness, and the daughter had since then brought a basket of eggs to the Fisher family every month with a smile. After consuming eggs for more than half a year, Irene and her family could no longer stomach them, and out of politeness, couldn't refuse, so they quietly distributed them to the family's servants. On the surface, she coordinated with the members of the Fisher family to tell the mother and daughter that the eggs were consumed by the members of the Fisher family themselves. They had struggled to maintain this pretense, but now there would be no more need for it. That morning, as Irene passed by, she saw some of the chickens the mother and daughter used to feed early in the morning had been burned to death. Other chickens which had returned after the disaster were wandering back and forth quietly in the same spot, still waiting for their owners to feed them. At this moment, praises were sounding incessantly around her. She wanted to say more, but her shoulder was firmly held down by the robust hand of Lucius. Lucius's face beamed with an exaggerated smile, like he had encountered an extremely delightful event, and a feeling of unprecedented joy emerged from deep within him. Finally, Irene nodded silently and saw the serious expression on Baron Hovern's face break into an elegant smile once again. "And you, Lucius Fisher, the warrior of the Fisher family, my friend, you are our true hero. I have decided to award you a modest honor in my personal capacity. Please accept it as it is all for the glory of the Psy Art people." After the banquet, various families from Nazra Town sent money and supplies, some even offering personnel. The Fisher family contributed 10 gold coins, without providing any manpower, and in turn, the reward they received from the Baron was a metal system low-level knight bequest. Those with metal affinity bloodlines could progress to an extraordinary exponent of the first level by training with this knight bequest in conjunction with a magic potion, which included a matching defense combat skill, full armor. The value of the low-level knight bequest was around 15 gold coins. In essence, the Fisher family had profited 5 gold coins. Of course, Irene was very aware that the low-level knight bequest was a token of compensation from Baron Hovern. After all, on that fateful night, the Fisher family was in the gravest danger, and 2 guards even met their unfortunate demise. When everyone else had left, only Baron Hovern and the town chief remained in the banquet hall. Not a trace of a smile could be found on Baron Hovern's face. He sat in his chair silently for a long time, the town chief standing beside him with bowed head, not daring to make a single move. "Over 50 people dead, you really have some nerve. If you weren't a distant relative of mine, I would have sent you to Nazra's prison today." The expression on Baron Hovern's face was extremely cold and grim, as the town chief took a deep breath, internally dismissing the threat. He was friends with the largest sea merchant on the East Coast, responsible for helping to dump goods, and the money he supplied every year accounted for 1/3 of Baron Hovern's expenditures. If he really killed me, wouldn't that be akin to cutting off one of Baron Hovern's own legs? He could never let me simply die like this, but he still wanted to take advantage of the situation to seize half of my property, which was even more despicable than those jungle natives. The town chief's face twitched slightly, but he still bowed respectfully and said, "Lord Baron, I will never dare again. I am truly grateful for your rescue. From now on, I will serve the Hovern family with even greater loyalty." 3 months later, as spring arrived, Baron Hovern's uncle, the East Coast governor, finally sent for a regiment of Psy Art Kingdom's infantry. The gradual development of alchemy, technology, and group spells created an army that could threaten extraordinary exponents, changing the previous warfare pattern dominated by small-scale battles of extraordinary exponents. In recent years, the Psy Art Kingdom, taking a leaf out of the Lorne Empire's book on military reform, established a national unified standing army, dividing the troops into 2 parts, the standing army and the reserve army. The infantry regiment had a total of 1,200 men, equipped with flintlocks, and had 2 field training days per week, each time providing 7 rounds of gunpowder and live ammunition. Accompanying the army in combat were 15 extraordinary exponents, 5 spellcasters, and 10 knights. Leading the forces were Baron Hovern himself and a Tempest priest accompanying the army, the only 2 level 2 transmutation tier extraordinary exponents. The bloody suppression lasted about 3 months. The jungle natives who could only steal a living were continuously slaughtered, and the battle situation was almost completely one-sided. It wasn't until the jungle natives organized a very terrifying ambush by sacrificing their own flesh and blood. The sudden emergence of that mysterious being, the so-called Lord of Bloody Cult by the natives, marked the appearance of the mighty Bloody Demon, whose fierce power instantly claimed the lives of over 300 soldiers, with the rest suffering from the curse and dying off gradually. The governor was extremely enraged and convinced the East Coast's Tempest Bishop to personally go, only to quickly find that the natives had collectively migrated north, leaving no trace of enemies in the jungle. The north was the territory of the neighboring Rhea, with which the Psy-Art people had a 30-year peace treaty, making it improper to pursue and exterminate the fleeing natives. This disproportionate war ultimately ended with a complete escape of the surviving jungle natives. One sunny noon in Nazra town, Irene and her servants, having finished shopping in the market for festival necessities, were about to return to the carriage when she suddenly heard crying. Soon after, she noticed a group of bound jungle natives not far away, mostly women and children. They were spoils of this war, soon to be shipped to Fane City under the escort of Psy-Art soldiers, their fates hereafter unknown. A jungle girl around her age was kneeling on the ground, crying, as a soldier lashed her bare back fiercely with a whip while the surrounding townspeople cheered on. Deep in Irene's heart surfaced an instinctive discomfort. She suddenly remembered the smiling face of the girl who brought eggs. If the Fisher family had not obtained the great power of the Lord of the Lost, then they would have been the ones to die that night. Just like Byrne said, what mattered most to her were only the gods and her family. Any excess pity could at best extend to acquaintances with emotional ties, not enemies. She simply could not afford any more sympathy, because that would eventually bring misfortune upon the Fisher family. "Is something wrong, Miss Irene?" the coachman inquired. "Nothing, let's go back." Chapter 21, The Establishment of Esoteric Buddhism, dawned 3 years. Time flew by, and the Fisher family had become the most respected family throughout Nazra town. Irene, healing diseases almost without pay, had aided many of the elderly, in whose eyes she was nothing less than a saint sent by the Lord of Salvation. Lucius, the hero who had saved Nazra and led the guards to slaughter the despicable natives, was the man every boy in town looked up to. For a full 3 years, Baron Hovern had not returned to Nazra town. He had been gravely injured during the war against the jungle natives and was the only one to survive an encounter with the mighty Bloody Demon. Accordingly, the Baron, badly shot, had been recuperating in Fane City and no longer visited. At that moment, within the Fisher family's courtyard, an intense swordsmanship duel was in progress. Byrne, tall and lean, launched a casual thrust with his sword, and the confronting guards captain quickly parried. The two men, swords in hand, engaged in a give-and-take combat within the courtyard. Thanks to his extraordinary memory, Byrne's skill in swordsmanship was advancing rapidly, to the point where even the most experienced ordinary guard could not best him. The fierce swordsmanship struggle continued. Byrne suddenly spun around, drawing a dark golden flintlock from his bosom and pointing it at the guard's captain. The guard's captain stood motionless, frozen in place. Bang, "The times have changed, you've lost." He mimicked the sound of gunfire with his mouth. Then both men could not help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, well fought, Captain. Let's call it a day," Byrne said with a mild smile, his face remarkably pale, his eyes clear and rational. He was clad in a layered, light-colored haute couture garment that exuded a grand design, truly the dashing image of a noble gentleman. If Irene was the one many men longed for in their hearts, then the grown-up Byrne was the man most girls in Nazra town dreamed of by their pillows. In 3 years' time, Byrne had grown increasingly confident, no longer the boy who would shake behind his father at the sight of strangers. He suddenly looked down at his slightly aching palm and frowned, saying, "My hand's a bit chafed. The craftsmanship of this sword isn't very good. Is it one of Uncle Ramon's last few pieces before he retired?" Byrne sighed, understanding that some things were inevitable. Aging was a mighty force humans struggled to contend with. Old Ramon, the blacksmith, had retired after he abruptly started producing some poorly made ironworks. The truth was not that the old man was slacking off, but rather that 70-year-old old Ramon was becoming senile. The old man had just last week mistaken Dr. Irene, who had come to visit, for his granddaughter and, while talking, had suddenly burst into tears, leaving Irene quite embarrassed. There was no helping it. His family and friends had to persuade him to stop working. Although old Ramon was reluctant, he retired to maintain the blacksmith shop's reputation and handed over the business to his son Hugh. Injuries during training were common, and Byrne simply shook his head, no real concern in his thoughts. He had to find Robert Taylor, the man who had studied abroad in the Empire and had become Byrne's best friend. "Trouble you to put away the sword for me, please." As Byrne put down his sword and walked away, the old servant responsible for gathering the weapons had already approached. He saw the bloodstains on the hilt and paused. A rumor had long persisted among the people: if one obtained the blood of an extraordinary exponent, there was a chance to be an extraordinary exponent themselves. In truth, the claim about acquiring blood was baseless superstition, yet many still believed in it. The blood of young Master Burn. What if the rumor was true? The old servant silently looked around. Nobody was passing by, and he couldn't help but lower his head and lick the bloodstain on the hilt with his tongue. He didn't know whether the rumor was true, but it was something many had said, and even if the rumor was false, there was nothing to lose. Within the transparent bottle, Carl's consciousness stirred. He suddenly felt an unusual connection not with the 4 members of the Fisher bloodline, but with someone else. Who could it be? Carl slowly elevated his will, and soon locked onto the individual forming the connection of Thatcher family's old servant. He tried to convey his intentions but found no way to communicate directly. The connection between them was too faint. The next moment, the old servant knelt trembling with fear on the ground, shivering as an immense fear welled up from the depths of his heart. Oh? He had sensed his presence. This was an interesting development. Carl quickly realized that although he couldn't communicate and also wasn't able to bestow abilities or inhabit a body, but the other party could detect his presence, and he could pinpoint the old servant's position anytime and anywhere, sensing his emotions. The time has come. The current development of the Fisher family has reached a bottleneck and must further expand the recruitment of more people dedicated to my resurrection. The resurrection was taking far too long, and Carl had realized deep down that the mere 3.5 chess pieces at his disposal were utterly insufficient. He had to further expand the scale of the chess pieces under his control. It was late at night when Burn returned home in the family's carriage after dining with the Taylor family. As soon as he stepped out of the carriage, he saw the old servant approaching him with a tense expression, clearly having waited at the courtyard gate for a long time. "Master Burn, I heard it. I truly heard it." Burn was slightly taken aback, not understanding the servant's meaning at all, and asked instinctively, "Heard what? What exactly are you talking about?" The old man looked at Burn with an expression of sheer terror, incessantly claiming to have heard the voice of that great entity. "Yes, it's him. I don't know who he is, but I heard his voice. He is the Lord of the Lost, so great, I am as insignificant as dust in his presence, utterly humble." Burn's expression grew increasingly troubled. The old man, after speaking, could not help but kneel on the ground and began to silently pray. Wait a minute. The Lord of the Lost he is speaking of couldn't be. Burn was extremely shocked in his heart, completely clueless about what was going on, and managed to say in a lowered voice, subdued by astonishment, "Come with me." He then took the old servant to the basement and summoned his father and Irene, telling them about the incident. The core members of the Fisher family were shocked upon learning of the matter, finding it utterly incredible. The old servant was ordered to wait outside the basement while the 3 Fissers resumed their discussion. Carl's will also took residence in Irene, becoming an observer of yet another Fisher family meeting. Sometimes he found family meetings amusingly interesting, as the thought processes of mortals, constrained by their horizons, were often bizarre and curious. "We must never allow our blood to flow out carelessly in the future. It appears that our blood contains mysterious power," said Burn with a pale face. "What exactly is going on?" "Someone actually noticed the existence of the Lord of the Lost," Lucius said, his face already showing traces of aging, his expression more grave. The matter at hand was extremely important. Irene and Burn remained silent, finding it difficult to directly reply. Perhaps, directly asking our Lord could simply resolve the issue. Irene, with her flowing black hair and eyes like incredibly precious gems, closed her eyes and began to murmur to herself. "Great Lord of the Lost, please let us know if this is your will. We are your faithful followers, the beneficiaries of the Fisher family, awaiting your guidance here." Lucius and Burn both kept silent, and after a while, Irene finally reopened her eyes. She spoke with a somewhat excited tone, "I have received the guidance of the Great Lord of the Lost." Burn and Lucius looked at each other and continued to listen. The Great Lord of the Lost desired them to share his blood with the common people as much as possible, as he could influence those ordinary individuals. But the blood of members of the favored clans would have effects on common people, while the power contained by extraordinary exponents would neutralize the very weak influence in the blood. For the time being, it could only affect ordinary people, but still, Lucius sternly instructed Burn that they should not let the old servant be responsible for matters close to them in the future. Lucius strongly approved of establishing a secret society, analyzing with utmost seriousness, "The time has also come, the assets the family can possess are accumulating more slowly. We need new sources of income to acquire extraordinary materials and mysterious rare artifacts." The Fisher family itself had recently fallen into difficulties. After expanding the guard to 20 people, the prices of various goods had been rising year by year, while the family's wealth accumulation slowed down, just maintaining a balance between income and expenses. Until now, The Fisher family had amassed about 55 gold coins, and the price of extraordinary materials had been increasingly inflated in recent years, even the cheapest Class 2 extraordinary material costing 52 gold coins. Irene had no choice but to consider going outside the town to treat people in other areas, and next month she was about to visit the nearest other town, where wealthy locals suffering from diseases had already heard of Dr. Irene. The main reason the Fisher family had not established a cult in the past was that it was difficult to keep a secret. Historically, no matter how unbreakable a society seemed, if it continued to spread and develop, it would eventually be exposed. Now that the great Lord of the Lost had given his command, and moreover, his great power could influence the faithful who partook of his blood, ensuring a high degree of loyalty in the blood receivers, the Fisher family could no longer afford to stay indecisive. So, what should the secret society, established with the Fisher family at its core, be called? After discussion among everyone, Irene finally suggested that the name of the cult should be Dawn. Lucius and Byrne both felt it strange after hearing it because the image of the Lord of the Lost was a black cross halo, so why should the name of the cult that believed in him be called Dawn? Irene explained calmly, if the cult's name isn't chosen with a good intent, ordinary people will feel resistance when they hear it. Carl truly felt the same inside. A secret society called Dark Killing Martial Fight Club or Pink Fluffy Rabbit would likely scare and completely dissuade ordinary people from wanting to join upon hearing the name. She paused for a moment, then continued to explain, moreover, on that night, I saw a white light more dazzling than the sun, cutting through the suffocating endless darkness of the stormy night, bringing me the most beautiful dawn. Chapter 22 Peripheral Members. The East City district of Nazar is the poorest area in the entire town. The people who live here are desolate and dependent, with a majority enduring illness without treatment, and if they cannot hold on, they can only die in agony. In the past, the poor of the East City lived like ants crawling on the ground, unnoticed and uncared for. Until 5 years ago, the appearance of Irene Fisher was like a tender light given to the poor. She only charged the wealthy a high fee for diagnosis and treatment, while for the middle class who sought Irene's help, their treatment costs were significantly reduced. As for the poor, Irene herself came here once a week, her expensive shoes stepping into the filthy mud, to treat a sick or injured person for free. Initially, she treated illnesses and injuries in private, but later, in order to increase her influence, she chose to heal people in public. Whenever Irene treated diseases, everyone would gather around and silently watch. She would first pray in silence for a while, and all those around her would join the girl in her prayers. Until the prayer was over, Irene would reveal the astonishing miracle. Time and again, witnessing miracles, the people's hearts grew increasingly filled with reverence for the noble Irene, and she herself grew to be more pure, holy, and inviolable. Thousands of poor people in the East City gradually became a hidden and powerful force for the Fisher family. In the East City, there was an old woman over 80 years old. Everyone called her Old Comb or Grandma Narda. She was respected by almost all of the impoverished for one important reason: her 3 sons were the leaders of the biggest thieves guild in the East City. They had hot tempers and were deceitful. Their guild had around 50 to 60 people, making them a perennial scourge in Nazar town. The only person who could restrain and reprimand them was Grandma Narda. Grandma Narda had instructed them to never commit murder or rape, and surprisingly, the thieves guild they formed has the best reputation in Nazar town thus far. 3 years ago, on the night when jungle natives attacked Nazar town, Grandma Narda was severely wounded by natives who fled into the East City to hide, bordering on death. At that time, she lay in bed in agony, silently praying to her Lord of Salvation. However, he never responded, and deep down Grandma Narda already understood that for decades no one in Nazar town had witnessed a miracle from the high and mighty Lord of Salvation. Even if he were a true and powerful deity, if he would never respond to us or save us, should we still revere and pray day and night? Tonight, having prayed to the great Lord of Salvation for over 70 years, I'm about to die. Submerged in despair and pain, Grandma Narda thought of many things, but she did not die in the end. Her sons had called for Madame Irene Fisher from the Fisher family. Don't worry, you will be fine. Irene arrived at the old woman's home calmly, while her 3 sons waited outside. Her gentle breath was like soft silk sliding over the skin, soothingly warm and gentle like a spring breeze, the green mysterious power pulling the old woman back from the hands of the death. After being saved, Narda said weakly, "You've saved my life, I will definitely repay you." However, Irene did not ask for anything then, simply saying with utmost tranquility, "My lords will save me and therefore redeemed your fate." Grandma Narda fell into thought. She had never heard which deity the people of the Fisher family actually worshipped. Later, she grew more familiar with Irene, and the two often conversed together, becoming friends despite the difference in age. A year ago, during one of their exchanges on religious matters, Grandma Narda finally couldn't help but ask about her faith. Irene did not say which of the true gods' churches her god belonged to, only saying, I carry out my Lord's will, wielding the power of healing as I walk among the people, and if you are willing, you should pray to him as well. Is your faith in the Lord of Salvation? Narda asked, puzzled. Irene just smiled and did not continue the conversation. Narda faintly felt that the attitude itself was a hint. Could it be that her faith was in some great being who, while powerful, had not yet made his name known in the world? Tonight, both the red and silver moons were shrouded in thin clouds, the constellations a hazy sight. Irene came to Grandma Narda's home again, to talk with her alone. Treatment in front of others was customary, so Narda knew that when Irene Fisher of the Fisher family sought her out alone, it was often because there was something to discuss. Irene's demeanor was very calm, her eyes possessed a depth like the cosmos itself, and her words carried a mesmerizing aura. The grace that my Lord has bestowed upon you has been more than enough. For years, you and your children have not been troubled by sickness or pain, and now you can no longer enjoy, without offering anything in return, what should be reserved for the devoted believers. The implication was clear, the health trial period was over, and now it was time for a decision. Grandma Narda's expression changed for quite a while, as she no longer clung to life, but when she thought of her 3 children, they too had been gravely injured more than once. Moreover, she did not reject the God who had saved her and was truly grateful to Irene. In fact, the priests of the True God's Church on the East Coast would never rescue poor people like them. With respect, Narda asked, your God? No, I mean my Lord, what kind of magnificent entity is he? Dawn, the deity we worship, he is the lost Lord of Dawn, he is the embodiment of all things in the world, and the widely known Lord of Salvation is also one of his manifestations. Irene closed her eyes and continued indifferently, remember not to spread the secret of his faith, only the chosen messengers of the Fisher family are qualified to proclaim his greatness. Once the doctrine of secrecy is not adhered to, God will gradually become disappointed, and eventually withdraw the blessing bestowed upon you, and you will encounter a terrible curse. Narda hurriedly shook her head and nodded with great reverence in her eyes, no, never, messenger, I will surely adhere to the doctrine and keep the secret. In the world of Claude, deities are not superstitions, but truly magnificent existences, it's just that the number of true gods is extremely scarce, and many conceptual beings similar to demons often seize the opportunity to usurp people's faith. After finishing, Irene took out a bottle of dark red potion from her bosom and continued calmly, then drink it, and you shall feel the lost Lord of Dawn. Grandma Narda didn't even hesitate for a moment, immediately smiling openly and drank the potion at once. After a while, she said with some uncertainty, I seem to have not heard any voice, hasn't the lost Lord of Dawn come yet? He will come, but the Great One wants to first see your performance. Irene revealed a smile and continued, if the performance is good enough, you might even have the possibility of being granted a permanent extraordinary power. Narda was utterly astonished internally and instinctively did not believe her. Although mystical entities can grant temporary extraordinary powers to ordinary people, those without talent could never become true extraordinary exponents. All right, I understand. Having lived for over 80 years, Narda of course understood the concrete meaning of good performance quite well. Her and her children's health had been secured in the past and would be in the future. Even if it meant offering up some resources, it was only right and proper. Grandma Narda nodded quite lucidly. Irene turned to leave, silently pondering the blood containing the Fisher family lineage would most certainly be effective. Grandma Narda would become a peripheral member of the Dawn Church, and simultaneously another pawn of the Great Lord of the Lost. If she dared to betray, she would be noticed by my lord in the first instance. In the routine family meeting, Byrne took out the plan that had been repeatedly revised over several years, which contained a series of ideas on how to establish a secret church, with large portions of the doctrine and rules referenced from the True God's Church's scriptures. They ultimately decided to only recruit a very small number of prestigious people from Nazaretown into the Dawn Church, and every new member's admission vote had to be unanimously approved by all 3 core members to pass. Besides the 5 great True God's Churches, none of the other faiths on the Ouden continent were recognized, and the Inquisition of the True God's Church also abhorred heretics extremely. Once one's identity as a heretic was confirmed, the lightest punishment was lifelong imprisonment, while the most severe was to be purified on the spot. The fewer people joining the Dawn Church, the lower the chances of the entire church being exposed. Therefore, the structure of the organization had to be streamlined. Irene was the most core priest, followed by other members of the Fisher family, and then the various peripheral members. The nascent Dawn Church's structure was exceptionally simple. The current peripheral members of the Dawn Church were only Grandma Narda and the old servant of the Fisher family. In the deep of the night, Grandma Narda stood beside the window, completely unable to sleep, constantly pondering the ins and outs of the whole affair. She could almost confirm that the Fisher family had been servants of the Lord of Dawn from the beginning. She couldn't help but think, Irene trusts me just like that, What if I report this matter to the Inquisition? What would they do? Suddenly, a powerful will, as if sensing her subtle emotions, awoke from behind the scenes and looked down upon her coldly from the highest place, emitting a twisted and terrifying aura that seemed capable of utterly destroying everything in existence. How magnificent! Grandma Narda trembled uncontrollably and fell to her knees, sweating profusely, and began to pray fervently. Lord of Dawn. Great Lord of Dawn, please forgive my disrespectful thoughts. He was looking at her. Chapter 23, Promotion, Consecution to Taylor Family. They were one of the 4 great knight families in Nazar Town and possibly the strongest. The families first in line for succession, Robert, had a very good relationship with Byrne. There was a bathhouse in Nazar Town especially for the wealthy, and after bathing, the two sat in the steam sauna to fully relieve their fatigue. Byrne turned his head and looked for a long time at his thin and blonde friend, hesitating to speak. In the end, he still said, Robert, you might have forgotten about our Fisher family's investment final payment. Robert smiled and remained silent for a while, then said, the final payment? Oh heavens, Byrne, do you really have to talk about this here? Byrne frowned slightly and, upon seeing his older brother figure, Robert, suddenly raised his voice, spoke up loudly and discontentedly, haven't I already told you? I took that money to the Empire to purchase new machines. When we resell them to the mine owners of Art, the profits for both of our families will multiply several times. I truly have no spare funds right now. Byrne clenched his fist, trying as much as possible not to be affected, and spoke calmly after a deep breath. You said the same thing half a year ago, Robert. We can't delay any longer. Our family urgently needs money. Robert left without saying a word, his face cold, but Byrne suddenly grabbed him. Just as he was about to explode in anger or even yell, he was taken aback by the ferocity he saw in Byrne's eyes. The fierce look in his eyes was like that of a starving wolf, a look Robert had only seen in his own uncle. He knew how miserably those who had deceived his uncle had died in the end. Realizing that Byrne was no longer the curious and timid little brother, Robert relaxed his shoulders and said, all right, how about this? I'll pay you the agreed-upon half first. 15 gold coins isn't a small amount after all. Byrne didn't want to fall out completely with his friend either, and indeed, 15 gold coins were sufficient. Okay, I agree, he nodded with utmost calmness. Robert hugged him with a smile, speaking calmly, I am sorry, brother. I really didn't want to delay it. It's just that business is really hard to conduct. After leaving the bathhouse, Byrne heaved a sigh. If it weren't for the promise he had made in front of his father, he wouldn't have wanted to be so forceful either. Pretending to be violent and aggressive didn't suit him, but his father Lucius had said that he had to learn how to be tough with friends, or he would sooner or later be a burden to the Fisher family. Last week, the neighboring Northern Rhea kingdom suddenly erupted into civil war. Some pro-war nobles thought the king too weak and wanted to break the 10-year peace treaty still in effect with Art Kingdom, to reclaim the land once occupied by the Art people by force. The king's side still held an overwhelming advantage and the civil war wouldn't last much longer. However, people were panicked, and though the flames of war in the north had not yet truly reached Art, the prices in various regions of northern Art skyrocketed overnight. And the price of extraordinary materials, which was already high, began to rise gradually again. The 3 members of the Fisher family decided in a family meeting to urgently gather funds to purchase a piece of Class 2 extraordinary material, because delaying any further would make it increasingly unaffordable. Byrne only returned home in the carriage after getting the money from Robert. Sea Merchant John, the man who had already recovered his health, was waiting at his house with a smile. He had been chatting and laughing with Irene and Lucius, clearly having waited for some time. Mr. John, long time no see. Byrne greeted John with a smile and after a while, John went straight to the point, saying, I am willing to sell the Class 2 extraordinary material Windshark's Dark Blood. I will not make money off the Fisher family this time, consider it an investment out of friendship. It'll only cost you 50 gold coins. Before the war of the neighboring country broke out, the average price of Class 2 extraordinary materials had already risen to around 52 gold coins. Now was an excellent time to stock up, and John's price was indeed a friendly one. Irene spoke with a smile, it's so generous of you, Mr. John. You indeed have a keen eye. Investing in our Fisher family will definitely be the most worthwhile decision of your life. John smiled without speaking, knowing that money was important, but in these tense times, the value of martial force was rising more than anything else. After several years of interaction, he had noticed that the members of the Fisher family were all extraordinarily powerful experts and indeed worth building a deep relationship with. Not to mention anything else, just the powerful force that Irene wielded was extremely worth investing in. Who in their family wouldn't fall ill? He had only heard of Monarch-class healing-type spellcasters or Forbidden-class mysterious rare artifacts possessing such strong healing powers. Healing-type spellcasters of the Monarch level, when looked across the entire Auden continent, could be counted on one's fingers, whereas the use of forbidden-class mysterious rare artifacts always required a significant price to be paid. He had once wondered if Irene of the Fisher family was hiding some forbidden-class mysterious rare artifact, but seeing how she released that power without any hesitation, it did not seem like it at all. Sea Merchant John stayed for an official dinner at the Fissers on the first day, and the next morning, just as radiant sun had risen right after blazing sun, he personally came over to deliver the Class 2 extraordinary material Wind Shark's dark blood. Once Sea Merchant John had left, the 4 members of the Fisher family gathered in the underground chamber. Inside the clean and tidy underground chamber, there was a small but exquisitely crafted altar, enshrining a rather plain transparent bottle. 5-year-old Chris stood quietly beside the adults, his hands behind his back, like a little grown-up. He was extremely adorable, with eyes as blue as the azure sky and slightly messy silver-white fine hair, standing there with the air of a finely crafted, large art piece. Chris was always quiet, sparing with his words, rarely speaking even once a day. In an era that had yet to conceptualize psychological disorders, the adults of the Fisher family initially thought he had a cognitive issue, only to gradually understand the situation. He simply couldn't be bothered to communicate with others. The members of the Fisher family knelt down, one after another, with Irene at the very forefront. "We beseech the great Lord of the Lost, your will extends to where our fates lie. When your gaze descends, those who you behold can't escape. When your voice resounds, the threads of destiny already reverberate in response. We offer new mysteries to you, please grant the Fisher family further strength, O great Lord of the Lost." Carl felt the reverent emotions of everyone connected to him, each person's feelings bringing a different experience, like the thought of betrayal feeling akin to an insect bite. He calmly absorbed the spirituality and traits from the extraordinary materials. Advancing the first rank of the God Pantheon stairway could still be done with multiple Class 0 materials as a substitute for a single primary material, but from the second rank upwards, it was not possible. Higher class extraordinary materials as the primary material was inevitable. Carl's consciousness once again arrived in the spirit realm, seeing the black cross of light floating high in the sky of the spirit realm, gazing towards the spirit realm ocean and the many islands above and below. He skillfully found the brilliantly shining constellation in the endless firmament once more, picking out an empty star and dragging the spiritual traits of the Wind Shark's dark blood into it. Finally, Carl's consciousness linked this constellation with the one containing the blazing coral, connecting the next segment of the path of conquest. The new constellation also began burning with a resplendent golden red flame, dazzling and captivating, yet the shadow contained within the flames had now become a young man elegantly dueling with a sword. The power of consecution is dualist. At the same time, many extraordinary exponents around the world who had just fallen asleep awoke from their dreams. They found themselves once again in the snowy clearing they had experienced years before, looking bewilderedly at the ashes that had composed into tall trees, everything around them silent and solemn. However, this time was different. Not everyone was confused or passive, for some had already begun researching the various aspects of the spirit realm over the years. Having prepared for several years, even causing a collective rise in the price of extraordinary materials across the entire continent, these extraordinarily powerful experts employed all kinds of mysterious methods they had studied for years. They tried every means to leave a mark in the spirit realm, one that would facilitate re-entry, not wanting to miss the hard-won opportunity. Chapter 24 Dualist Consecution. Many people in the woods kept moving forward, and some of them finally emerged from the ashen white ground and arrived at the true part of the spirit realm. They came to distinctly different islands, where everything before their eyes gradually transformed. The islands of the spirit realm were formed by the subconscious of numerous intelligent beings throughout history. Due to their strong aggregate nature, the islands would undergo mysterious reactions and gradually evolve into historical gaps made up of those intelligent beings' subconsciousness when encountering conscious entities from reality. An old man walked through the island, witnessing the illusions around him gradually materializing into reality. His pale hair meticulously groomed, the eyes behind his glasses revealed the accumulation of years and a depth of experience, his wisdom as if a moving repository of knowledge. The old man was the headmaster of one of the 6 ancient libraries, the Sapphire Library. The so-called ancient libraries referred to the mysterious organizations primarily dedicated to collecting extraordinary materials, mysterious rare artifacts, extraordinary bequest, mysterious creatures, and even the extraordinary exponents themselves, among almost all other superhuman elements. The Sapphire Library was the foremost of the 6 ancient libraries on the Auden continent, with its primary collection focus on extraordinary bequests. The headmaster calmly recorded everything he perceived, and as he muttered to himself, a feather quill floated by his side, automatically transcribing everything on paper. After entering this mysterious world, The consciousness of extraordinary exponents becomes much weaker than in the real world, and they can basically only perform at a lower major level. It seems that the root cause depends on the level of spirituality. If mysterious beings or gods were to come to this world, their strength in theory would not weaken. Something interesting is happening around me. Those mysterious powers are forming shadows of history, resembling architectural styles from around 300 years ago. It's as if I have returned to a bygone era. In theory, the subconscious left by intelligent life should be the side with the most intense emotions they had during life. Then, the historical gaps projected on the island Diamond should theoretically also be the points in time where those intelligent beings had their most intense emotions. The next moment, the headmaster raised his head to see a meteor shower raining down from the sky, and suddenly, many panicked and fearfully fleeing people refreshed around him. Everyone projected in the scene seemed vividly alive, with genuine emotions in their eyes, making everything appear incredibly real. He quickly recalled something from the history books about an event 300 years ago, when the famous city of Lyon in the Lorne Empire was destroyed by a massive volcanic eruption. Excitement involuntarily surfaced in the headmaster's eyes. So it is, what a magical spirit realm, it will probably be a brand new world that we will be utterly fascinated with in the future. Afterwards, he sensed some extremely terrifying presence, emanating an aura of annihilation and distortion. The black cross shining high in the sky, as if signifying an end to all things, its power to destroy incomparably more formidable than the numerous meteors soon to fall. For the first time in over 100 years, the headmaster showed a look of fear. He stood among roaring flames, explosive blasts, and screams of agony, muttering to himself while submerged in the fire. What exactly is that great existence? Karl acquired a new spiritual radiance from the dualist spiritual laws. The advancing member of the Fisher family was, without a doubt, Lucius Fisher. He was a seasoned warrior who had been through numerous battles, and also a temporary commander on the battlefield, able to play a role that was marginally greater than the sum of the other two. Apart from extraordinary exponents of the path of contract, other rank extraordinary exponents could not switch to another god pantheon stairway. The golden red spiritual radiance, brought out from the spirit realm to the real world by Karl, still saw all members of the Fisher family kneeling on the ground. The spiritual radiance emitted an intense heat that made everyone's spirit surge with a strange sensation. My lord, you truly are a generous and merciful deity. Irene couldn't help but praise from the depth of her heart. How magnificent. They suddenly saw a golden red orb of light fly onto Lucius's body. Great Lord of the Lost, thank you for your gift and trust. I, Lucius Fisher, as your most faithful warrior, will fight for your will until the very end of fate. Unfortunately, Karl could feel the emotions of those he was connected with. The most sincere devotional emotions had only ever appeared in Irene over the years, and even Byrne only had them during the very few times he was lost. As for Lucius, that man had never been truly devout in the real sense of the word. It's just that Karl didn't really care. Huh. Lucius narrowed his eyes, excitedly clenched his fists tightly, and took a deep breath. He had a premonition that he would be the one chosen to ascend to the next rank, but when the power truly arrived, he still couldn't contain his excitement in the depths of his heart. Lucius felt he was getting closer and closer to that goal that had once seemed like an unattainable nightmare. For that once distant goal, he kept using the power of the Lord of the Lost, feigning so-called loyalty, and perhaps all this clumsy acting had been seen through by it, no, by him. Someday, someone as cruel and selfish as himself would surely fall into hell under the curse of the Lord of the Lost, and tumble down into the deepest and darkest abyss. He felt his physical fitness improve further, about twice as much as his original level, which was just slightly beyond that of an ordinary person. The increase in spirituality was still not very significant. The spirituality of the second-rank duelist on the path of conquest was actually about the same as the first-rank squire and chronicler of the other two paths. There was no helping it, that's just how the melee consecution was. Afterward, Lucius gained two new extraordinary traits, namely quick draw and sword brandishing. Quick draw is an extremely interesting and practical extraordinary trait. When enemies around you harbor hostility and want to attack you, your reaction speed would increase by dozens of times in the brief span of 1 second. This is a very useful ability, especially for preventing surprise attacks. Even in situations beyond your line of sight, if you suddenly find everything around you slowing down, you'll instantly realize that you're being ambushed. After a relatively safe trial, Lucius, in such a state, could even dodge the shots of a flintlock at close to medium range. Lucius didn't need to be faster than the bullets, he just had to dodge the trajectory of the bullets before they were fired while everything around him slowed down. The second extraordinary trait is sword brandishing, which briefly consumes some of his own spirituality, and suddenly increases his attack speed by several times. Although the trait is named sword brandishing, the actual weapon could be anything, a sword, a spear, or a flintlock. Since the acceleration effect only applies to the upper half of the body, it could entirely be considered as enhancing only attack speed. However, sword brandishing lasts for only a very short duration, mere seconds. Lucius's increase in strength further emboldened the Fisher family. The average power of the first rank consecution was roughly equivalent to that of a low-level beginning knight, whereas stepping onto the second rank of consecution was nearing a high-level beginning knight. However, this time the purchase of extraordinary materials consumed too much money, leaving the Fisher family with only about 17 gold coins, far from enough to buy other Class 2 extraordinary materials. As everyone was bent on making money, one of Grandma Narda's sons brought news that their band of thieves had stumbled upon information that a rare mysterious creature had been spotted in the jungle. The good news invigorated the Fisher family. If they could not afford the extraordinary materials, perhaps they could skip the middleman and start with raw materials. Chapter 25 Elf After the jungle natives were driven away, various families from Nazra town attempted to organize manpower to develop the jungle but paused due to the overwhelming difficulties encountered. The members of the Fisher family were both surprised and delighted upon learning about the presence of mysterious creatures in the jungle. Mysterious creatures refer to those non-civilized species possessing extraordinary powers. While their existence differs from that of magic beasts, though magic beasts are also considered mysterious creatures, dragons, offspring of curses, gods' descendants, and other such entities also fall under the larger category of mysterious creatures. The difference between mysterious creatures and mysterious existences lies in the fact that the former mostly have physical bodies and complete tribes, whereas the latter are often conceptual entities without physical forms. What they have in common is that both mysterious creatures and existences can produce extraordinary materials. According to certain heretical teachings, the so-called numerous deities of the world also fall under mysterious existences. Every believer of the true God's Church would become infuriated upon hearing such claims. Everyone, be cautious. Even though those filthy natives have left, the dangers within the jungle have never diminished, someone cautioned. Lucius led the way with Byrne following closely behind, both on high alert as they entered the jungle, accompanied by 10 Fisher family guards. The experienced mercenary Lucius had prepared everything the expedition team would need to survive in the wild in advance: insect repellent, food, water, tents, sources of fire, medical supplies, and, most importantly, weapons. As humans and various foreign races developed on the Elden continent, the number of mysterious creatures across the continent has increasingly dwindled. The nearby presence of a mysterious creature was indeed an extremely rare opportunity not to be missed by the Fisher family, which couldn't afford to miss the chance to harvest extraordinary materials. With Lucius at the forefront, sword in hand to clear the way, he calmly surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Byrne, did you get all that?" Byrne calmly observed his surroundings, adjusted his glasses, and using his extraordinary trait of profound memory, memorized the jungle paths with exceptional memory. His role was critical outdoors, akin to a human map. His excellent memory virtually guaranteed that the team would not get lost. "I've got it. So far, all paths in the jungle are etched in my mind," Byrne responded. Lucius gave a slight nod and said, "Good, that mysterious creature is said to have white fur. Everyone must be alert to any unexpected white colors that might appear in the jungle." Despite searching the jungle for the mysterious creature until noon and finding nothing, Lucius wasn't the least bit discouraged. Instead, he remained quite composed. They found a relatively safe place to rest for an adequate amount of time, with the guards taking turns maintaining vigilance for any dangers. While resting, Byrne couldn't help but ask a question. "Father, do you think the Rhea from the north will attack us?" he inquired. Lucius shook his head, answering indifferently, "I don't know. Maybe they will, maybe they won't." "Do you understand the dispute between Rhea and our Psi Art people?" Byrne nodded and said, "I've read that the meaning of Psi Art is the exiled, and both we and the Rhea were originally from central countries on the continent 100 years ago. Later, both nations were expelled by the Empire and migrated collectively to the east of the continent." Byrne paused there, as history books were filled with tales of survival of the fittest, a common fate shared amongst almost all beings, from which no one could escape. Were the previous Psi Art people as helpless as the jungle natives before the citizens of the Empire? Lucius remained silent, clearly waiting for Byrne to continue. 80 years ago, the Rhea seized the northern lands of the Psi Art, after which the Psi Art people continuously learned everything from the Empire, gradually forming the concept of a national state, and their national strength began to grow. 50 years ago, the Psi Art people, who had grown in power with the help of the Tempest Church and the Salvation Church, reclaimed the north. Since then, there has always been conflict and warfare between the Psi Art people and the Rhea until a 30-year peace agreement was signed under the Salvation Church's leadership 12 years ago, bringing things to a standstill. There are still 18 years left until the peace agreement comes to an end, Byrne detailed. After pondering for a moment, Byrne shook his head and said, war shouldn't break out prematurely. The authority of the two great true gods' churches is strong. Divine punishment is not something mortals can withstand. His father, however, shook his head and dismissively stated, "Hey, you are as naive as ever." A seriousness previously unseen crossed Lucius's face, his gaze seemingly drifting back to the wars from over a decade ago. The reason the civil war erupted in Ria was that part of their nobility wanted to tear up the peace agreement, which inevitably represents some people's deep-seated desires. You haven't experienced real war, so you don't understand that some people are just madmen. Rational thinking does not exist for them, he explained. Madmen without rational thinking? Byrne was astonished. Whenever he encountered something, he would always think it over repeatedly and subconsciously weigh the pros and cons, and he also felt that his father and Irene would do the same. But there are those who simply don't care about pros and cons or rationality at all. They really do exist, like the drunkards and gamblers he had seen somewhere before. Those people would kill for the most trivial impulses and unimaginable reasons. But would the nobles of the upper class really act like this? Deep down, he couldn't imagine a war waged on whims, always feeling that the nobles of the upper class were more rational, wise, and clever, incapable of acting without logic. After the lunch break ended, everyone continued searching for a while before declaring a halt to the search as night fell. Byrne awoke groggily from his dreams, glanced at the family guard responsible for the vigilance, and hazily sensed a white figure in the nearby woods. What's that, a mysterious creature? He was startled and instinctively stood up to wake the people around him, but then realized that it wasn't any mysterious creature at all. It was an elf. An elf. Although Byrne had seen illustrations and descriptions of elves in books, he had never actually seen one. On the Ouden continent, it's difficult to encounter members of a foreign race in the eastern regions, be it elves, dwarves, or orcs, as they mostly reside in the west of the continent. He got up instinctively and walked slowly, looking towards the other with extreme curiosity and fascination. It really was an elf. She was staring back at the approaching human, her eyes filled with wariness. The elven girl had a slender figure, her light green hair flowing like a waterfall, her unusually bright eyes revealing wisdom and mystery, her skin a pure, pale color. Her facial features were delicate and soft, giving an eerily transcendent and strange sense of beauty with her indifferent expression. So beautiful. Byrne. Suddenly, a loud shout came, jolting Byrne out of his reverie. The white figure not far in front of him had vanished in an instant. What are you doing? Lucius ran over with a severe look on his face, ready to fight at a moment's notice, with the guards also very vigilant. Byrne was dazed for a while, then shook his head and murmured, "Nothing, I think I saw an elf." An elf? Lucius frowned deeply and immediately organized everyone to huddle and start searching the area. After more than 2 hours, they hadn't found any trace of an outsider. There simply was no such thing as an elf here. Did you see that white mysterious creature and mistake it for an elf? Lucius looked at his son, puzzled, and continued, even though the large-scale slave trade was officially abolished decades ago, every other country in the west of the continent still allows the trade of foreign races in secret. The legendary elves are like walking gold, and due to the distance, the eastern four kingdoms very rarely see elves. Byrne shook his head and said, "I'm not mistaken, absolutely not, you know my extraordinary trait." Lucius's frown deepened as he fell into deep thought, while Byrne recalled the scene he had just witnessed. His profound memory extraordinary trait made that scene he had just seen incredibly clear and real, capable of being replayed in his mind at any time. Even if he wanted to forget, it was simply impossible. Byrne couldn't help but recall every detail of that figure in his mind meticulously. Such a beautiful life. That elven girl was like the most moving song of nature, the babbling brook flowing through the green mountains, full of tender breaths of life. He suddenly felt afraid, knowing that he would never be able to forget that beautiful figure. But would I ever have the chance to see her again? Chapter 26, Accidental Gains. For 3 full days, the members of the Fisher family had not been able to find any trace of the mysterious creature, and the guards were feeling weary, yet due to Lucius's authority, no one dared to voice their desire to return. Lucius also knew not to expect too much in terms of the guards' obedience and couldn't help but question the reliability of the information. In theory, Grandma Narda wouldn't betray them, but some information might be considered true by the informant, yet could still be a false report in reality. Just then, Byrne's expression changed slightly, and in a respectful tone he said, "I sense its will. Father, it's over there." After speaking, he extended his finger and pointed in the direction of a jungle. Lucius quickly understood that what his son referred to must be a hint from the Lord of the Lost and nodded immediately. "All right, everyone heighten your alertness." The people of the Fisher family walked in that direction for another 30 minutes, but still found nothing. Suddenly, Lucius was shocked to find that the speed of the surrounding guards had slowed down, a slowness that was starkly apparent, including Byrne, Everyone moved at a near standstill pace. He immediately realized that the extraordinary trait Quick Draw had been activated. A second's duration slowed down to 20 or 30 excruciating seconds. Lucius slowly moved his hand, attempting to draw his sword, all the while keenly observing his surroundings and soon pinpointing the source of hostility. A bear with white fur was hidden within a dense jungle dozens of meters away, its limbs as sturdy and powerful as steel, and its eyes carried a ferocious and murderous intent akin to that found in human eyes. It was very cautious and extremely careful, and if not for his own extraordinary trait, it would have been very difficult to discover the presence of this bear. There were too many mysterious creatures in the world, and Lucius had no idea what kind of magic beast it was, but he could feel that its strength was formidable. It seemed to possess strength close to that of a low-level transmutation, and with his own power, it would be impossible to be its opponent in a one-on-one fight. The gaze shifted. In the brief moment of staring, Lucius suddenly noticed the shadow white bear's gaze shift and collide with his own. A confrontation. It realized it had been spotted. Although his reaction speed increased by tens of times, his body still moved at normal speed. Lucius used all the strength in his body to draw his sword, yelling, "Dodge!" At the same moment, the bear's massive body moved slightly, crouching down, its limbs touching the ground as it began to run. Then, it charged towards the people of the Fisher family at a speed that was only slightly slower than a normal person's, slowly coming at them. Lucius felt his scalp tingle, utterly horrified. Could it be that this speed, theoretically slowed down tens of times, was the creature's actual sprinting pace? In the final slow moments, he dodged to the side, while a few guards behind him looked around nonchalantly before turning their heads vaguely in his direction. Those guards had no time to evade. Fortunately, Byrne wasn't on its path. If Byrne had been right behind him, what would he have done? The thought suddenly occurred to Lucius, and the next moment he felt ashamed of the ignoble doubt that had sprung from deep within him. As a father, he should never have such disgraceful hesitations. The second of slow motion brought by Quick Draw finally came to an end. "Move quickly." "R!" Lucius yelled fiercely, drawing his sword and dodging to the side, only to see a terrifying sight. 3 guards who had been right behind him screamed as they were knocked into the air. After rising several dozen meters, their bodies fell to the ground like noodles, twisting, contorting, and even shattering in a horribly casual manner. Shadow Demon Bear. Byrne only saw a white blur charging at them, and after finally getting a clear look, he shouted out in shock and anger. His swordsmanship was already quite good, and he retreated immediately, then decisively pulled out an alchemical flintlock and aimed at the white bear to shoot. Bang! Lucius was surprised to find that the bullet had hit the shadow bear squarely in the abdomen. The bear with blindingly fast speed had not dodged it. That's it. It must have used some extraordinary trait or perhaps only straight line charge to attain the speed it did just now. Under normal circumstances, the creature's movement speed would definitely not be so exaggerated. R. The shadow white bear, struck in the abdomen, howled in pain, its agony infused with even stronger rage. It then attempted to crouch down to launch another charge. Ha! Lucius charged forward with great valor, instantly activating sword brandishing and repeatedly slashing at the bear several times. The blade rolled up flesh and blood, and the howling bear instinctively retreated, failing to complete its charging stance. Although it was a bear-type magic beast, Lucius noticed that, contrary to common sense, its defensive capabilities were not strong, and an ordinary person wielding a weapon could wound it. "Charge now!" Lucius immediately roared. The recent scene had been devastating to morale, and the 7 surviving family guards, pale-faced, still managed to raise their 3-meter-long spears and surround the bear from all sides with extreme caution. Still not good enough, Lucius thought. Even though he had trained these guards for years, their quality was still not up to par. If they coordinated with him and rushed in together, they could further damage the bear before them. Despite knowing he wasn't an outstanding instructor, Lucius was extremely disappointed. Roar! The bear swung its paws fiercely, its monstrous strength effortlessly sending several spears flying from the guards' hands, while the remaining trembling guards immediately took several steps back. As soon as the encirclement broke, it glared menacingly at Lucius, the male human who was clearly the most threatening presence. Byrne had already pulled out his pen and paper, his head covered in sweat as he sketched, not even needing to look at the bear anymore, simply drawing accurately from memory. "It's coming." Lucius tensed up, and then the bear lunged at him again, its speed significantly slower than its initial charge. He was already prepared to block, but his whole body shook violently from the impact, uncontrollably thrown into the air, flying several steps before barely managing to stabilize his stance. Such tremendous strength. It must be in a straight line, its charge can only be straight. No sooner had Lucius landed than he rolled on the ground, and sure enough, the bear, already in a forelimb stance, charged at him like a shadow too fast. Impossible to block the charge. The best strategy was to try to avoid it completely, thought Lucius, dripping with sweat as he struggled to his feet, gasping for air. Just one hit would be the end of him. But he soon saw a glimmer of hope, noticing that the bear, having charged past at high speed, seemed unable to stop. Ow! The bear crashed into a large tree in the jungle, halting only with great difficulty. It had just turned around when it noticed two black alchemical explosives rolling at its feet. Boom! The violent explosion tore one of the bear's arms to shreds, but it was unfortunate that the alchemical explosives Lucius had predicted to throw were a bit too far, failing to kill it. Woo 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 ow! It started to howl miserably, not immediately engaging in battle again, giving the humans time to catch their breath. The bear, having lost an arm, lost its will to fight and turned in fear to run away. Lucius did not choose to pursue it, only then did Burn finish his drawing, rendering the bear fragile. I couldn't draw any faster, I'm sorry, Burn said, looking down awkwardly. Lucius laughed heartily, saying nonchalantly, it's absolutely fine, we've already won. We'll clean up the corpse when we return. Now we need to follow the blood trail from afar. He didn't lead everyone to chase after and kill the shadow white bear, instead, they followed the blood trail from 100 meters away. After tracking it for a day and a night, the magic beast finally collapsed from excessive blood loss and didn't move anymore. The group waited for another half an hour without getting closer. Then Lucius picked up a spear and threw it with sharp precision, piercing the bear and causing blood to burst forth. Ow 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 ow. The shadow white bear suddenly opened its eyes, rising furiously, its expression wild, trying to charge at the humans. But after a few staggering steps, its massive body finally fell backward. A joyful smile spread across Lucius's face as he lazily said with narrowed eyes, TSK TSK, now it's thoroughly dead, unable to get back up ever again. Only then did Burn breathe a sigh of relief, revealing a thoughtful expression as he said, there are two problems. The first is that extracting extraordinary materials requires a specialized spellcaster. In Nazar's town, only the elder of the Silver Descendants clan has this skill. Also, the extraordinary materials on the Shadow Demon Bear are Class 3. You haven't digested the current magic potion yet, so we can't use them directly. Class 3 extraordinary materials? Lucius was taken aback. Chapter 27 Night Talk. After dealing with the aftermath, everyone was exhausted. Transporting the enormous bear carcass and 3 bodies also required a cart, so Lucius ordered 2 guards to go back first and call for more people, while the rest temporarily stayed in the jungle. In the end, they camped for the night. For some reason, Burn still longed deep inside to see that stunningly beautiful elf again. In the middle of the night, he sat up again, feeling somewhat sleepy but unable to fall asleep. Burn. A deep voice came from nearby, and Burn saw his father Lucius keeping watch, arms folded across his chest, gazing at him wearily. Ever since that battle, Lucius had been constantly reflecting, with abrupt selfish thoughts hidden deep within, always feeling uneasy. Burn was the only son of his own flesh and blood. But would I really be willing to die for him? On the lips, relatives of the same blood are the most important, but when it comes to a critical moment, the selfishness and baseness deep inside still surged forward. Lucius shook his head. Burn sensitively perceived that something was off with his father but couldn't specifically pinpoint it. Father, what's wrong? He asked. Lucius looked at Burn calmly and suddenly realized that at some point, he had grown into a man, even more handsome and dashing than himself when he was younger, like a truly noble gentleman. And what about himself? He had inevitably aged somewhat. Aging, a word Lucius had never thought about before, suddenly overwhelmed his thoughts and refused to leave. He began very slowly, there are some things from the past that I want to talk to you about, things I've never told you before. Alright, sure. Getting up, Burn felt a bit excited inside. In fact, he had always known little about his father's past. Burn grew up solely under his mother's care after birth. His mother, the daughter of a famous painter, had a great talent for painting, but her family did not believe a woman could become a painter, so she was never able to study painting systematically. All along, she had placed her hopes of becoming a painter onto Burn, but in the second year of Burn's painting studies, a terrifying plague struck, and half the city's population perished during those dreadful, months-long epidemic. After his mother's death, he arrived. The man who claimed to be his father, whom his mother rarely mentioned, and when she did, it was with admiration in her voice. Burn, who had survived the plague but was frail and sickly, numbly followed Lucius as they left, endlessly observing this stranger yet familiar man during their aimless and prolonged journeys. He appeared languid, yet he was brave and shrewd, able to adeptly deal with any sudden situations, his eyes and speech filled with the confidence and charisma that could lead others forward. Father might not be the grand hero from the poetry collections, but Burn truly admired him, and found himself increasingly subconsciously learning from this dangerous man who narrowed his eyes in a smile. The campfire crackled in the night, and the two made their way to the edge of the campsite. The old man with a resolute face, in his 40s, sat on a stone, silently staring into the darkness for a long time, as if gazing deep within his heart, before he finally slowly began to speak. I have long since forgotten your mother's name. In fact, I forgot it not long after leaving that place. After all, I only spent a month with her. What? Byrne looked astonished. Our mercenary group once stayed in your childhood city for a month, where I serendipitously met your mother. Perhaps it was the dangerous aura I carry that is fatal to those living in tranquility. She fell in love with me quickly. With his head bowed, Byrne listened, while Lucius continued expressionlessly. I grew up in a rather well-known mercenary group. Those old mercenaries were like my family. I never thought about leaving the mercenary group and wanted to die there. He had never thought of leaving the mercenary group, so why did he come back for him and his mother? Byrne couldn't help but feel puzzled deep inside. Somewhat unexpectedly, Byrne found himself wishing that his father would not continue. The voice of Lucius sank lower. I used to love gambling, and I loved cheating even more. I often used cheats to win money, until I met a wealthy guy one time. It was an old man with a black robe and yellow eyes, his pupils chilling like those of a serpent. He stared at me with a cold laugh at the gambling table, as if he could see through my cheating, but in reality, he lost to me time and time again. At first, I was ecstatically pleased with myself. But as I kept winning more and more money, a fear set in subconsciously, as I had never won so much before. So I made an excuse to leave the casino, and after getting back to the mercenary group, I never went there again. Within a few days, I completely put that incident out of my mind. As he spoke, Lucius gradually became entirely engrossed in his memories. Then, he intuitively discerned an unsettling aura around the old man in the black robe, hastily making excuses to leave the casino. For the first few days after returning to the mercenary group, nothing happened. Their team continued to move through the wilderness as they usually would, everything proceeding as normal. Until one morning, just after he had woken up, he felt a terrible malice erupt suddenly from inside the tent. That was a scent of death I had never encountered before, one that made my body tense up involuntarily. Lucius was extremely vigilant as he cautiously stepped outside the tent. His muscles tensed up in an instant, totally fearful at the sight of everyone around him being petrified. Each member of the mercenary group turned into lifelike stone sculptures amidst their blank expressions. The old man in black robes had finally come. He recognized the eyes at first glance, even though the old man in black robes was revealing his true form as a black giant dragon nearly 100 meters long. Those yellow serpent-like pupils hadn't changed at all. It said, "Let's gamble again, you just need to beat me once, and it's all over. I will let everyone go." It sneered, "Either your own innards or those people of the mercenary group, you can choose your stake." Under the terrifying dragon's might, Lucius was extremely scared, his heartbeat quickened, sweat poured down his forehead, his palms were damp, as if something was stuck in his throat, making it hard for him to breathe freely. He had to make a choice, but when he saw the cold, mocking gaze of the black dragon, his heart instantly felt like it had plunged into an ice cellar, subconsciously knowing that winning the gamble was almost impossible. "But I really don't want to die. No matter what, I don't want to die," Lucius spoke with great difficulty, his voice trembling as he expressed his deepest thoughts. Let them be the stakes." The moment he spoke, he actually felt a sense of relief and happiness as if a burden had been lifted. But Lucius still subconsciously thought that he had hardly ever lost a bet in his life, and might not necessarily lose terribly. He had to try to win the upcoming gamble as much as possible. It burst into loud laughter. Good. In the gambling that lasted for a day and a night that followed, involving all sorts of previously unseen games, Lucius tried every trick in the book, even attempting to cheat, but he could never win even a single game. Most games were simply impossible to complete by an ordinary person's strength, with the results almost invariably one-sided. And for some reason, the Black Dragon's luck was always incredibly good. Even if Lucius managed to have a slight chance, the dragon would overturn the situation every time in the end. Fear, helplessness, despair, and madness, a vast sea of negative emotions flooded his mind. Lucius trembled, kneeling on the ground listening to the continuous sound of the sculptures shattering. As the sculptures made from the members of the mercenary group shattered, one by one, he finally learned a horrifying truth. "Your stakes are used up, worm, goodbye. No, never to see you again." The Black Dragon's voice was particularly cold and void of any emotion, not even bothering to mock anymore. Then it took to the sky with immense pride, leaving Lucius alone, collapsing on the ground and weeping bitterly. At the edge of the campsite, Lucius's thoughts gradually emerged from the memories, as he continued speaking in a calm tone. "At that time, I fell into complete despair, having almost everything taken from me in an instant. I was dazed for I don't know how long. The giant dragon is also a rare and powerful existence among mysterious creatures. What Burn's father recounted was simply beyond belief, leaving Burn staring agape. A certain emotion began to stir in Lucius's eyes, and his breathing became progressively faster. Since then, I haven't gambled for many years. To truly speak of it, perhaps only this chess move of actively seeking out the Lord of the Lost counts as gambling, and it's the most important gamble of all. His eyes filled with hatred and malice, he uttered his words with a rasp nearly hysterical, chilling to the bone. As an ordinary person, I could never win. Many of the games that Black Lizard played required extraordinary power to complete. One day when I become powerful enough, I will find it again. I must win it over. Then kill it. Skin it with my own hands. Burn stared at his father sitting beside him, his expression fierce, completely losing his usual easygoing demeanor, almost like a man he had never truly known. He opened his mouth and finally asked, with great difficulty, if the people of the mercenary group hadn't died, would you have come back for us? Of course I. Lucius's expression faltered for a moment, wanting to say of course I would, but for some reason, he couldn't complete the sentence, unusually at a loss during a conversation. Burn understood, and so he silently got up and walked to the other side of the campsite. He didn't continue to press the issue, only realizing a hard truth. His mother didn't matter at all in his father's heart, and his own existence was nothing more than an emotional substitute. A few years ago, Burn might have been devastated, feeling completely unable to accept it, even crying, but now as an adult, he just felt a deep-seated discomfort that he couldn't shake off from the bottom of his heart. Lucius shifted his toes slightly, wanting to stand up and smooth things over with his usually skillful words. In the end, he didn't stand up, but quietly looked towards the jungle outside the campfire with a profound gaze. That completely dark jungle, devoid of any light as if to swallow all hope, where almost any rational kindness would be choked by the night's cold madness. The people by the campfire, just like the members of the Fisher family, should never venture into that tranquil night on a whim. Chapter 28 Consecution Pharmacist. The only person in Nazrit town who could use an extraction spell to turn mysterious creatures into extraordinary materials was the elder of the Silver Descendants clan. However, cooperation between the Fisher family and the elder of the Silver Descendants clan was not going smoothly. Silver Descendants are one of the subhuman species, characterized by their white hair, not only their head hair but even their eyebrows and all body hair. Their average lifespan is half that of ordinary people, but their spiritual power is naturally stronger. The probability of newborn Silver Descendants awakening the talent of a spellcaster is several times higher than that of mainstream humans. The drawback is that the mental state of Silver Descendants is more prone to instability. One of the most powerful and influential spellcasters in the history of the Uden continent was a female Silver Descendant who had created a top-tier element-type spellcasting bequest and soon after vanished without a trace along with the bequest. There were only a few hundred Silver Descendants in Nazrit town, but they lived together on a street at the edge of South City, and anyone who dared to bully a Silver Descendant would be met with collective retaliation. They were very hostile to outsiders, and the other townspeople rarely ventured to their street. Since the Silver Descendants universally worshipped the Lord of Salvation, they only allowed those who shared their faith to come and do business with them. The members of the Fisher family had never publicly declared their faith. Lucius suggested that the family collectively pretend to worship the Lord of Salvation, the most influential deity. Burn felt that it did not matter whether they pretended to follow the powerful Lord of Salvation and the Sun, or the seemingly weaker Order, Storm, or Silver Moon. The problem lay with Irene. The mere mention of feigning belief in the Lord of Salvation made her uncomfortable, and even the idea of pretending to convert left a bad taste in her mouth. In her own words, it was unbearable to see others praising other gods as the greatest right in front of her, to the point where she could not eat. It wasn't until Lucius presented her with many examples of endurance and psychological preparation that Irene finally agreed to the pretense, albeit reluctantly. The devout Irene's soul wrestled with a strand of black light. The original black radiance had been expended in a night battle long ago, and the new black light was the result of her devout prayers recondensed through God-worshipping over 3 years. Thus, the negotiation with the elder of the Silver Descendants clan was left to Irene, but the prospects did not look hopeful. Despite having studied the religious teachings of the Lord of Salvation beforehand, their attitude toward her remained poor. The fundamental reason for this was that she was not a Silver Descendant, but a mainstream human. Burn had thought so initially, but Lucius scoffed at this reason with blatant disdain. Wasn't Baron Hovern, who had originally come to collect money, also not a Silver Descendant? And yet, didn't that very principled clan elder still put on a smiling face at the banquet? In the end, the elder of the Silver Descendants clan quoted a price that Irene simply could not accept. The rationale behind the outrageous demand was simple. There were not many spellcasters with alchemical spellcasting bequest in the whole of Nazrit town, and he was the only one who could perform the extraction spell. Otherwise, the Fisher family would have to look for someone else in Fane City. The Fisher family indeed could not afford to delay any longer, for as time passed and without proper preservation techniques, the extraordinary power contained in the Shadow White Bear's corpse would gradually diminish. The deal was eventually struck, and the members of the Fisher family soon rejoiced. From the bear's carcass, they acquired a Class 3 extraordinary material Shadow Bear skin, and in addition, a Class 2 extraordinary material Shadow tongue, amounting to a significant fortune. The Shadow Bear skin couldn't be used immediately, as Lucius, who had already reached the 2nd rank, was still far from assimilating the magic potion. However, after some discussion, they also decided not to sell it. Fortunately, the Class 2 extraordinary material Shadow tongue could be put to immediate use, as both Irene and Byrne had fully digested the magic potions of the 1st rank. The ceremony unfolded once again. After the Fisher family members sacrificed the Shadow tongue, Carl entered the spirit realm again, yet did not immediately expand the extraordinary laws. He silently contemplated whether to elevate Irene or Byrne to the next step. Between the path of knowledge and the path of divine sacrifice for the 2nd rank, the path of knowledge takes priority for the entire Fisher family, he concluded. Carl then created the 2nd rank of the path of knowledge. In the constellation, there existed the image of a middle-aged man in green robes, holding a potion bottle with swirling liquid. Pharmacist of the consecution. A pale green spiritual radiance entered Byrne's body before the eyes of all present. Even though she wasn't the second to receive the blessing, Irene felt no jealousy or dissatisfaction, but rather heartfelt joy for her relative and was filled with even greater reverence and gratitude toward the great Lord of the Lost. Byrne took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and keenly sensed the new power he had gained. I am deeply grateful for the power you have bestowed upon me, O great Lord of the Lost. First and foremost was the considerable increase in spirituality, which had risen by about 80% from its original foundation. There was also a moderate improvement in the quality of his physique, although not the primary enhancement, yet it was already on par with a gladiator of the 1st rank. The pharmacist's extraordinary trait had 2 aspects, drug verification and self-extracted formula. Drug verification was a very simple and practical ability, whereby the effects of any potion, medicinal herb, or extraordinary material could be known at a glance by the holder of the pharmacist's power of consecution. As for the other important effect, self-extracted formula, it granted the pharmacist an inheritance akin to that of an alchemical spellcaster, possessing the capability to craft and develop various magic potion formulas on their own. Moreover, while they were attempting to make and research magic potions, hints leading to the correct approach would occasionally surface in their minds, significantly increasing the success rate of potion making. Because the financial situation of the Fisher family was rather dire, Carl judged that the pharmacist's power of consecution, which tended towards increasing monetary income, would be more suitable. 2 months later, the residents of Nazartown learned of an exhilarating piece of news. The rebelling nobles of the northern kingdom of Rhea had suffered a massive defeat, with their main force nearly decimated, and the higher-ups leading the armies on both sides had entered into peace negotiations. The people, who had been worried about the war spreading to them, all breathed a sigh of relief, and even the overall prices in the northern part of the Psy Art Kingdom gradually began to fall. At the age of 5, Chris had already begun to learn swordsmanship, combat, stealth, and other fighting skills with Lucius. The quiet lad had a tremendous talent for movement. He seemed to pick up various fighting techniques almost instantly, leading Lucius to even wonder if he had a hidden talent for coaching. The health of old Ramon from the smithy was not promising. His dementia was becoming increasingly serious, to the point where he often couldn't recognize his own son and would burst into tears whenever he saw Irene. The visage of the once robust and tough old blacksmith seemed to be gradually fading away. Lucius, inexplicably fearful, avoided passing by the smithy as much as possible. Perhaps disappearance was more terrifying than death itself. He didn't know how many more years he had left to live. He just wanted another chance to face that black giant dragon while he was still alive. There will definitely be another chance. There's absolutely still time. After acquiring the power of the pharmacist, the Fisher family set up a simple workshop, and Byrne began trying to develop new medicines. The family's existing blood potion, used for healing injuries, was among the experimental subjects. He mixed different substances and Class 0 extraordinary materials with the blood potion in various proportions. Thanks to his self-extracted formula trait, Byrne's mind was twice graced with mysterious voices giving directions, like add another 10 milliliters of water or keep heating. The voices were as if someone was whispering in his own mind, eerily peculiar yet inexplicably reliable. Winter came, with snow blanketing the mountains, and the frozen lakes and rivers, a slight breeze shaking the hanging ice crystals from the tree branches. Another year was nearly over. In the Fisher family's rudimentary workshop, an extremely weary Byrne suddenly stood up, walking back and forth while cheering, his face unable to contain the surging excitement and elation. Success. I've finally done it. Ha ha ha. The original blood potion, with an added 10 milliliters of water heated continuously to boiling, and finally mixed with 5 grams of the Class 0 extraordinary material Ghost Starfish Precipitate, can attain a powerful detoxification effect on top of its base properties. He was ecstatic. The powerful antidote was much more expensive than the blood potion. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly there was knocking at the door, followed by Irene entering sternly, ignoring Burn's sign on the door that read "Do not enter without permission." Burn was stunned, looking at his cousin whose expression was solemn. Irene took a deep breath. A family meeting must be convened immediately, Burn. Based on very reliable information, an army of Ria people has suddenly crossed the border and is headed in the direction of Nazr. Chapter 29 Boomerang in the Fisher family's basement. 3 members of the family were momentarily silent. Burn even harbored a glimmer of hope, thinking the Psy Art army might bypass Nazr town, but in the end, he couldn't bring himself to say it aloud. The Psy Art and Ria were the most sworn enemies among the Eastern 4 kingdoms, waging war and looting each other in the decades before they signed a peace treaty. The last battle, which occurred on the border of the 2 countries 12 years ago, had left a heavy toll of dead and wounded, marking the memories of many Psy Art people. The Ria were known for their fierceness and brutality, far from the civilized reputation of the Psy Art in mainstream opinion. They were even one of the rare countries on the Ouden continent that still adhered to a feudal lordship system, where the Ria king's cohesion and control fluctuated between strong and weak. After much thought, Irene asked, "What's the situation in Nazr like now?" Lucius said, "The news hasn't been released yet. It's only circulating among the major families, but I think it's only a matter of time before it spreads throughout the whole city." Narrowing his eyes, he spoke gravely, "We don't know how many troops the Ria have sent, nor when Psy Art reinforcements will arrive, but in any case, we can't gamble on it." The standing armed forces of Nazr town consisted of 100 or so patrolmen armed with flintlocks, and when counting the extraordinary exponents and guards from the major families, there were only about 300 people capable of joining the battle in total. Moreover, they were not professional soldiers, and their actual combat power was incomparable. Each family is packing up valuable goods, preparing to leave Nazr temporarily. I think fleeing to Fame City is the best route. Good. Having made their decision, the 3 didn't hesitate any longer and went off to take care of their respective tasks. Irene was in charge of deciding which valuable items to take with them, while Lucius went to call the Fisher family's guard and servants, informing them of the situation and instructing them to notify their families to bring their belongings immediately. Suddenly, Lucius said, "Burn, go to the Taylor family right away. We still have to retrieve a sum of 15 gold coins from our investment." Not long ago, Burn had spent a considerable amount of money on pharmaceutical research, and now the Burn family had only about 10 gold coins left in assets, which would likely be insufficient for the journey as refugees. No sooner had Burn left his house and reached the street than he realized the news had already spread. People were hustling about in panic, running back and forth very anxiously. Because the servants of the various families in Nazr were related to many townsfolk, the news spread like wildfire, from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, making it impossible to keep a secret. He jogged through the noisy streets to the Taylor family residence, only to discover that the entire family's estate was deserted. Burn stood stunned for a while, then realized that the remaining half of the payment could not be retrieved for the time being. But, the Taylor family could run temporarily, but not forever. As long as they remained in the vicinity of the East Coast, Burn was confident they could be found. Moreover, he believed in his heart that several years of acquaintance with Robert would prevent him from outright defaulting on the debt. By the time Burn returned to his family, all the neighborhoods were in an uproar. No, he quickly realized that it wasn't just the people on this street who were shaken by fear, the entire Nazr city was in great panic. Baron Hovern was absent, the town chief was utterly unreliable, and with no one to lead the townspeople in resistance, everyone was thinking of fleeing as quickly as possible. Most of Nazr's adults had experienced war and knew all too well how cheap human life became once war broke out, the overwhelming fear instantly pressing down on them. Just as Lucius had thought, many people decided to flee westward to the safest place, Fane, the only city on the east coast. Their caravan quickly became massive. The Fisher family's dozens of members blended into the first few thousand refugees, along with old Ramon's family from the blacksmith shop and sea merchant John's family, making the final count about 100 or so. Irene suddenly noticed with surprise that old Ramon's mind had become very clear, talking and handling matters in an orderly fashion. The escape had begun. Dragging families and carrying many belongings made the large refugee caravan slow, likely taking 7 to 8 days just to reach the territory of Fame City, and with the impact of the snowy environment, it could take even longer. On the third evening of the escape, the outdoor climate grew increasingly cold. Snowflakes danced gently through the air, weaving a tapestry of purity, floating like elves, lightly brushing everything on the ground. As the sun set, thousands of fleeing refugees chose to make camp next to the forest after crossing a frozen river. Different incidents emerged within the throng of refugees during several days, with frequent acts of theft and even outright robberies occurring. The town chief had disappeared at the first opportunity and the Taylor family as well, while the other 3 knight families discussed that night who should lead them in maintaining overall order. The Fisher family, however, experienced no attempts at theft or robbery, partly due to their high reputation and partly due to their considerable martial strength. The dozens of the Fisher family were setting camp, with the tired guards and servants all working hard. So far, Irene had managed to handle all sorts of situations very adeptly. In the first years, most matters within the family were handled by Lucius, but now she had become adept at managing the internal affairs of the Fisher family, even more patient than Lucius. After comforting 2 frightened cooks, Irene approached Lucius and Byrne, her inner unease prompting her to ask, "Our caravan is a conspicuous target, could anything go wrong?" Fully armed, Lucius shook his head and calmly, pointing his sword to the north, said, "That troop from the north, from Rhea, will be heading straight for Nazra after passing through the jungle. For them to find our group in the vast wilderness is virtually impossible. Indeed, several thousand people might seem like a lot, but in the vast expanse of the east coast, they were like a small bunch of ants, and the chances of them encountering another small bunch of ants by chance were extremely slim." Lucius continued, "Moreover, if the Rhea troops wander aimlessly in the wild, the risk is too great. It would be better to raid Nazra and then turn and run." Byrne, who was listening nearby, suddenly looked up and said, "There is one exception, though. I've heard of an exceedingly rare spellcasting bequest, the prophecy-type spells, that can accurately pinpoint a target's location." Lucius remained silent. The strategically valuable prophecy-type spells did exist, but the chances of them being in that Rhea troop were not high. Moreover, the likelihood of this group of Reens stubbornly insisting on going after their group was nearly non-existent. Unless there was someone or something extremely important within the entire escape party. Lucius revealed a smile and calmly said, "This is a low-risk gamble, nothing will happen." I understand." Irene nodded gently, turned, and continued to console members of the Fisher family. Soon, people came seeking treatment for sickness, as several elderly people had nearly succumbed to the cold weather and the demands of the journey. Irene did not refuse, striving to save the old people's lives, and the people of Nazra were all deeply grateful to her. Until a group of people with white hair and beards approached her. Irene was slightly taken aback. The members of the Fisher family looked over. It was the Silver descendants from Nazra town, who not long ago had swindled a sum of money from the Fisher family. Irene calmly watched them as a man with white, long hair stepped forward, clearly someone of higher status among the Silver descendants, his clothing bearing symbols that flaunted a spellcaster's identity. The Silver descendant man fell silent for a while before finally asking with neither subservience nor arrogance, "Madam Irene, the elder of our clan suddenly collapsed and has not regained consciousness. We suspect it may be a disease triggered by the cold weather and the fatigue. We beg you to save our elder, seeing as we are both followers of the Lord of Salvation." Upon hearing this, Irene revealed a bright smile as if delighted by some happy thought. She had healed too many people and knew that the cold, combined with fatigue and emotional excitement, could easily cause malignant changes in the hearts and brains of the elderly. As a fellow devotee of the Lord of Salvation, of course, I will save the respected elder of the Silver descendants. Rest assured, Irene said. Irene paused here, causing the middle-aged man to grow anxious before she continued, "However, the Fisher family is currently in a very difficult situation, and we hope that you will offer assistance in the name of the Lord of Salvation." The middle-aged man nodded, unsurprisingly asking, "Fisher family, how much assistance do you need?" But when Irene finished, his expression changed. "We left Nazra in a hurry, and we urgently need 30 gold coins." Although everyone among the Silver descendants knew Irene was asking a sky-high price, they had no choice but to oblige her. After all, just as only the elder of the Silver descendants clan possessed the extraction spell, Irene of the Fisher family was the best healer among the thousands in their party. Ultimately, it was the short-sightedness of the elder of the Silver descendants clan that had led to this unfortunate situation, unlike sea merchant John, who would rather take a loss to make a good impression on the Fisher family. The Silver descendants clan was extremely unified and quickly gathered the 30 gold coins, earnestly beseeching Irene to save their elder's life. When she treated the elder of the Silver descendants clan, she didn't completely heal his ailment but left a portion untreated, ensuring that the Silver descendants clan must beg Irene daily. After returning to the Fisher family camp, the sky had gradually darkened, and the snow grew denser, falling slowly like suspended feathers. Irene suddenly discovered that Grandma Narda, the mother of the thieves' gang leaders, was silently waiting for her with a black iron box. Because of the Dawn Church's basic principles of secrecy and caution, Grandma Narda rarely came directly to the Fisher family. Irene asked in puzzlement, "Grandma Narda, what brings you here?" As soon as Narda saw Irene, she quickly approached, speaking excitedly. "A few days ago, my children came across something from a merchant, which could very well be a mysterious rare artifact." She leaned in and lowered her voice. "You once said that the Lost Lord of Dawn needs them, and these past days I've not had the chance to hand it to you. I feel now is the time to give it to you." After saying this, Grandma Narda respectfully presented the black iron box. Suddenly, Irene felt a tiny tremor from the powerful will of the Lord of the Lost. Inside the black iron box seemed to hide something extremely important, something that even the great gods could not disregard. She was utterly astonished. What exactly was inside the black iron box? Just then, puzzled murmurs arose from the crowd around her, followed by gasps of surprise. "Someone's here. Look over there, quick." "Ah!" Irene and Grandma Narda abruptly looked up, their gazes joining the crowds in the direction everyone was staring. In the dim light of day, black figures were gradually multiplying on the far side by the river bank, becoming more distinct and moving closer, appearing like a terrifying black tide slowly advancing as if to devour everything. Chapter 30, Collapse. Is this a joke? How is this possible? Lucius's eyes widened, his body shivering, as he incredulously stared at the black tide slowly approaching from afar. It wasn't completely dark yet, and with his keen senses, he could vaguely make out that the so-called black tide was very likely the regular army of the Rhea. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He knew how vast the East Coast was. How could this army have arrived here? And didn't they plunder other refugee groups or scour Nazra at all? Moreover, there was more than one path from Nazra to Fane City, damn it. The appearance of those people was like an ant from Nazra precisely finding another ant. Just bad luck, or rather, fate? Lucius felt a bitter taste in his heart, vaguely sensing that there was some kind of inevitable factor in this gamble that led to their failure. They cheated to find this fleeing group so accurately and quickly. Lucius suddenly turned back and looked towards the pitch-black jungle not far away and yelled, "All members of the Fisher family, abandon everything except your personal belongings, and run into the jungle right now." Due to certain issues with rifled guns yet to be addressed, the armies on the Uden continent were generally equipped with smooth-bore flintlocks, with an effective range of about 100 meters. Reloading took at least tens of seconds. Hence a very important first volley of collective fire on the battlefield would not be fired lightly. And the Nazra refugees had not entered the range of the Rhea army's bullet fire in the first place. But in the world of Claude, extraordinary power existed, and aside from the soldiers equipped with flintlock rifles, the infantry retained other tactics based on the characteristics of their race. At the command, the Rhea's unique half-orc units temporarily set down their flintlock guns and collectively threw a few short spears with extraordinary strength that ordinary humans could not match, from a great distance. They rose into the dim sky and fell scattered over hundreds of meters into the fleeing crowd, followed by continuous screams and wails. "Run! The Rhea are coming! Help!" A regular army might scatter in disarray, but the refugee group became like an anthill thrown with firecrackers upon being attacked. Everyone went mad. Everyone made a wild dash towards the jungle to the west, with many of the weak and even some adults being pushed down by others and ending up dead under the crush of the chaos. The sparse throwing of spears stopped abruptly. In the dim light, a detachment of Rhea's army resembling a black tide separated out, rapidly closing in. They were a well-trained cuirassier unit, charging towards the refugees on their fast horses. Lucius, leading the Fisher family, didn't hesitate to rush towards the jungle. Encountering a regular cavalry unit in the wilderness left no chance of survival. They had to dive into the jungle right away. Irene was clutching her dazed brother Chris, while Bern kindly pulled Grandma Narda along as she ran. Grandma Narda let out a few wails trying to look for her sons but ultimately didn't go against the crowd to search for them. A few strangers who weren't familiar blocked the way, begging and entangling, hoping to obtain the protection of the Fisher family, which had a high reputation and was well praised by everyone in Nazra. "Get out of my way!" Lucius roared loudly, cutting down anyone in his way without hesitation, tearing away the mask of the hero of Nazra to reveal a ferocious and frantic face. He knew it had to be done this way, as sheltering a few more would mean dozens more, even hundreds more. Having scared the shocked people away with his killing, Lucius led his family members into the edge of the jungle at the first opportunity. The dark jungle was vast, more than enough for their purposes, and moreover, it would take the Rhea a long time to finish killing the majority of refugees and then proceed with the looting. That's the logic, but for some reason, Lucius had a strong sense of fear deep inside. It is coming. All members of the Fisher family felt the hint given by the Great Lord of the Lost. Something even more terrifying is about to happen. Suddenly, within the black tide, a silent blue rain rose into the sky, reaching tens of meters high before blooming into cold blue flowers, then falling like brilliant fireworks onto all the Rhea. The spell's aura was extremely beautiful, yet Lucius and the others felt nothing but horror, and they immediately plunged into the jungle without hesitation. It was a ritual spell cast by many, greatly enhancing the overall speed of the Rhea people. The cavalry, who were even faster, swept across the frozen river like winds of death, crossing it in record time. The swiftest of the black-armored riders had already stood out from the pursuing cavalry. The pitch-black warhorse beneath him galloped with lightning speed as if it possessed the terrifying bloodline of a mysterious creature, its hooves striking sparks of lightning that were extraordinarily visible against the dimming sky. He might be the Rhea people's commander. An extraordinary knight from the Nazar Knight family bellowed as he rode his warhorse, charging forward to intercept the black-armored rider breaking away from the main force. Killing him would surely deal a heavy blow to the enemy's morale. In the instant they closed in on each other for close combat, the dazed people couldn't make out the details as the Nazar Knight tumbled off his still galloping horse, body askew. The black-armored rider quickly entered the rear of the fleeing group on his pitch-black warhorse. Anyone struck by him was instantly thrown aside, and soon the cavalry followed through the breach, swords raised high, relentlessly cutting down their foes. The night had fallen completely dark, and in a few hours, it would be light again. Surrounded by pitch darkness, the members of the Fisher family were utterly exhausted, but thankfully, the sounds of slaughter were no longer behind them. Lucius exhaled and said, "Let's stop for a moment, count the numbers for the third time, and start with you, Burn." The original group of over 100 people surrounding the Fisher family now numbered just over 70, with more than 30 scattered. Fortunately, all the key members were still present, including old Ramon. He had been carried all the way by his son Hugh, who, large in stature, now lay on the ground panting, his face flushed and body trembling, unable to utter a single word. Even with stamina far exceeding human limits, Lucius, fully armed, still felt exhausted and knew they had to rest. Having already trekked for a day in the icy wilderness and then scrambling through the jungle for a long time, many had reached their limits. Grandma Narda had even fainted from exhaustion. Fortunately, Irene's healing powers had saved her. Lucius ordered everyone to hydrate and eat and then rise to continue marching in 30 minutes. In the dark of the night, the resting group dared not to light any lamps, conversing in hushed tones, while subdued cries occasionally reached their ears. Burn approached Lucius and Irene, sipping water in small gulps, and said nervously, "I looked at a rough map of this jungle yesterday. It's vast, we probably won't make it out until sunrise. Our current path leads to the southeast, it is less intuitive but safer." Irene closed her eyes in ardent prayer, communing, then after pondering with her eyes reopened, she solemnly said, "The great Lord of the Lost can bring misfortune upon our enemies, but he has not fully awakened yet, and his power should not be used lightly. The targets that can receive the descending divine punishment are very few. We can implore the great Lord of the Lost to intervene if we offer up our lifespans as a sacrifice." "I understand," Lucius nodded after listening, frowning deeply in thought. He knew it was impossible to have the not yet awakened Lord of the Lost annihilate the enemy. Like all gods of this world, they seldom interfere with worldly matters without extensive preparation and sacrifices. Yet, his great power ensured that at least one or two, or slightly more, enemies would be slain if the chosen target was right, creating a surprising effect. However, that was the worst-case scenario. The best outcome would be that they no longer encountered the Rhea army and made a safe escape. In theory, it was nearly impossible for the Rhea to find them again. Nevertheless, Lucius couldn't shake off an intense feeling of fear and unease from deep within. Suddenly, his eyes widened in tremor, and he growled in a low voice, "No, no, this is all wrong. Those Rhea are cheating in the game." Chapter 31 Fatal Gamble. The fleeing group rose to continue their journey, only this time everyone tacitly slowed their pace. Most were at the limits of their physical and emotional endurance, and while they had managed to hold on without issue initially, a brief rest had almost instantaneously allowed exhaustion to overwhelm them. Sighs, crying, and complaints intermittently arose from around, the jungle ahead completely dark and lightless, like a tunnel leading to a bottomless underground. The escapees could only move forward, guided by the memories in Burn's head, silently hoping for light at the end of the darkness. Chris, who kept moving forward, suddenly stopped and looked down at his feet where an insect, accidentally crushed underfoot, had its juices splattered all over the ground. "What's wrong?" his sister Irene whispered gently beside him. Chris shook his head, said nothing in response, and continued to follow the group. "It's okay, we'll definitely be fine." Irene took a deep breath, one hand tightly clutching a transparent bottle, while the other comforted her brother Chris. She had thought Chris would be afraid, trembling just like the other children, but the young boy with silvery white hair simply followed the group in silence, not uttering a word from the beginning to the end. He seemed to be the only person in the fleeing group who wasn't nervous. Irene always felt she knew her brother best, yet sometimes she thought Chris was a bit too mature. Some might even say that Chris seemed somewhat emotionally lacking, but Irene deeply despised such a statement. It was as if they were calling her brother handicapped. He was just precocious and quiet. Irene. Old Ramon came over. As the pace of the group had slowed, old Ramon, who still had enough strength, insisted on walking on his own and didn't want to be carried by his son anymore. He looked at Irene, who had grown up, thinking that if his granddaughter could have grown up, she might have been just as beautiful as Irene. Irene, I know how cruel and terrifying the Rhea people can be. I've dealt with these bastards decades ago. Irene nodded. The once somewhat senile old Ramon was now extraordinarily lucid. His calm eyes gazing into the darkness held determination and weight as he continued, but let's not kid ourselves, we Psy Art people aren't exactly saints either. You must be careful. War is a game for the nobility, it's usually the poor folks' children who die while the nobles hardly ever kill each other. One day, if you want to transition from being a pawn in their game to a player, you must find a way to become a noble. War is but a game for the nobles, and the children of the poor are the ones who die, Irene reflected thoughtfully. Old Ramon fell silent for a while, then added, Hugh actually has a son, my grandson, who was raised in his uncle's home in a nearby village. Irene nodded again, initially thinking the old man would make some request about his grandson, but the conversation ended abruptly. Old Ramon fell silent and kept muttering to himself. Lucius, leading the group, was deep in thought, desiring to know how the Rhea people had cheated, for only then could the Fisher family be entirely safe. How exactly had they discovered our fleeing group? Did the Rhea troops target everyone or just a specific person or item? Prophecy-type spells? It was very possible. Lucius knew that prophecy-type spellcasters were extremely rare, but they did exist, and perhaps the Rhea had used a prophecy-type spell to learn about the entire fleeing group. But was that the answer? He frowned tightly, not understanding the specific workings of prophecy-type spells and thus unable to fully assess the overall situation. It seemed that everyone was gradually approaching the edge of the dark forest, and the sky was also slowly brightening, no longer the pitch-black path where one couldn't see their own hand in front of them. Everyone's spirits lifted slightly. The most dangerous moment had completely passed. Finally, the light of dawn illuminated the jungle, and the reflection of the snow brightened the surroundings, filling everyone's heart with the joy of relief. Lucius couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief as he patted Burn's shoulder and said, Let's not leave the jungle just yet, I'll go ahead and scout the situation. Let's rest here for 30 minutes. The air around was still exceedingly cold, but the light had completely driven away the darkness, and deep in Lucius's heart, he couldn't suppress the feeling of joy at having escaped to safety. We survived. However, not long after Lucius had left, a warning from the Great Lord of the Lost emerged in the deepest recesses of his mind. The message contained within that great will was not to move forward carelessly, there were enemies ahead. Lucius was shocked as he gazed towards the bright exit of the jungle, falling into a long silence. Carl's intangible consciousness rose high, centering on the transparent bottle in Irene's hand as he looked around, and quickly spotted an entire troop of Psy Art cavalry waiting outside the jungle ahead. Behind them, in several directions, hundreds of Psy Art infantry were also advancing slowly, holding flintlocks and gradually enclosing on their position. He was acutely aware that if things continued this way, the people of the Fisher family would be completely captured. Carl's consciousness leapt a great distance to near the cavalry unit, which totaled only 100 riders, not many, among which only 3 were extraordinary exponents who possessed different knight bequests. The leader was none other than the black-armored knight who had led the charge the day before. Under the black helmet visor was the serious face of a middle-aged man, with a full head of red hair. His demeanor was entirely different from the surrounding cavalry, undoubtedly a true noble. The entire situation was nearly hopeless. They faced blockage ahead and pursuers behind, and it seemed as if the Psy Art could unpredictably pinpoint their location. Carl immediately relayed the information back to the 3 members of the Fisher family. These Psy Art people have really cheated through and through. Lucius took a deep breath, feeling an overwhelming sense of powerlessness as sweat slowly trickled down his back, even experiencing a sense of déjà vu. The current predicament was like the one from years ago, when he had encountered that giant black dragon to gamble at every step, where one wrong move could mean no burial for the dead. The immense pressure felt like an invisible force, continuously and tightly constricting Lucius's mental and physical being, making it hard for him to breathe. Lucius closed his eyes and bowed his head with genuine devotion, slowly speaking, Great Lord of the Lost, I pray to you. I sincerely ask that you protect all members of the Fisher family. Next, I will lead away the cavalry troop up ahead. Please allow the rest of the family to immediately pass the road ahead, without the slightest delay. Lucius seemed to be talking to himself, but in fact, he was speaking to the Lord of the Lost. His speed of movement was undoubtedly the fastest among them all, with the most abundant stamina and combat ability that went without saying. If that cavalry unit directly engaged the people of the Fisher family, it would be over for everyone, so he had to lead them away himself. Lucius did not look back but went alone, sword in hand, actively seeking out the cavalry unit. He believed the Great Lord of the Lost was protecting the Fisher family and would definitely convey his thoughts to Byrne and Irene. The next thing to do was to briefly distract the cavalry unit, then try to survive. Although it was undoubtedly an extremely difficult and dangerous action, Lucius knew it was another deadly gamble he couldn't escape, similar to the one from years ago. Only this time, the chips on the perilous gamble were not just the important people beside him, but also himself. Chapter 32 The smell of iron in the snow. The cavalrymen clad in breastplates and helmets positioned themselves at the edge of the forest, awaiting the commander's order to attack with strict readiness. Leading the cavalry formation was a red-haired middle-aged noble commander, Baron Brett Meyer, one of the few younger brothers of Marquis Meyer. He hailed from a prominent northern Rif family, the Meyer family, the most important noble force among the many that had rebelled against the king. But the Meyer family was too vast, and even if the family was defeated and negotiated with, the king would not dare to completely annihilate the Meyer family. From then on, the Meyer family would enter a long period of decline. It might be a few years, decades, but after a century, the Meyer family would still undoubtedly remain one of Ria's top noble families. Every member of the Meyer family firmly believed in the future of the family, each willing to sacrifice life, freedom, and dignity to fight for the glory of the entire family. Unity, that was the motto of the Meyer family. Exhaling the chill air from within his black helmet, Borat tightly grasped the reins in his hand and looked toward the two squire knights beside him. There's still time. Once we get that thing, we immediately head north. The two squire knights, one burly and one frail, with the burlier one asking, what about the infantry squads? They can only remain within Art's reach. Borat fell silent for a moment before continuing with regret. Duke Black Iron Houston's army is in Fane City, they will definitely come to intercept us. We're cavalry, we still have a chance to escape. The infantry squads are pretty much doomed. The name of Duke Black Iron was well known. The H-man was the terrifying demon, butcher, and madman who had repeatedly defeated the Ria people. Whenever they thought of such an old man, it always weighed heavily on the Ria people's hearts. However, Borat thought that if his brother, Marquis Meyer, one day had the chance to face Duke Black Iron on the battlefield, he might stand a chance of defeating the legend. Upon hearing that the infantry squads would be annihilated, the burly squire knight was shaken and couldn't help asking loudly, Baron Borat, is it worth the death of so many brave Ria soldiers? Borat nodded without hesitation and said with firm conviction, their deaths are valuable, precious. Only with that thing can the Meyer family step onto the highest stage with glory and join the ranks of the most splendid ruling families on this continent. The two squire knights exchanged a glance. Their ultimate loyalty was to the Meyer family. Since this action was beneficial for the family, they could only sacrifice those infantrymen. Brett bowed his head and felt the shards trembling inside the box on his body. Although he could sense the location of kin within range, he couldn't pinpoint them more precisely. He just felt one of the shard pieces was getting closer. Of the 5 pieces of that broken thing, 2 were kept by his brother, 1 was with him, another on those Art people in the jungle, and the last one lay in the distant west of the continent. In due time, the Meyer family would definitely be able to gather them all. Bang! A sudden gunshot immediately drew everyone's attention. A cavalryman slowly collapsed among the crowd, the flintlock bullet having penetrated the unprotected part of his body at extreme range, instantly resulting in death. A middle-aged man stood at the edge of the forest, holding a sword in one hand and raising a flintlock high with the other, clad in silver full-body armor. When the breeze blew, the snowflakes reflected the blazing sun and radiant sun, resembling dancing shards of glass, sparkling with enchanting light, as though the surroundings were cast in a layer of illusionary light and shadow. The light from above landed on the snow, and the reflected abundance of light made that challenging middle-aged man seem somewhat divine and inviolable. The next moment, he turned and ran into the forest. Borat saw the man's speed was not weak, definitely a knight. The odds of that thing remaining in the hands of an ordinary person were low, which meant that man was likely carrying a piece of that artifact. Brett immediately issued a serious order, commanding his 2 subordinate squire knights, shouting, I will stay here to lead the team and intercept the rest, you go lead people to block him. The 2 squire knights at once led 40 cavalrymen in pursuit, while Borat stayed behind with the rest, coldly waiting for the remaining lambs. The infantry squads moved closer according to orders, soon to close the net. Baron Borat, with a stern frown, drew a deep breath of the ice-cold air. As expected, I couldn't lure all of them away. It's such a pity. They will have to find another way with the Lord of the Lost. Lucius dashed frantically through the white, snow-covered forest, pondering whether Irene and Byrne had understood the hint he gave him that night. At that time, he had hinted at something, In the final moments, they could very well abandon everyone around them and flee with only Chris. The core of the Fisher family, even what's so-called the Dawn Church, was merely those connected by blood, sharing a common fate. However, making such a decision would be very difficult. He knew very clearly that Irene would have the determination to forsake others at a critical moment, but the real issue lay entirely with Byrne. That guy was the biggest fool in the group when it came to so-called sentiments. The snow fell thicker and thicker, and the ground, already difficult to traverse due to the snow, proved even more challenging for the cavalry once they entered the forest, forcing the 40-odd riders to dismount and search on foot soon after. The two squires serving the Meyer family were extraordinary exponents of high-level beginning, and their combat strength in one-on-one fights was no less than that of Lucius. They were also well aware of the individual combat capabilities of an extraordinary exponent, so they ordered all the soldiers to not lose sight of the other two and to search the surrounding forest as cautiously as possible. Gone. Everyone quickly fell into bewilderment. The middle-aged man they had just chased here had disappeared, and no one could find a trace of him. Where exactly could he be? Long before charging out to provoke a challenge, Lucius had deeply dug a hole in the snow. He had immediately run back to the hole to hide, swiftly covering the surface with a large amount of snow, leaving only a small crack exposed, and breathed quietly from within. Lucius observed the situation outside calmly, completely motionless, even when at the most perilous moments, soldiers walked right up to his side, their boots crunching in the snow. There were two extraordinary exponents with knight bequests, and 40 dismounted cavalrymen armed with flintlocks and sabers. He calmly waited for the right moment. Breathing, coming, breathing, coming, breathing, coming, breathing. Until one of the knights, the slimmer one, slowly approached, every inch of muscle on Lucius' body trembled softly, and then all his strength concentrated, suddenly bursting from the snow with full force. In an instant, the hostility from all directions triggered quick draw. Everything around him became incredibly slow, the gradually falling snowflakes appeared sacred and immensely beautiful in the light. Sound seemed to disappear. He saw both of the extraordinary exponents with knight bequests staring at him in shock, while the rest of the soldiers instinctively tried to turn around, but they hadn't managed to do so yet. The ambushed squire's helmet concealed eyes that were calm and ruthless, who in an instant swung his saber towards Lucius, who had suddenly appeared behind him. Lucius, coordinating with quick draw, did not hesitate to launch sword brandishing. His upper body's hands sped up, his sword blade inching closer to the squire, finally landing in the gap at the neck of the enemy's armor. Bright red blood sprayed out in abundance and slowly, staining the beautiful snowflakes in the sunlight red. The squire was struck by a blow capable of lethality, his swinging saber deflected on Lucius's full body armor, failing to cause any effective damage. TSST. In the vastly elongated span of reaction time, all movements and sounds were extremely slow. As the snowflakes gradually fell, some people tried to scream in terror, some people's eyes grew angry, bulging out, and someone already clenched their teeth, lifting their flintlock ready to shoot. Lucius suddenly plunged into the thick snow nearby, deploying the repelling force of the protective runes in the nick of time. Time resumed its normal flow. Bang 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 bang. Gunshots from the flintlocks fired rapidly. The knight's body slowly fell, eyes filled with disbelief, instinctively trying to grasp his neck to stop the bleeding, quickly trembling with signs of life fading away. Over there. He's right there. Knight Kyle has been attacked. He's gone again. Lucius frantically crawled through the thick snow with his strong physique, moving as swiftly as a champion swimmer. The gunfire from that round had been completely blocked by the repelling power of the protective runes, and the ambushed squire was certainly done for. His breathing gradually grew louder, then he immediately suppressed the sound as much as possible, the weight of his armor and weapons still a burden. Even his physical abilities far exceeding human limits couldn't ignore them completely in the extreme combat. 41 enemies remained.